New World, Palace of Wangsu. Within the opulent heart of the Quincy Division, atop a throne carved from obsidian and laced with spiritual steel, sat Yun Yi. Calm and composed, he reviewed the latest intelligence from the outside world. Yet, ever since the Judiciary Island incident, the world had grown quiet, too quiet for his liking. Just then, a soft rustle broke the stillness. Yi Chi, known as the Black Rose and one of the 10 Blades, approached with measured steps. She knelt respectfully. "My lord, we've received intelligence from the first half. It concerns the Piao no Mi." Yin Ye's eyes flickered with interest. "Oh, show me." He took the report from Yi Chi's hand, scanning the contents. A glint sharpened in his gaze. "The Devil's Triangle," he murmured. "No wonder we've heard nothing for so long." The Devil's Triangle was a cursed sea, perpetually blanketed in dense fog that choked out sunlight and signals alike. Once inside, communication with the outside world was severed. Few who entered ever emerged. The infamous Moonlight Moria, former warlord of the sea, had made this accursed place his lair. A scavenger and a predator, he preyed on passing pirates, ruling his fog-drenched territory like a phantom king. For most, the Devil's Triangle was a region to avoid, spoken of in hushed tones like the Calm Belt. And if the Piao Piao fruit had indeed been reborn there, finding it would be like searching for a ghost in a graveyard. Yi Chi continued. The intel came by chance. A pirate crew escaped the Triangle and relayed rumors. It's uncertain, but this is the first lead we've had on the Piao no Mi in years. Yun Yi nodded slowly. Then we act on it. Yi Chi straightened. Shall I dispatch a unit? No, Yun Yi said, gazing at her. I want you to handle this personally. I trust no one else. Without hesitation, Yi Chi replied, Understood, my lord. As she turned to leave, a figure approached from the side. Princess Shirahoshi, the mermaid heir, wrapped in a floating bubble, her eyes wide with concern. My lord, she said gently, I've just heard the Queen Mother is ill. I'd like to return to Fishman Island to see her. Yun Yi paused, then smiled softly. Of course, I'll accompany you myself. Shirahoshi blinked in surprise. You will? He nodded. You've been confined to Moonlight Island too long. Though it was for your protection, I imagine it's grown stifling. I know a little medicine. Perhaps I can help your mother as well. Her face lit up. Thank you, my lord. Despite her comfort in Wangsu Palace, she missed her family deeply. Phone calls with her mother were never enough to ease the ache of separation. Yun Ye's smile deepened. Don't thank me, Lil Baixing. Though he had hoped her latent power as Poseidon would awaken, her soul remained still, silent without sorrow. But he was patient. When the time came, she would awaken and become a key to reshaping the world. He would make sure no harm came to her until then. Meanwhile, first half, Marine headquarters. Word of Yi Chi's movement spread fast. When it reached the Navy, a courier brought the report to Fleet Admiral Aokiji. He read it carefully, his brows knitting. 10 blades. Black Rose Yi Chi in the first half, he muttered. The Devil's Triangle? That's Moria's territory. The Quincy's rarely acted outside the New World. Their only prior appearance in the first half had been in the Sabeti archipelago, likely hunting for ancient weapons. And Shirahoshi, Poseidon herself, was surely their true goal. This sudden presence was no coincidence. Tauta Aokiji called. The elegant yet deadly Admiral Momosaji entered. He handed her the report. Investigate, he ordered. We need to know exactly what they're after. Her eyes widened slightly as she scanned the file. Black Rose Yi Chi, here? I thought she never left the New World. Exactly, Aokiji said, which means something important has drawn them out. After the Quincy's infamous attack that shook the world government had dramatically increased bounties for the 10 blades. Hawkins, 1.365 billion berries. Tesoro, 1.278 billion berries. Yi Chi, 1.19 billion berries. Even the lower-ranked blades saw surges in their bounties. The threat was escalating. Aokiji turned toward the sea. The Pacifista project is finished. We must shift our operations to the New World. If we let the Quincy's or anyone else claim another ancient weapon. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Devil's Triangle Sea, fog zone. A black ship sliced through the mist like a ghost. On deck stood Yi Chi, eyes narrowed, her coat fluttering in the unnatural breeze. Beside her stood Aelin, her loyal second-in-command and a veteran of countless battles. "Boss," Aelin said, "the Navy might be tracking us." His own bounty had passed 400 million. Not many dared cross him. Yi Chi brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Let them. We're not here to fight, only to find the piao fruit. But if someone blocks our path..." Her aura surged with killing intent. "We remove them." She gazed into the fog. Somewhere within, Moonlight Moria lurked, a former warlord who had once clashed with Kaido himself. "He's not weak," Aelin warned. "Don't underestimate him." "I don't," Yi Chi said. "Anyone who's fought Kaido and lived deserves respect. But if he has the fruit, he'll give it up, one way or another." Aelin grinned. "Let's show him why we're the blades of Wong Su." And with that, their vessel vanished deeper into the mist, hunting a shadow, chasing a power that could change the tide of the world. The thick fog of the Devil's Triangle loomed, and atop the colossal, eerie three-masted ghost ship, chaos erupted. "Hee, Straw Hat Brat. Hand over Nico Robin. You can't defeat me." The massive, monstrous form of Gecko Moria towered above the Straw Hat pirates, his voice booming with twisted glee as he looked down at his prey. The Straw Hats hadn't meant to enter this cursed sea. But once they had, Moria didn't just happen upon them. He was hunting them. More precisely, he was hunting Robin. Ever since the incident at Eni's lobby, the world had come to know of Nico Robin, the Devil's Child, the only person alive who could read the poneglyphs and uncover the ancient weapons. Moria, with his own vendetta against Kaido and desperate desire to reclaim glory, knew her value. In his mind, Robin was a key to power. In his grasp, Robin was leverage against the world. And Straw Hat Luffy's shadow, a prize strong enough to awaken the monstrous oars and turn the tide in Moria's war to return to the New World. But Moria wasn't alone. Standing beside him was a towering brute, Edward Weevil, the self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard. His thick limbs and crescent-shaped mustache gave him a wild, almost childlike demeanor. He scratched his scalp, pointing dumbly toward Robin. "Mama says if I get Nico Robin, I could be the strongest. I want to show Daddy I'm not useless." Behind the two monsters, nestled in the shadows of the ship's gloomy fortress, stood a short, shriveled old woman with grotesque red lips and a wicked smirk. Miss Bakken, Weevil's so-called mother and self-proclaimed widow of Whitebeard. Hee, what a windfall, Moria. You may be a wreck, but partnering with you turned out better than I hoped. Robin alone could buy us an empire from the world government. Clutched in her hand was a gleaming devil fruit, its texture unmistakably patterned. The Piao no Mi, the legendary floating fruit once wielded by Golden Lion Shiki. Its leaves shimmered like air itself. She had stumbled upon it during a skirmish before meeting Moria and recognized its value instantly. A power that had once terrified the world, now ready to be passed to her brutish son. But for now, her eyes were fixed on Robin. Let's wait. No need to rush the boy with Shiki's fruit. We'll see what becomes of this fight. On the main deck, the Straw Hats stood tall. "Robin's our nakama. You're not taking her, no matter who you are." Luffy slammed his fists together, determination blazing in his eyes. Zoro unsheathed all three blades. "I've been itching to test something, my hockey." Sanji exhaled a stream of smoke, flicked away his cigarette, and ground it underfoot. "Hurt Robin, and I'll send you to hell myself." The rest of the crew braced as hordes of Moria's undead minions charged. "Hold them back," Robin called. "Luffy needs space." She crossed her arms, clutch, and shadows of limbs erupted, snapping bones and shattering zombies. Nami stood beside her, trembling but defiant. Her climate-attacked world as thunderclouds gathered overhead. Bolts of lightning rained down, knocking zombies back, though they soon rose again, relentless. "ZZ zombies don't stay down." Nami groaned. "Yo-ho-ho, I'll play a requiem for your bravery." Brook, sword drawn, danced into the fray, his blade singing through the air. Usopp, pale and limping, grit his teeth. I can't do much, but I'll still fight. He launched flaming projectiles into the horde, creating bursts of fire amid the fog. Frankie, striking a bizarre pose, grinned. Super. I'll clear a path. Let's trash this haunted tub. Even Chopper, small but fierce, roared. A 100-berry bounty or not, I'm still a monster. He transformed into his human form, smashing zombies left and right. This was no ordinary battle. Moria's generals had fallen. Only the boss, and now a supernova, stood between them and escape. He. You think you can beat me here, in my domain? This is my ship, my world. I am Moonlight Moria. Though weaker than in his prime, the former warlord still exuded menace. Edward Weevil, gripping a naginata eerily similar to Whitebeard's, snarled. I'll crush you, and take Robin. Try it. Gear second. Steam hissed from Luffy's skin as his body reddened, veins pumping like pistons. He vanished in a blur of speed and charged at Moria. 108-pound Phoenix. Zoro slashed a flying arc of compressed air at Weevil, only for the brute to split it with a single swing. Sanji moved in behind, flames swirling around his leg. Diable jam. His burning foot arced toward Weevil's neck. Weevil dodged. Too slow. He threw a thunderous punch. Boom! Explosions shook the deck. Wood splintered, undead screamed, lightning flashed. The battle had begun. Straw Hats versus monsters born of ambition, vengeance, and bloodlines.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Yachi and his group, who had already approached, followed the movement and came from a distance. Yachi's knowledge radiated out, detected the fluctuation of the battle on the island, and frowned. Is someone fighting? Alan also felt it carefully, nodded and said, well, and the movement is not small. Go and have a look. Yachi waved his hand, and the crew drove the boat closer. Who the hell are they? Is it for the fluttering fruit? Forget it. No matter who it is, it can't stop me from getting the fluttering fruit. Yachi murmured to himself, but his eyes were very firm. Boom boom boom. The roar on the island continued. Facing the attacks of Mariah and Vabel, the three members of the Straw Hats at this time are not opponents and can barely contend. After all, the three of them have not been out to sea for a long time now, and now Sauron is more or less armed, and the other two don't even know how to be domineering. For them, it is still a little bit reluctant. Because of the 5-person melee, the opponents were exchanged after fighting. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Luffy stretched his hands back, stepped on the razor and rushed towards Vabel, stretched his hands back, and blasted out a powerful blow. However, it was easily blocked by Vabel with armed color, and he hit back with a naginata slashing off the head. Fortunately, Luffy was faster and managed to escape by shaving. With a bang, the ground collapsed and sank. Can you use that kind of domineering like Grandpa? Luffy landed on the ground with a serious expression. Although he is usually out of tune, he is still very keen in battle. He recognized at a glance that what Vabel is using now is the domineering in Garp's mouth. Oh, you don't even know how to use domineering. Do you only rely on brute force? Then you are definitely not my opponent. Vabel's nose flowed out, like a big stupid guy, but he was exuding a commanding look while holding a naginata. The boldness that people fear? Luffy, leave this big guy to us, and you go deal with the other one. Sauron bit the words of Hideo, but spoke very clearly. Blocked, slashed and shattered, and shot everywhere. Vabel uses a naginata, which poses a greater threat to Luffy, and it will be easier to fight if he switches opponents. Okay, then I'll leave this guy to you, and I'll be responsible for knocking the horned one away. Luffy didn't refuse, and believed in his friends unconditionally. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards Moria again. He, Straw Hat Boy, don't struggle anymore, it's impossible for you to defeat us. Mariah smiled evilly, and the shadow bat emerged from him, rushing towards Luffy and biting him. The sound of buzz buzz was very dense, surrounding Luffy. Rubber jet gun brawl. Luffy shouted, swinging his fists again and again, drawing endless after images, and directly repelling the shadow bats that came. Rubber battle axe. Leaping out, Luffy came to the top of Mariah's head, stretched his right leg high into the air, and then slammed downward. With a bang, the ground collapsed, but was avoided by Moria. Here. With his keen perception, Luffy immediately noticed Moria's movement, and rushed out again with a little foot, his right hand stretched out, and the spiral twisted together. Rubber spiral bullet. What a fast speed. Mariah's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Luffy's speed was so fast. He was hit by a powerful punch from Luffy. He vomited blood, flew backwards, and crashed into the castle. With a bang, a corner of the castle was knocked down. Successful. Luffy's face was filled with joy, but soon he found that Moria stood up again, and his momentum was even stronger. I underestimated you, Straw Hat Boy. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did underestimate this guy. Although he is young, his strength and speed are not weak. The shadow spread out from under his feet, forming spikes and piercing towards Luffy. Luffy's expression froze, his figure dodged, and then he rushed forward again, blasting a rocket with both hands, and knocked Moria away again. After being defeated by Kaido, Moria's heart was broken. He usually stays at home and neglects to exercise. Even if he has the knowledge to perceive the attack, his body really can't react. Getting up again, Mariah's face was a little ugly. He was actually beaten by such a brat, and twice, which made him very annoyed. Shadow Gathering Place. Using his abilities, he captured more than a dozen shadows and integrated them into his body. A terrifying aura erupted suddenly, and his body swelled up a bit. Feeling the power in his body, Moria clenched his fist with his right hand and covered his arms. This time, his speed soared. He broke through the space in the blink of an eye, came to Luffy, and punched fiercely. With a boom, Luffy was hit directly, and flew out backwards while spitting out. Hiss, it hurts? How did this guy's attack method change? Luffy, who got up clutching his chest, wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, wondering why this guy's attack method has changed, and his speed and strength have also become stronger. On the other hand, Zoro Sanji was at an absolute disadvantage against Vabel. At this time, Vabel was at his peak, and it was not a joke to have the strange power of Whitebeard when he was young. He grabbed the right leg kicked by Sanji, slammed it hard, and smashed it to the ground. With a bang, Sanji was directly smashed into the ground, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Sexy cook. Soran was startled, and he slashed down with a ghost cut. It's useless, your attack is within my perception. The Vabel Naginata blocked Soran's slash, and punched Soran's chest with a punch, and there was a cracking sound of bones. Soran vomited blood and flew backwards, crashed into the nearby building, and knocked that building down. Sanji got up from the ground and came to Zoro's side in a flash. There was blood flowing from his forehead and blood oozed from his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and said, this guy's physique is too strong, that kind of strange power. Although Sanji has the genes of the Vinsmoke family, but it has not been fully activated at this time, and now he is completely relying on himself to become stronger. He also found it very difficult to face such a physical monster. It is indeed a monster. Soran's eyes were cold. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Feeling the pain in his chest, he became extremely cautious. Seeing that the three main forces were all suppressed, the Straw Hats and the others who were fighting against the zombie soldiers were extremely shocked. Those three people were actually suppressed. These two are so strong. I think we'd better run away. It was the first time they had seen the three being suppressed so miserably. When they were on Judiciary Island, when they faced CP9, the three of them also fought back and forth, and finally won. But now, it seems that the three main forces have been suppressed. Hehehe, hand over Nicole Robin, Straw Hat. Moria smiled evilly, looking at the three standing side by side. That's right, hand over Nicole Robin, so you won't have to be beaten. Vabel smiled naively, this was his true thought, as long as he carried out his mother's order. It seems that we need to work hard. Luffy made a gesture, wanting to enter the second gear again, and he will start working hard. Until I surpass that guy, I won't lose. Zoro put on his turban and entered serious mode. How can I let you snatch Miss Luo Bing away? Not even the world government. Sanji let out a breath of white air while smoking a cigarette. The three major powers are serious at the same time. But at this moment, several figures came out from the other side. It was Yachi and the others. Yachi stepped on the moon steps, looked down from a high altitude, glanced at several people below, and finally fixed on Moria, and asked coldly, the original Shishibukai, Moonlight Moria. This sudden figure made everyone present stand in awe. Could there be enemies on the island? Because they didn't know who the opponent was, no one acted rashly, and the battle came to an abrupt end. Who are you? Moria narrowed his eyes and asked the same question. His experience told him that this beautiful woman standing in front of him gave him a strong sense of threat. The Straw Hat group also looked at Yachi above the sky. Luffy tilted his head to look at Yachi, but he didn't know her. Soran was vaguely aware of Yachi's aura, and thought in his heart, the murderous aura is wanton, he is a killer. Beauty, beauty. Sanji had red stars in his eyes, and when he saw Yachi's beautiful face, he had already fallen into obsession. Robin frowned when he saw Yachi's moves, moon step, and, this face seems a little familiar. As if thinking of something, Robin's expression became serious. The 10 blades of the Quincy, the Black Rose Knight 7? Why did she appear here? Robin still knows the adults in the world. After all, they are also going to the New World. It is not a bad thing to know more about the power situation in the New World. The Quincy Master? Isn't it the Quincy Master among the 4 emperors and 1 king that Lieutenant General Garp once said? Nami looked at Yachi, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Why would the subordinates of such a big man appear here? Me, Quincy. Usopp felt that his legs were going weak, so he didn't fall down. Now he also knows the bounty of the 4 emperors and 1 king. The numbers alone can scare him into weakness. The remaining members of the Straw Hats also became serious, unable to understand the current situation. And Vabel was still stupid, just staring blankly at Yachi in the sky, sucked his nose, and murmured, what a beautiful woman. Vabel suddenly looked in the direction of the castle, and shouted over there, "Mom, I've decided, I want her to be my wife." After hearing this, everyone was speechless for a while. Fighting. What are you doing? Seeing Vabel beating up stupidly and then looking at Yachi, who is slim and charming, all the people present twitched their mouths and shook their heads quickly. No, you are not worthy. In the castle, Miss Ba Jin's face darkened, and she cursed fool secretly, which exposed herself. Yachi's face darkened, his murderous intent locked on Vabel, and there was an aura emanating from his body, which made the surrounding temperature seem to drop a lot. He felt that he had been insulted, that idiot actually let himself, the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace, be his wife? But Yachi took a deep breath, and just looked at Vabel with cold eyes. He came here with a mission, and after he found Piao Guo, he would trouble this fool again? She looked at Mariah and said coldly, I am 10 blades under Wangsu Palace, Moonlight Mariah, hand over the things. People from Quincy. Moria's pupil shrank when he heard Wang Su's name, and then he narrowed his eyes. Why did people from Quincy come to me? I shouldn't have offended you, right? Moria hadn't gone to the New World for a long time, so he didn't offend Quincy, right? He was a little puzzled. Yachi said in a cold voice, Piao Guo, we have already received the news that Piao Guo appeared in the Devil's Triangle, and we are bound to get Piao fruit. Apart from being in the hands of your host, what else can we get? Place. After all, Yachi is a killer. She only looks at the results when she does things, and she doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. As long as she can accomplish Yunye's mission, she doesn't mind going to war with other forces. The flattering fruit of the Golden Lion? I don't remember that I have this thing. Even if I have it, what right do you have for me to take it out? If Quincy came over, I would be afraid. You are just a 10-blade. Mo Li Yai also said in a cold voice, a little angry at Yachi's attitude. Do you think I, Moonlight Moria, have no temper? It was the same with the prison breakers pirates last time. They asked him to join them from the top of their heads when they came up. Those who didn't know the overbearing tone thought they were 4 emperors and 1 king. Although he is a member of the Quincy this time, who is Moria, who has fought against Kaido before, how could he easily admit defeat? It's a big deal to play a game? Then we can only talk about defeating you. Yachi was filled with killing intent, his eyes were cold, looking at Moria as if he was looking at a dead person. But at this moment, Vabel pointed in the direction of Miss Ba Jin, and said naively, Piao fruit? I remember that before my mother came here, she seemed to get a devil fruit. Pretty sister, as long as you are me wife, I will ask my mother to give you the fruit. Yachi looked at Vabel, with a cold light still flashing in his eyes, and then followed Vabel's finger, looking towards the direction of the castle. At this time, Miss Bajin stood at the French window of the castle and watched everything that happened outside. Seeing Yachi's gaze, Miss Bajin was about to be made to cry by Vabel. Could it be that he couldn't see the situation clearly? Wang Xudian actually stared at the fluttering fruit in her hand. How did this news get out? Could it be those escaped pirates? Damn it! Miss Ba Jin was a little panicked at this time, looked at Vabel and scolded, You idiot, how can you tell such a thing? Are you trying to make my old body die fast enough? Yachi's eyes flashed, and through the conversation, she roughly judged the situation, and the Piao fruit is likely to be in the hands of this old woman? Almost without the slightest hesitation, Yachi moved his body, moved a few times, and rushed over there. His speed suddenly increased dozens of times, like an afterimage. Piao Guo is in your hands? Hand it over. Yachi came to Miss Ba Jin, stretched out his hand to grab her, and said in a flat tone. After all, Miss Bajin used to be a crew member on the Rocks ship. Although she was old, she still had means. She avoided Yachi's hand with a flash, and rushed towards Vabel. Don't try to escape. Yachi snorted coldly, she was a little surprised that she missed. This old woman is not simple. But the next moment, his figure flickered again, and he rushed towards Miss Ba Jin. Alan on the side also moved, stepping on the 6th stile and rushing out. Idiot, save me now. Miss Bajin felt the strong wind behind him, his face sank suddenly, and he yelled at Vabel. But, Mom, I can't let my wife get hurt. Vabel said weakly. Idiot, as long as you defeat her, she will be yours. People like them will only worship the strong. As long as you are stronger than her, she will fall in love with you. Miss Ba Jin persuaded while running, but in her heart after scolding Vabel all over, didn't you see that my old lady was going to be killed? Huh? Is that so? That beautiful sister, I can only defeat you first? Then I will make you my wife. Vabel's face flashed with joy when he heard his mother's words, and then raised his naginata, slashed at the attacking Yachi. Momo 30 times instant slash. Yachi's eyes flashed with killing intent, and the slender dagger in his hand was like a phantom, passing by one after another, and slashed towards the two of them. Boom! The blades of the two collided, and their armed forces clashed and counterbalanced each other. They were full of energy, and the force burst out suddenly, and the ground sank directly. Yachi was a little surprised. This guy who looks like an idiot actually has such strength. He actually blocked his 30 times faster instant slash. Will you be my wife if I beat you? Then I won't hold back. Vabel was obviously still able to handle it with ease. After one blow, he immediately followed up with another attack, and punched Yachi with a punch. Knowing the color caught the attack, Yachi speeded up suddenly, jumped away like a night cat, stepped on the air, and rushed out with Uebio, holding the dagger backwards, and slashed towards Vabel. Momo Phantom Blade. His right hand was like a butterfly piercing flowers, and it swung dozens of attacks in an instant, cutting Vabel's body one after another, leaving dozens of wounds on his body, and sending him flying. Ah, it hurts. Damn it, you still dare to resist. Vabel backed away in pain. Every time his feet landed, they left a footprint on the ground, shaking the ground rumbling. Stepping on his feet, Wilburton stopped his figure, and the force he released poured into the ground, causing the ground to shatter directly. The pain made Weaber's eyes turn red. He grabbed the naginata with both hands, jumped forward, and slashed at Yuki with one knife. It's really powerful armed color and physique. Yachi was also surprised by Vabel's ability to resist blows. He didn't expect that even a dagger could not penetrate it. It only left scars on his body's surface, and it was not fatal. Faced with Vabel's domineering attack, Yachi snorted coldly in disdain. How can a direct attack hit me? The figure disappeared like a phantom, and Yachi came to Vabel again, slashed several times, leaving wounds on Vabel again. The two came and went. Yachi was not injured at all by virtue of his speed advantage, but Vabel's wounds were getting more and more. Let's judge. And Alan has been chasing Miss Ba-jin, trying to catch her. However, Miss Ba-jin's movements are not slow. He dodges one after another, and even occasionally counterattacks. Miss Ba-jin was chased and beaten by Alan. Her face was a little gloomy, and she looked over there, and found that Vabel was being pressed and beaten by Yachi, and a look of horror flashed in her eyes. Damn it, why is this woman so strong? Strong? Are these the cotters of the top forces in the new world? Yachi's strength is beyond her imagination, and her stupid son is completely incapable of fighting back? She knew that if this went on like this, Vabel would probably be slowly consumed to death here, and she would also be caught. This woman's speed is too fast, and the two-color domineering is also extremely strong. She is simply Vabel's nemesis? No, you must leave here quickly, or you may die here. Miss Ba-jin dodged Alan's attack and gritted her teeth secretly. The situation was clear. As long as the Straw Hat Pirates were defeated and Nicole Robin was captured, she could realize her ambition. Not everyone can resist the temptation of ancient weapons, but now the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace appeared, which disrupted her plan, and he even felt that his life was threatened. Escape, must escape from here. The 4 emperors and 1 king are not something she can provoke now, even if it is just a cotter of the Quincy division. She dare not offend easily. Boom boom boom. Vabel retreated steadily under Yachi's offensive. It's not that Vabel's strength is not strong, but that he was restrained by Yachi. Yachi's Momo fruit's growth rate is too fast. Yachi is a killer, speed is his strength, and with the Momo fruit's growth rate, even Yunya has to deal with it carefully. Even Yunya thinks that in a short distance burst among them, Yachi's speed is not inferior to Huang Yuan's. Of course, in a fight, Huang Yuan's winning rate must be higher, and Yachi's burst is stronger, but the consumption is also fast. Vabel, don't get entangled with her, let's get out of here first. Miss Ba-jin drew back, approached Vabel, and yelled at the side. She already had the intention of fleeing. Escape. Yachi snorted coldly. How could it be so easy? With a flash of figure, while avoiding Vabel's attack, he slashed towards Miss Ba-jin. The dagger in his hand danced like a butterfly, beautiful and fiercely murderous. You can't run anymore. Alan also snorted coldly. This old woman is so good at running, I can't even catch up with her. TCH, do you think my old lady is a dry meal? Miss Ba-jin narrowed her eyes and roared, as if she was about to launch an attack, but the next moment her short stature suddenly exploded, dodging Yachi and Alan's pincer attack. She didn't choose to attack, she was just bluffing just now. It was already very difficult to dodge this blow. She almost dodged. But, I haven't married her yet. Vabel looked at Yachi unwillingly. Idiot, when you leave here, there will be a chance in the future. If you leave like this, she will remember you for a long time. Don't you believe what your mother said? Miss Ba-jin took this opportunity to come to Vabel's side, pretending to hate Iron Wucheng said that sweat was already dripping from his forehead, which was frightened by Yachi's killing intent. Oh, I see. Vabel nodded foolishly, then picked up his mother and ran to the port. Humph, where can I go? Momo 100 times speed 1000 blade instant slash. Yachi's body was full of murderous intent, his long and narrow phoenix eyes gleamed coldly, and he waved his hands at the same time, slashing terrifyingly like a big net overlay towards the front. Alan took out the dagger, covered it with armor color, and threw it forward. Vabel, stop it. Miss Ba-jin's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly yelled at Vabel. The attack in front of her made her scalp tingle, and the killing intent sent chills down her spine. Oh, look at me. Vabel stopped, turned around to face the incoming slash, held the naginata with both hands, and slashed forward. He is not a swordsman, but with his own strange strength, he can also slash flying slashes, which is similar to Charlotte Lingling. None of them know swordsmanship, nor have they reached the realm of a swordsman, but their brute force is able to unleash a slash that is not inferior to a swordsman. The crescent moon slashed, as if it was about to split the island. With the help of strange power, the slash was close to 1,000 meters. This is a slash that can only be done by a great swordsman. Being able to swing such a slash with his own strange power, Vabel may really have the strange power of Whitebeard when he was young. Boom. The two terrifying slashes collided, and an extreme impact erupted. The energy confronted each other, and the ground was broken layer by layer and collapsed. The entire terrifying 3-mast sailing ship was slightly shaken. Good strength, but not enough to look at. Yachi showed a beautiful and dangerous smile, and her speed suddenly increased 50 times. This is a sign that she can achieve it now. In front of Vabel, the dagger slashed from top to bottom. At this moment, the dagger thrown by Alan broke through the aftermath and stabbed Vabel in the shoulder. Under the pain, Vabel had no time to dodge Yachi's blow. With a chi sound, a line of blood appeared from Vabel's shoulder to waist and abdomen. The blood was soaring, and the severe pain made Vabel scream, "An idiot like you still insults me, go to hell." But it was not over yet. After Yachi's first blow, the next blow followed, and he held the dagger in his left hand backwards, and slashed down again. Another line of blood appeared on the other side, leaving a times wound on Vabel's chest. His skin was torn apart, and blood was bubbling. "It hurts, it hurts." The severe pain hit. Vabel suddenly went crazy. His eyes became extremely red, and he punched Yachi. Yachi didn't expect that Vabel, who had been severely injured by him, would still have the strength to fight back. He didn't notice for a while, but Vabel seized the opportunity, and his expression changed slightly. Without too much hesitation, he put his hands on his chest, and attached himself domineeringly. With a boom all over, Yunqi felt as if he had been knocked down by a big mountain. His hand bones were extremely painful, and his whole body was also thrown backwards by this punch. After the blow, Miss Ba-jin hurriedly urged Vabel to run quickly and not stay where he was. After receiving the order from his mother, Vabel came back to his senses and ran towards the port. A few times in the air, Yachi shook her arms. Because of Vabel's punch, her arms were so sore. Although she was a little surprised by Vabel's strange strength, she often fought against Yunyi, and she had seen even more terrifying attacks. Just slightly surprised? Seeing that Vabel wanted to run now, she snorted coldly, "If you want to run, chase me." Here, Yachi chased Vabel away from the terrifying three-mast sailing ship, and on the other hand, the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and Moria continued. Because Vabel was forced to retreat by Yachi, Moria also fell into a disadvantage in the face of the three main forces. Directly using the shadow gathering place, he directly absorbed all the shadows on the terrifying three-mast sailing ship into his body, and his body swelled to an incomparable level, and its power could even smash the island under his feet with one punch. Almost all the members of the Straw Hats went into battle, and they defeated Moria with great effort. After this incident, the Straw Hats sailed again and started a new journey. Because what happened in the Devil's Triangle Sea area, this incident hardly caused any waves in the world. However, there is a piece of news that caused a sensation in the first half. That is one of the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace, the Black Rose Yeki with a bounty of more than 1 billion is chasing and killing a supernova, Edward Vabel, who claims to be Whitebeard too. The purpose is to get the fluttering fruit in his hand. Wangsu Palace controls the dark world, and anyone who is well informed is very clear about the matter of offering rewards for Piao Piao fruit and Soul Soul fruit in the dark world. It's not really surprising. At the Navy headquarters, Aokiji also got the news. After seeing that the purpose of Shiren Yakaki was for Piao Piao Guo, although the doubts in his heart were resolved, his complexion did not relax. Fluttering fruit is the ability of the former Golden Lion Shiji, and Aokiji, who has been in contact with the Golden Lion, is naturally very clear about how powerful it is. This is undoubtedly a very strong ability, and it has a great effect. A single Momo fruit can create the prestige of the 10 Blades Black Rose in the world. If the Piao Piao fruit is obtained by the Quincy Master, the power of Wangsu Palace will definitely increase again. This is not what the world government wants to see, nor not what the Navy wants to see. Black Rose Knight 7 must be stopped. Thinking of this, King Z dialed Momoto, who was sailing at sea, and told her about it. Daotu said to the phone bug, "Where is Black Rose now?" Daotu had already set off for the Devil's Triangle Sea area before, trying to intercept Yachi, but this meeting has not arrived yet, and now that Yachi has left, she needs to know the specific whereabouts of Yachi. Aokiji said, "Judging from the intelligence of other branches, their direction is to the Shambord Islands. It is very likely that Edward Vabel, one of the supernovas, wants to go to the New World to avoid the pursuit of Black Rose." Going to the New World? Isn't that going to die? Daotu frowned a little after hearing this. Compared with the first half, the New World Quincy must be able to mobilize stronger forces, and even take action in person. Even Blackbeard knew how to leave the New World after he defected from the Whitebeard pirates, and he didn't dare to go back in a short time. Naturally, he was afraid of Whitebeard in the New World. Now that Edward Weeble fled to the New World, isn't this an act of death? Aokiji said, "I'm not sure about this, but Edward Vabel is indeed headed towards the Shambord Islands, and it may be that he wants to divert the disaster to the east. This point needs to be verified. General Daotu, you must be careful when you act." 1 point. Now the world government has issued a decree prohibiting rashly attacking the Quincy. After a pause, King Z went on to say, "However, we can't let the people in the palace of Wangsu be too arrogant, so where will we put the face of our navy? Properly stop it, if possible. We can't let the fluttering fruit fall to extinction but in the hands of the master. The 5 old stars will naturally carry out the orders from IM. They have already warned the navy not to attack the Quincy rashly. The purpose of Daotu's pursuit of Yachi this time is not to arrest Yachi, but to know the purpose of Yachi's coming to the first half, and he does not want to catch Yachi." However, the appearance of the Piao Piao fruit made Aokiji a little worried. Now the power of the Quincy is already very strong, so strong that even the world government fears it. It is conceivable that such an order is issued. "I see. Dao nodded. She also knew something about this matter. Standing at the bow of the boat, she gazed at the sea, and said to herself, Piao Piao fruit, the ability of the golden lion, the strength of Wangsu Palace is already terrifying, we can't let them continue to strengthen. After hanging up the phone, Aokiji sat in the office and thought about it. After thinking about it, he still called Wulaoxing and reported the matter. The 5 old stars were all present, and when they heard Aokiji's report, the 5 old stars all looked solemn. One of them said, the Quincy wants to get the Piao Piao fruit, what should I do now? You should all know what that fruit does. Another person said decisively, we can't let the Quincy get it. The golden lion that ate the Piao Piao fruit was able to hide for such a long time without being discovered by us in the first half. Who can stop him by airlifting an island to the headquarters of the Navy? If such a dangerous ability is obtained by Quincy, with his strong personal ability, he can come and go freely in the first half of the new world. If he wants to deal with him in the future, it will undoubtedly be even more difficult. Difficulties. Another person also said, now that the Quincy has not appeared, we still have a chance to get the fluttering fruit. Lord Im's order is not to attack Quincy. We just need to get the fluttering fruit from Whitebeard too before the Black Rose. It's fine if we grab the Piao Piao fruit, even the Quincy master shouldn't dare to attack us again. If we are afraid of him, why shouldn't he be afraid of us? Whitebeard too, is Edward Vabel really the son of Whitebeard? To be able to defeat the pacifists, he does have the strange power of Whitebeard when he was young. If 4 emperors are involved this time, it will be very troublesome. One person narrowed his eyes and said with some concern, it shouldn't be possible. If that's the case, with Whitebeard's character, how could he let his son go? Now, he has hardly moved. Whitebeard is also very troublesome now. Roger's blood is still on his boat. Obviously, he already knows the identity of Fire Fist Ace, just to cover Fire Fist and let Fire Fist grow. If there is another pirate King Roger, the situation will be even worse. We have to find a chance to get rid of Fire Fist Ace. It's also a problem, the current Roger's remnant party has a red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors, who has an unknown depth, Bucky, Hades Rayleigh, Spark Jabba. If these people unite, what a headache. The Neo Navy is also full of troubles. Urin and Zifa are now confronting the Navy. Urin hasn't done anything to endanger the world government yet, but hidden dangers still exist. Isn't there any news from the ancient weapons? What are the CPS for? The situation has reached the point where we can't control it. After Mr. I made a move, he fell into a deep sleep again, and I don't know how long it will take to wake up. Let's talk about this later. Now we need to get the Piao Piao fruit, and we can't let Quincy get his way. Let more pacifists go out. By the way, let's look at the specific combat power. Only one experiment result is not enough. If it can't reach the level of Shishibukai, the pacifists are not enough to face the current situation. Already, it's time to urge Vegapunk, the pacifists must be buffed. That guy has always been wary of us, and has been wary of us. Let's tell him clearly, if it doesn't reach the level we want, then destroy his hometown. What a life or death guy. In the waters near the Chambord Islands, the boats of Vabel and Miss Barkin are approaching the Chambord Islands. On the boat, Miss Bejan's old face was a little gloomy, and she slammed her crutches on the deck, saying angrily, that crazy woman is really lingering. She has been chasing us for so long, and she still doesn't intend to give up. When they were in the Devil's Triangle Sea area, they were hunted down by Yechi and others, and even now they have no intention of giving up. Miss Biajin was extremely angry. Her current public title was Whitebeard's wife. The Quincy people were too disrespectful. Even Whitebeard's face was not given to her. But she also knows that if the Piao Piao fruit is still in her hands, then Black Rose Yechi will not give up. If he had known earlier, he would have killed all those pirates, so that the fact that Piao Piao Guo was in his hands would not be exposed. Damn it! Miss Bejan squinted her eyes, planning in her heart, asking her to give up Piao Piao fruit to others. She was a little unwilling. This was what she snatched. How could it be easily handed over? And Piao Piao fruit is also an extremely strong ability. Great use. Should I let my stupid son eat it? In this way, maybe we can use the ability of fluttering fruit to escape easily. Miss Barkin hesitated in her heart. She didn't want Vabel to eat the devil fruit, because this guy is like a guy without a brain, often doing some stupid things. If after eating a devil fruit and becoming a landlubber, I don't know when I will take her to jump into the ocean. In this way, both of them will probably die in the sea. Miss Bejan is not a devil fruit user, but she can't swim. And the plan in her heart is to let Vabel eat the shocking fruit of Whitebeard, so that Vabel is Whitebeard's son can be confirmed. What? You said that Whitebeard is not dead yet? Is the Zhen fruit still in Whitebeard's body? These are not problems at all. Whitebeard is old and will die sooner or later, so she will have a chance to get the Zhen fruit. Her goal is to turn Vabel into Whitebeard too and become famous all over the world, so she can sit back and enjoy it. As for what the process is, how difficult it is, and having my own stupid son, it's not a problem. Mom, you're right, she's really chasing after her. Vabel gave a smirk, and turned his head to look behind, where Yechi's boat was also chasing after him. Idiot, don't you still understand what's going on? Miss Bejan slapped Vabel's thigh, laughing angrily at the idiot. What's the situation? Didn't the beautiful big sister come after me? Mom, when will you give that devil fruit to the pretty big sister? I want her to be my wife. Vabel still smiled stupidly, like a stunted idiot. Miss Bajin was silent for a while, not wanting to speak anymore. At this time, a slash struck and slashed towards their boat. But it was easily resolved by Vabel. The strong wind caused the waves to surge, and the boat was shaken by wind and rain. Miss Bajin managed to hold the boat steady and shouted, "Go to the island first." Oh. Vabel did not refuse his mother's order, picked up Miss Bajin and made a vertical leap, discarded the boat and rushed directly towards the Chambord Islands. There is a navy stationed on the island, facing an enemy like Wang Sudian 10 blades. You should not sit idly by and let them bite the dog, Miss Bajin thought in her heart. Yes, that's why she came to the Chambord Islands. Now the Chambord Islands are tightly controlled by the navy. If the Chambord Islands were not a transit point to the New World, pirates would hardly dare to go here. There are too many deployments of the navy here, and the risk factor is much higher than before. But it is also because of this that Miss Bajin wants to come here to try her luck. It is best to mobilize the war between the navy and the Black Rose, so she can take the opportunity to escape. Yachi's group, who were chasing behind, squinted their eyes after seeing Vabel abandon the ship and go to the Chambord Islands, vaguely guessing Miss Bajin's thoughts, and she said lightly, "Catch up." Yes. Some of his men responded, the boat docked, and Yachi, Alun, and his party also chased after it. If you can't run away, hand over the Pio fruit. Yachi slashed the dagger in the air, and slashed out in the air, forcing Vabel to stop his advance. Yeki was deployed on the Chambord Islands. Before she landed, she had mobilized the island's troops through the phone bug and approached island number 7. Now large and small shipyards are firmly controlled by the navy. Those pirates who want to land on the island need to stop at the only remaining illegal island, and there is no place to park their ships. Yachi also abandoned his boat and chased after it. As soon as Vabel and Yeki set foot on the Chambord Islands, they were discovered by the navy. After seeing Vabel and Yeki, the navy on the island jumped in their hearts. In the monitoring room, a red light suddenly sounded. After seeing Vabel, one of the Marines couldn't help exclaiming, "That face is the supernova Edward Vabel with a bounty of 350 million. What? Another supernova? What's going on recently? Several supernovas have come over. Are they going to form a group to go to the New World? It's a good deal." The other person, hiss, "It's the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace in the New World, the Black Rose Yeki." The other person saw Yeki on the screen and couldn't help but gasp. What? Why did the Quincy's 10-blade Black Rose appear here? I seem to have read the newspaper. It seems that Black Rose Yeki has indeed come to the first half. Does she also want to return to the New World? No, she's chasing down one of the supernovas, Edward Weeble. Stop talking nonsense, quickly notify the headquarters and let them come for reinforcements. We can't solve them. The navy in the monitoring room started to act and passed the news to Aokiji. Aokiji knew about it a long time ago, but just asked them to be alert to the situation over there at any time, and hung up the phone after reporting at any time. On the other side, Momoto took advantage of the special circulation of the navy and had already arrived at the Chambord Islands at this time. Without too much hesitation, he directly led his men towards Yachi's position. At the same time, the navy's scientific unit also arrived. A dozen pacifists led by Senmomara had arrived at this time and were heading towards Island 7 at the same time. Jean Doan glanced at the news, and couldn't help curling his lips and said, "The island seems a bit uneasy, there are so many pirates. This mission is a bit difficult, except for the Black Rose Knight 7, there are actually so many pirates on the island. How many more supernova clusters?" When he arrived, the navy on the island had informed him about the island. Knowing that there are several other supernovas of the extremely evil era on the Chambord Islands now, these supernovas, as if they had been decided, came together in a group. After thinking about it, Jean Doan took out the phone bug and dialed it. When the phone bug connected, he said, "Hey, old man, where are you now? You haven't forgotten your mission, right?" "Oh, it's Jean Doan, I'm sorry, I overslept." The person over there was none other than Huang Yuan. He yawned and said, "What's the situation now? Has the battle already started?" Jean Doan was speechless for a while. "Grandpa, you have to tell when you want to sleep. Now I have arrived at the Chambord Islands with a dozen pacifists, but after coming here, I found that there are still hidden secrets on the island. A few pirates, now I can't decide to pay attention, should I do something to them? Supernova? Isn't this mission for Pio Guo?" Huang Yuan said listlessly. "When we see the pirates, we have to take action, right? Moreover, General Momoto has already gone to the 10 Blades Black Rose. If the Quincy doesn't show up, it shouldn't be a big problem. Hey, don't say such scary things. I don't want to face Quincy again." On the other side, Huang Yuan couldn't help scratching his head while holding the phone bug. If Quincy appeared, it would be a little troublesome. "Don't worry, there is no Quincy, but there are quite a lot of little mice. Do you want to report to Marshal Aokiji?" Jean Doan asked. "Forget it, after all, I am also the commander-in-chief of the scientific army. To ensure the safety of the pacifists, the cost of this thing is not cheap. If it is destroyed, my salary will be deducted. Those little mice let me come on, who is the specific one?" Huang Yuan said lazily. "Well, let me see, there are a few supernovas of the extremely evil era. Hey, wait a minute, there is new information." Jean Doan received a new piece of information, and he said in surprise, "Straw Hat Boy Hi, the thieves have also arrived, and Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace." "Straw Hat Boy? Fire Fist Ace? Don't lie to me. Huang Yuan's tone became serious. As a general, he is very clear about the information about Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace. The Straw Hat Kid is Garp's grandson and Durag's son, and the relationship between the Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist is sworn brothers. I didn't lie to you. This is the news from the intelligence department just now. Fire Fist Ace appeared. You should also know his blood. Do you want to act? Jean Doan said. Huang Yuan had a headache, touched his nose and said, don't act rashly, I will explain the situation to Kingzi. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yuan scratched his head and slandered, the Straw Hat Boy, Fire Fist Ace, are two tricky guys. Before the yellow monkey passed the information to Aokiji, Aokiji's call came. Huang Yuan picked it up, and there was a call from Kingzi. Yu Yuan, where are you now? Huang Yuan said weakly, it's close to the Shamboard Islands. Aokiji said, well, now there is information that the Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace are also in the Shamboard Islands. I need you to go there. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the people below will naturally pass the information to him immediately, and he has a clear picture of what happened in the Shamboard Islands. Huang Yuan said, how to do it? You should know what kind of background the Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace have. You must catch them and not let them continue to grow. Lieutenant General Garp. I'll handle it here, you just need to catch those two. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Huang Yuan had a terrible headache and was difficult to deal with. In a bar in an illegal area, the Kid Pirates and their party booked the bar and were drinking happily, waiting for their ship to be coated. They are also going to the New World. Captain Eustace Kidd listened to his younger brother's report and couldn't help frowning. Admiral? And the pacifist, the new weapon of the Navy, also appeared. Did something happen on the island? This little brother reported, the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace in the New World are fighting Edward Vabel, one of the supernovas, on the island. The Navy should come to deal with the 10 blades of Wangsu Palace. This little brother is not sure, but just explained the situation. The 10 blades of the Quincy. Kid stood up abruptly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's really interesting. I didn't expect the big shots in the New World to appear in the first half. Do you know the specific reason? The younger brother shook his head. I don't know for the time being. Island number 7 has been surrounded by the Navy at this time, and the Navy on the island has also put under martial law. This may affect our follow-up actions. The big names in the New World don't appear in the first half for no reason. It should be because something interesting happened. Let's go out and have a look, and take a look at the strength of those big names in the New World. Kid's face flashed with interest. He is still yearning for the New World, and he will go to the New World in the future. His ambition is not small. He wants to become the One Piece King. Those 4 emperors and 1 king in the New World will definitely become his enemies in the future. Now he wants to see the specific strength of the Cotters under those big shots in the New World. Wearing a mask, Kira folded his arms and said, now the island is under martial law. If you go out rashly, you may be targeted by the Navy. It doesn't matter, just keep an eye on it, just to teach the Navy a lesson. This time there was someone in the supernova who offered a higher reward than me, just defeated a naval weapon. It just so happens that the island also has that kind of pacifism or, go and meet him, and also see Whitebeard too who has a bounty on my head. Kid sneered, and he was a little upset that the reward for Whitebeard too was higher than him. As for the threat of the Navy, he doesn't care. Except for the general who makes him a little afraid, other navies are not in his eyes. Not long after Kid landed, the coating of the ship has not been completed yet, so it will take time. In addition, the current development of things made him interested, so he wanted to go over and take a look to see what kind of strength this Whitebeard too who overwhelmed him has. In a corner of another island, the Heart Pirates are also stationed here. Looking at the information in his hand, Trafalgar Luo couldn't help knocking on the table. Hey, it's really interesting, even the general is dispatched. Hey, Admiral, who is it? Shall we run away? The White Bear Pibot twitched his ears and said nervously. Luo chuckled lightly, the important figures and admirals of the New World have all appeared. Something terrible must have happened. Let's join in the fun. It's easy for us to leave anyway. The ship of the Heart Pirates is a submarine, and they don't wait for the coating time at all. They landed on the island just to come here for supplies. At the same time, the pirates on the island were also shocked by this news. When they heard that the admiral was coming, many pirates began to run away in a panic. Why did such a thing happen? It's so difficult for me. The ship hasn't been coated yet, so I can't run away now. Skulachman Apu, the captain of the radio pirates, was a little speechless. He just wants to wait for the coating to be completed, and then go to the New World. Capone Becky, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, and Urki, the captain of the Broken Monk Pirates, were also on the island. They arrived earlier than the others and had already been coated. At this time, when I heard the admiral coming, I didn't even think about it. I wanted to leave the dangerous place of Shamboard Islands directly. Boom boom boom. On island number 7, the battle broke out, and the violent movement caused the entire island to shake slightly. Yachi's blow left a wound on Vabel's body, and said in a cold voice, hand over the fluttering fruit. It's not something you can have. Leave it to you. Are you willing to be my wife? Vabel stained his fingers with saliva and wiped the wound on his chest. He still looked at Yachi stupidly, looking for death. Yachi narrowed his eyes, wanting to strike again. But at this time, Miss Bejin took out the fluttering fruit and threatened, stop, or I will give this devil fruit to my son to eat. Yachi stopped, and stared at Miss Biejin with cold eyes. The killing intent made Miss Biejin tremble all over, but she didn't back down at all. At this time, Miss Biejin also had a few more wounds on her body, and she was also panting heavily at this time, with lingering fears in her heart. Yachi looked around, and when he saw the navy encircling the island, he also frowned. The navy also came, and now it's a bit troublesome. General Momoto, wearing a cloak of justice in the navy, stepped forward on moon steps, looked at the people below, and said in a cold voice, "This is an important place for the navy. Do you criminals know what they are doing?" Yachi shifted his gaze to Daotu, and said coldly, "Navy, you have nothing to do here. I don't want to break out of conflict with you here. My purpose is only one, and that is Guo. Daotu's eyes narrowed. Black Rose, this is not your Wangsu palace in the New World. You are not qualified to play wild here. So, you want to stop me? Yachi's eyes turned cold. Daotu didn't speak, but looked at Miss Bajin, and said coldly, "Hand over the devil fruit in your hands." Being stared at by Yachi and Daotu, cold sweat broke out on Miss Ba's forehead. What's going on? Something is not quite right with what she imagined. Why don't you fight? How can I escape without fighting? But Miss Biejin pretended to be calm, and said sternly, "Why, you navy want to join forces with the people in Wangsu Palace? Join hands to deal with me. Don't think too much, the order I received was to grab the Pio fruit before the 10 blades. Moreover, you attacked the navy's troops last time and destroyed a pacifist. Our navy has not forgotten." Tao the rabbit snorted softly, and waved to his subordinates, "Do it? Grab those 2 people." Yes. The navy around received the order and started to act. Seeing this, Yachi couldn't help frowning. "Daotu, are you deliberately against me?" Momoto said coldly, "Devil fruits have never been assigned accurately, we are just fighting pirates." The navy received an order from the world government to avoid conflicts with the Quincy division as much as possible. Although the navy doesn't want to offend, it's not that they don't dare to offend. As a navy, if they don't dare to do anything in the face of criminals, the majesty of their navy is like a joke. Tao Tutu also received the order from Aokiji, and if it was a last resort, he could only do it. Although Aokiji will listen to the orders of the world government, he is a subordinate force after all, but he has his own rules, and if there is any problem, he will explain it to the world government. Now the world government cannot do without him as the admiral of the navy. Aokiji knows this well and has bargaining chips, so he will naturally have more right to speak. At least for a short period of time, the world government will not do anything to him, and take down his position as marshal? Yes, but the world government has to figure it out. Aokiji can also imagine the consequences of casually airborne a marshal. Now in the first half, not only their navy headquarters, but also a neo-navy exists, competing with the navy for business. If the world government dares to make a fuss about the navy, some people will definitely choose to leave the navy and join the neo-navy. There is no need to deny this. When Yunyi separated from Zifa, a large number of navy followed was the best proof. Taking a deep breath, Yachi directly ordered, "Do it, grab the Pio fruit." After the words fell, Yachi's figure flashed, and he rushed directly towards Miss Biejin. "Don't even think about it." Daotu also drank coldly, chasing after her on moon steps. Damn it. Miss Bajin's scalp was numb, she looked at the fluttering fruit in her hand, panicked in her heart, and felt a little overwhelmed. If Pio Guo is destroyed, the navy's attitude is unclear, and some people are uncertain whether they will take action against her. But what is certain is that she will definitely be targeted by the angry Yachi. She has already seen Yachi's strength. The current Babel is not her opponent. If he is restrained by Yachi's speed, he will only be suppressed. Damn it, I'll give this to you. Miss Biejin gritted her teeth. In order to survive, she also chose the most correct way, throwing Pio Guo directly into the air, and then shouted at Babel, "Idiot, hurry up." But Babel hesitated, his beautiful sister. "But what? Didn't you even listen to my words?" Miss Bajin was so angry that her expression twisted. She picked up her crutches and hit Babel. "Leave here first, we will talk about it later. Mom gives you advice, she can't run away from us from the palm of your hand." Saying that, she asked Babel to pick her up and run away. Pio Guo flew into the air, Yachi and Daotu both looked fixed, and moved almost at the same time, shifting their target to Pio fruit. Daotutu was far away, one step behind. Jin Piluo got out of the sheath, and slashed towards Yachi's back with a slash. Huh. Yachi snorted softly, and without caring about snatching the Pio fruit, he turned around and waved his right hand, slashing down with the same strike. With a chi sound, the two attacks shattered at the same time, and the sword energy shot out like raindrops, cutting gaps in the ground and walls. Yachi doesn't care about Daotu, her goal is always Pio Guo. But Daotu will not follow Yachi's wish. Stepping on the moon steps to catch up, Jin Piluo cuts down again, but Yachi's knowledge is not a vegetarian, so he goes up to him. Boom boom boom. The two of you come and go, and they start a fierce competition for the fluttering fruit. Cut. Have the pirates started to act too? Forget it, before the old man comes, I want the pacifists to catch them. Jean Dalmero cut and looked at the pacifist next to him who was exactly like the green bull the author ordered. PX1, PX2, PX3, search the nearby islands for pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys. Buzz buzz. A sound like starting a machine sounded from several pacifists, and then a red light flashed in their eyes, and they began to patrol around. Eustace Kid, a bounty of 315 million Baileys. Kira, the bounty is 162 million Baileys. Oh, is the Kid Pirates on island number 6? Continue to search, the current supernovas should all be in the Chambord Islands, we can't let them escape. Jean Momomaru then ordered. Captain Trafalgar Law, a bounty of 200 million Baileys is offered. Captain Urki, a bounty of 180 million Baileys is offered. Captain Skulachman Arp, the bounty is 198 million Baileys. Captain Capone Becky, the bounty is 138 million Baileys. Jean Dalmero looked in the direction of several islands. Heart Pirates and Flame Tank Pirates are on Island 5, and Monk Pirates and Radio Pirates are on Island 8. Now Island 8 is the place for coding, should want to run, but luck is a bit bad. The location of the old man seems to be landing on Island number 8, right? Send him a message. Huh? No news about Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace? Isn't it on a nearby island? Jean Dalmero judged some information through the words of the pacifist. The members of the Monk Pirates and the Broadcasting Pirates should have completed the coding process. Knowing the actions of the Navy, they want to leave the whole island of Chambord. The Kid Pirates and the Heart Pirates probably haven't finished coding yet, and they didn't choose to act. Jean Doan didn't care about the news of Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace, and shook his head. Let's get rid of these nearby supernovas. With a dozen pacifists at hand, he wasn't too worried about these supernova threats. Even Edward Vabel, who has the highest bounty among the supernovas, is not so easy to defeat a pacifist. PX1, PX2, PX3, go and catch the pirates from Island 5 and Island 6. Jean Dalmero ordered to the 3 pacifists. Following his order, the 2 figures moved in response, heading towards Islands 5 and 6. Island number 8. Huang Yuan's warship docked and was moored in the dock. Standing at the bow of the boat, Huang Yuan raised his hands in front of his eyes, squinted his eyes and looked left and right. He saw Urki and APU, 2 supernovas, with a playful smile on his lips. Oh I didn't expect someone to come to the door just after landing. Is it to deal with me? They are all supernovas with a bounty of more than 100 million, it is really scary. The figure turned into a spot of light and disappeared, and the yellow ape appeared in front of Urki and APU. The corner of his mouth was pulled, showing a wretched smile. Yo, this is not the monster who offered a reward of 180 million Baileys. Is Urgi the monk and Hyming Skulachman APU? Where do you want to go? I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the captains of the 2 pirate groups got together by coincidence, and they just happened to be bumped into by the yellow monkey? Huang, the yellow ape? Didn't you say that there is only one general? Why did the yellow ape appear? After seeing the yellow ape, APU's face suddenly changed. On the Chambord Islands, there were actually 2 generals? Urki's face was also slightly gloomy, and he said solemnly, Admiral Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan smiled, waved his hands and said, that's right, it's the old man. So, are you ready? Both Urki and APU looked solemn, ready to fight. Have you been kicked by the flashing light? Huang Yuan put his hands in his pockets 1 second, but suddenly disappeared into golden light the next second, and appeared directly in front of APU, with golden light blooming under his feet, and kicked him. A pussbelly. With a boom, before APU could react, he was kicked by Huang Yuan, and his whole body was like an arrow flying from the string, knocking down all the buildings behind him. Not good. Urki reacted quickly and wanted to leave the place. You don't run away, are you looking down on the old man? But at this time, a joking voice came from behind, and the yellow ape figure appeared behind Urki at some point, with a golden light shining on his right leg, and a side kick hit Urgi. Urgi's waist and abdomen, like APU, was blown away by the yellow ape and crashed into a distant building? Is that right? Fighting pirates should be like this? Instead of going to the new world to face those monsters. Huang Yuan felt refreshed. This is the correct way to fight pirates. Compared with those monsters in the new world, these supernovas in front of them are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, allowing him to ravage. Ahem. The 2 figures climbed up from different positions, and couldn't help coughing up blood, with fear in their eyes. The speed of the yellow ape was too fast, they didn't even have time to react, they were directly knocked into the air? Is this the strength of a general? APU looked at Urgi, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a serious tone, you are the strange monk Urgi, right? Now there is a yellow ape blocking the front, if we don't defeat him, we can't break out, let's join hands. Urki also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't refuse. He nodded and said, okay, let's cooperate for a short time. Let's repel the yellow ape first. Hey, don't think I didn't hear, pirates. The yellow monkey's playful voice came again, and 2 different lasers shot at them one after another. After all, he is also a pirate who has passed the first half. Even if he has not experienced severe beatings, he is still very strong in terms of strength. Shuang dodged the laser from the yellow monkey, but the laser landed and exploded. The aftermath of the explosion sent the 2 of them flying again, crashing into the building from different directions. There was a smile on the corner of Huang Yuan's mouth that he thought was sunny, and he walked briskly towards the 2 supernovas with his hands in his pockets. You can't kill you with 2 hits, supernovas are really scary. However, Huang Yuan suddenly stopped, looked in another direction, and narrowed his eyes. Huh? Fire Fist Ace. Above the surface of the sea, a specially made boat flew over at an extremely fast speed. The stern of the boat burst into flames, and the huge thrust drove the boat forward at a very fast speed, and soon arrived at the number 8 island. The person standing on the boat was none other than Whitebeard's captain of the second team, Fire Fist Ace. Why is Ace here? Of course it's for Edward Webble of Whitebeard 2. When Whitebeard 2 appeared in the newspaper, the people on Whitebeard's boat were in an uproar, asking about the situation of my father. Did my father really marry a wife and have children? And a son was born? However, Whitebeard shook his head, expressing clearly that although he knew Miss Bajan, it was just an acquaintance, and there was no such thing as love. In the past, the two of them only worked together on Locke's boat, and they were not married, and it was even more impossible for them to give birth to a son. In other words, Whitebeard 2 is using the name of Whitebeard to dominate the sea. It is fake. After knowing this situation, Ace couldn't sit still. He didn't allow anyone to tarnish Whitebeard's reputation. Therefore, regardless of the dissuasion of Whitebeard and others, he resolutely went to the first half, wanting to find Whitebeard too, and let him know that not everyone can bear the name of Whitebeard. After mooring the boat, Ace landed on island number 6. He had already seen the yellow ape without having to look around, and couldn't help but jump in his heart, the yellow ape. The corner of Ace's mouth twitched. Why did this guy, the yellow monkey, appear here? Fire Fist Ace, the captain of Whitebeard's second team, what is your purpose here? Akira faced Ace more seriously than he did with those supernovas. Although he has never fought against Ace, it must not be easy for him to be the captain of the second team on his ship to be spotted by Whitebeard. Ace looked at Huang Yuan, and said lightly, Qiu Yuan, I'm here to find Whitebeard too, and I don't want to fight with your navy. He came here to find Whitebeard too this time, and he didn't want to have a conflict with the navy. But Ace thinks so, but Kizaru doesn't think so. Fire Fist Ace is a must-kill type in their navy's list. They used to have Whitebeard's shelter in the New World, and their navy didn't dare to go deep into the New World. But now that Ace appeared in front of him, he naturally wouldn't let Ace go easily. That's not okay. If you let a criminal like you go, that guy Aokiji will criticize me. Huang Yuan curled his lips, and started directly without talking too much nonsense. The golden light jumped between the fingers, and a laser rushed towards Ace. Fire Fist. Ace's face sank when he saw this. His fist was surrounded by flames, and he punched out, colliding with the laser, causing an explosion to raise dust. Goodbye Kizaru, I don't want to fight you here. Ace grinned. His figure was like a bursting flame, and he rushed in one direction. Again, he doesn't want to fight the navy here, there's no need. Hehe, speed is my advantage, you can't run. Huang Yuan sneered, and also turned into a golden light to chase after him. At the same time, he also contacted Jean Daumaro and asked him to come here and catch Apu and Urki. With the two moves just now, he has severely damaged these two supernovas. 2 more pacifists should be able to arrest them? It's really lingering, Kizaru. Ace's face turned a little ugly when he saw the Kizaru attacking. The speed of the Kizaru was too fast, he couldn't even compare it. Yansheng Gang. With Ace's loud shout, the fire curtain surged under his feet, forming a wall in front of him, blocking the pursuit of the yellow monkey. It's useless. Huang Yuan curled his lips and pointed out that the laser penetrated the fire curtain, and his figure rushed out from the penetration hole and continued to pursue. The two chased and fled, heading towards island number 7. But on the way, Ace found that someone was fighting in front of him, and the movement was not small. The color of knowledge covered the past, and found a familiar aura. As he approached, Ace also saw the figure of the person over there, and surprise flashed across his face. Luffy. The two sides that are fighting not far ahead, one of them is the Straw Hat Pirates. Ace also saw the person who was fighting with Luffy and the others. When he saw that face, his face flashed solemnly, and he frowned slightly. That is, the General Green Bull. No, it's not the Green Bull, is it a rumor? Pacifists in the... Ace has also heard of the pacifist, a new weapon in the navy, and knows that the pacifist looks exactly like the General Green Bull. The breath of that figure is not perceived in the perception of knowledge, and the machine has no breath. After a simple analysis, Ace immediately judged that the one in front of him who looked exactly like the General Green Bull was not the Green Bull himself, but a pacifist? Straw Hat Luffy. Ace saw the battle ahead, and Kizaru naturally saw it too. After seeing Luffy wearing a straw hat, his eyes froze. Has it really appeared? Headache. On Ace's side, seeing his little brother, Ace, who is an older brother, is naturally a little happy. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but seeing them in a hard fight, he raised his eyebrows and punched out from a distance, Fire Fist. The flame roared violently and turned into a huge fist to bombard the past. The time returned to 10 minutes ago. After Luffy and the others defeated Moria, Brook boarded the boat, and they continued their journey, arriving at the Chambord Islands just at this time. As soon as they got ashore, they noticed something was wrong. On the Chambord Islands, the atmosphere seemed to be a little different. Before they could think too much, a fat boy with a huge battle axe showed an inexplicable smile when he saw them, and directly ordered a burly man to attack them. They fought, but the big man on the opposite side was very strong. Even if their 3 main forces made a move, they couldn't end the battle in a short time, and fell into a hard fight. But at this moment, a turbulent flame struck, directly enveloping the big man in front of him. The pale golden flame boiled and burned, melting the hard shell of the pacifist in the blink of an eye, revealing the mechanical structure inside. Suddenly, everyone in the field was shocked and turned their heads to look at the past. When the Navy saw Ace, who was covered in flames, his face changed slightly, and some people even exclaimed, "Whitebeard second team captain Fire Fist Ace." After Luffy saw Ace, a look of surprise flashed across Luffy's face, then he showed a big smile and shouted over there, "Ace, is that you?" The rest of the Straw Hats also looked over. "Ha ha ha, long time no see, Luffy, you've grown up too." Ace landed in front of Luffy and the others, and greeted Luffy. Then he looked at Luffy's partners and said with a smile, "I'm Luffy's sworn brother, Ace, you are Luffy's companions, right? Meeting such a captain should be a headache for you too." As he said that, Ace gave a slight salute to several people. "I am also worried as an older brother, so please take care of him. Then, I'm still being chased by the yellow ape, goodbye." Ace patted Luffy's shoulder, his figure flashed, coming and going in a hurry. At this time, the people in the Straw Hats are still a little confused. What's the situation? Help us get rid of the enemy, say hello and run? Good man, this is it. But after hearing Ace's self-introduction, they also came to their senses. Is this person Luffy's brother? The second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Usopp looked at the back of Ace who was leaving, and asked curiously, is he Luffy's brother? Fire Fist Ace, so strong, he defeated that guy with one blow. Ah, it's actually a robot. Usopp looked at it, but found that the naked body of the big man who fell on the ground turned out to be a robot? Can it be solved with one blow? It is indeed very powerful. Robin said with emotion, and then looked at the pacifist on the ground. This should not be a general, but a new weapon of the Navy, the pacifist. Robin was taken aback when he saw the appearance of the pacifist just now, and thought he was an admiral. Your brother is much more polite than you. Sanji looked in the direction Ace was leaving, and couldn't help curling his lips at Luffy. The strength is much stronger than you. Soran also said. Nami and the others nodded, and defeated the enemy that made Luffy and the others feel troublesome with one punch. The strength is indeed much stronger than Luffy? Luffy left after seeing Ace and said hello, still a little baffled, but after seeing Ace, he was very happy, and even forgot about the battle just now. He covered his straw hat and said with a smile, well, Ace is very strong, but I never defeated him when I was a child. I heard what my grandfather said, and I wanted to compete with him, but it seems that he also ate the devil fruit, and his strength is still stronger than me. Wait, what did your brother say just now? Was he chased by the yellow ape? The yellow ape? Is that the general yellow ape? Frankie had a strange look on his face when he remembered what Ace said just now. Huh? I really wanted to hear it too. Chopper became terrified. Admiral, did he hear it wrong? Robin's face was a little dignified, and he pointed in one direction. That's right. Admiral Huang Yuan appeared. Everyone's expressions became serious and they looked over. Jean Doan saw that the pacifists were destroyed with one blow, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Fire Fist Ace's strength is indeed terrifying, and he is not at the same level as these supernovas at all. However, seeing Huang Yuan coming here, Jean Doan waved at Huang Yuan. Old man, we are here. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched. He wanted to keep chasing Ace as if he couldn't see the Straw Hats. Straw Hat Luffy is a problem. However, when Jean Doan called him to stop him, he had no choice but to stop. In order not to be seen by his subordinates, he said with a smile, it's Jean Doan, why, you're here too. Jean Doan had a black line on his face. Grandpa, haven't I already reported to you? I am leading the pacifists to chase those supernovas. Oh. Huang Yuan waved his hand to show that he knew. Jean Doan continued, Marshal Aokiji has ordered all the supernovas on the island to be arrested. I have sent the other pacifists to island number 7. If I am the only one, I can't take down the Straw Hat boys. Ah, sir. The meaning of Jean Doan is very simple. Compared with the more difficult Fire Fist Ace, there is an equally dangerous Straw Hat Luffy here. You should stay and deal with Straw Hat Luffy first. Got it. Kizuru was a little helpless. Jean Daumaro was right. Fire Fist Ace was much more difficult to deal with than Straw Hat Luffy, and the Straw Hat Kid in front of him was easier to catch. Kizuru turned to look at the Straw Hat. The boy and his group showed a wretched smile on the corner of their mouths. Straw Hat Boy, Carp's grandson, Durag's son, and Fire Fist Ace's brother. Since we met, we can't let you go. Laser. The Admiral is attacking us. Chopper danced in fright, hid behind Robin, and hugged Robin's long legs tightly. So fast. The faces of the three main forces all sank, wanting to take the blow from the yellow ape. But at this moment, a pillar of fire blasted from a distance, collided with the laser beam of the yellow ape, and a roar burst out, rolling and vigorous. Hey, yellow monkey, isn't your target me? Ace soared into the sky. Just now he had a premonition that something was wrong when he sensed that yellow monkey didn't catch up. Turning around quickly, I saw the scene of Huang Yuan attacking Luffy and others, and judging from what Kizuru said, Luffy's life experience has also been known by the Navy? Oh, what a strong murderous intent. Has this provoked your Nilan? Huang Yuan patted his chest, showing a terrified expression. It's absolutely intolerable to shoot my brother. Ace's face was extremely gloomy. It would be fine if the yellow monkey just chased him, at least he wouldn't be too angry. But the yellow monkey actually shot at Luffy. Ace couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. Ace stared at the yellow monkey, and said to Luffy and the others behind him, you guys leave here first, and I will leave the rest to me. This is not good. How can I make you show off? I am very strong now, Ace, don't underestimate me. Luffy stood side by side with Ace with firm eyes, pinched his finger bones, get ready for battle. We won't back down easily. Soran tied up his turban, with 3 knives in hand. Yes, we are also pirates, how can we let other people take shelter? Sanji bit his cigarette and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Although some of the Straw Hats were extremely scared, none of them flinched. Ace looked at Luffy's companions, couldn't help showing a smile, and said to Luffy, Luffy, you have found a good companion? Would you like to join Dad's pirate group together? People are as good people as your companions. No, I'm the man who wants to be the pirate king. Luffy snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with Ace's words. Haha, you are still the same as before. Ace laughed, as if he didn't take what was about to happen to his heart, but looked at the Navy side. I haven't fought with you for a long time, I really miss it. Luffy suddenly said at this time, by the way, Ace, I met Grandpa before, and he told me that Sabo seems to be still alive. Have you met Grandpa? I also know about Sabo, but I don't know what's going on with him now. Ace looked at Luffy in surprise. He already knew the news that Sabo was still alive. Some time ago in the middle of the war, the Revolutionary Army moved very frequently, and there were more or less news about the commanders of the Revolutionary Army. Belo Beatty, commander of the Eastern Army, Mori, commander of the Western Army, Lindbergh, commander of the Southern Army, Crow, commander of the Northern Army, Ivankov, commander of the Great Route, and Yuxiao, commander of the New World Army. These names have been adopted by the world government reward. And Sabo is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, so he is naturally wanted. Ace knew it from here. But he didn't know the current situation of Sabo. Why didn't he go to them when he was still alive? Ace also wants to find out, but the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army are secretive, and even Whitebeard's intelligence network can't find too many clues. Yeah. Luffy nodded. After Judiciary Island, Grandpa came to me and told me a lot of things. Grandpa told me that Sabo is still alive. Is that so? Speaking of Garp, Ace's mood is still very complicated. Some don't know how to face Garp. The conversation between Ace and Luffy was not loud, and Kizaru didn't hear it. If he heard it, he would be shocked. Seeing the two talking to themselves, Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Who is he looking down on? Since we met together, I can only catch you all. 8-foot Kainguyu. Huang Yuan crossed his hands, golden light filled the sky, and countless light bullets rushed out like a barrage of bullets. You all back first. Ace took a step forward, the flames on his body boiled, and he punched forward, and the flames roared out, directly crushing the incoming light bullets. Boom boom boom. There were waves of fighting coming from the islands near island number 7. Several supernovas also fought with the pacifists, and fell into a bitter fight. They are not yet domineering. It is not so easy to break through the solid shell of the pacifists. Vegapunk's technology is not a joke, it can lock the avatar of the bounty pirate and attack. Kid, Luo, Capone Becky, Kira, and other supernovas were all targeted by pacifists, and the two sides fought fiercely. Kid barely avoided a laser from the pacifist, rolled around on the ground, the magnetic fruit was activated, pulled countless iron swords and wallpapers, formed a big hand, and patted the pacifist. With a bang, the ground collapsed to the next area, and the smoke and dust instantly filled the air. On the other side, Kira jumped into the air, swung a special scythe, and slashed at the pacifist with 2 kaka knives, breaking its skin. After one blow, Kira landed next to Kid, gasping for breath, looking at the center solemnly. Kid was also gasping for breath, squinting his eyes and looking towards the center. Seeing the pacifist get up without any fuss, he was also shocked. Hey, is this a pacifist? It really looks like the General Green Bull, but this strength is a bit exaggerated. The pacifist got up again, but he was a little embarrassed, but the action didn't have the slightest impact, and the part cut open by Kira exposed the mechanical structure inside. The pacifist squats down and shoots out again. In another place, Luo and his companions also faced a pacifist. The only person in the Heart Pirates who can fight against the pacifist is Luo, and the others can only help from the sidelines. With only one Luo, it was still a bit reluctant to deal with the pacifists. The Heart Pirates retreated while fighting, and also left the original island and came to the island where Kid was. When Luo saw that Kid's opponent was also a pacifist, his face changed slightly. There was more than one pacifist on the island? Tisk tisk, Trafalgar Law, you are also quite embarrassed. Kid couldn't help but sneered jokingly when he saw Luo. Kid is in charge, and you are not the same. Luo also sneered, but after a pause, he said, Kid is in charge, let's join forces first, but there is still a general over there now. If we wait until the general solves the problem, it's not that easy for us to leave the Chambord Islands. Who are you underestimating? Kid snorted coldly. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. The pacifists defeated by the second generation made him a little jealous. How strong is Whitebeard too? Head of Kid, there is no time for you to think about it now, let's deal with these pacifists together. Seeing the pacifist chasing him attacking again, Luo quickly used his ability to circle a range and hit a piece of gravel switched places to dodge the attack. Okay. Kid didn't hesitate anymore, activated his ability, pulled the weapon into a big hand, and took another shot. Boom boom boom, the battle between the two sides started again. On the other hand, Miss Bajin and Vabel, who escaped from island number 7 with fluttering fruit, also encountered a pacifist. Whitebeard 2, Edward Vabel, offer a bounty of 350 million Baileys, kill him on the spot. A red light flashed in the eyes of the pacifist, and his eyes locked on Vabel. The laser shot out towards Vabel. After seeing the pacifist, Miss Bajin couldn't help but his face darkened. Why is this kind of guy again? Vabel, smash it. Yes, Mom. Vabel didn't hesitate. He raised his naginata in his hand to block the laser attack, and without slowing down, he slashed at the pacifist. With just one blow, the domineering slash cut off the pacifist's arm. Vabel already knew that the guy in front of him was not the General Green Bull, but just a machine creation. After knowing the weakness, it was easier to solve it than last time. Yeah, Vabel shouted excitedly when he saw that the blow worked. The last time he suffered from not knowing the details of the enemy. He was pierced through the chest by a laser at the beginning, which caused his combat power to decline, and it took a lot of effort to defeat a pacifist later on. Let's go. Go grab someone else's coated boat first, we're leaving here. Miss Bajin saw that the pacifists were destroyed, and hurriedly urged Vabel to leave. This place is too dangerous. However, at this moment, another figure appeared, looking at the pacifist whose arm was cut off, without showing much expression on his face, and his tone was as indifferent as a robot. Seeing my own arm being cut off is really a little bit weird feeling. Come on, General Green Bull. Also PX0 for pacifists? The green cow did not receive the order of the green pheasant, and he came here purely on his own will. After the death of the red dog, the green bull was a little dissatisfied with the superior position of the green pheasant, because the philosophy of the green pheasant was somewhat different from his, and entanglements would inevitably arise. But he was also very knowledgeable, and he didn't show it. As for why the green bull came here, it was naturally for the Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace. Green Bull is not like the original book. After being transformed by Vegapunk, he will completely lose his sense of autonomy. Instead, he has strengthened some of his ideas, and his personality has also undergone some changes. After Akainu's death, he was the one who implemented the concept of absolute justice in the Navy headquarters. He wanted to inherit Akainu's belief and arrest anyone who threatened the Navy. That's why he came here. Huh? There's another pacifist. Miss Bajin looked at the green bull, thinking it was another pacifist, frowned, and said directly to Vabel, let's get rid of him too. Good mother. Vabel obeyed his mother's order. He no longer cared about the pacifists, and at the same time became a little annoyed. How many are there? It's annoying enough to keep coming to trouble him? Go to hell with me. Vabel stepped forward and charged towards the green bull. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. He swung the naginata in his hand and slashed towards the green bull. Huh? Pirates, you should all be damned. The green cow snorted indifferently. Under his feet, green vines twisted like giant pythons, and entangled together, forming a huge and incomparable palm. Bull caught? What? Vabel was shocked, and quickly shifted his attack, slashing the naginata towards the big hand. With a bang, the two attacked and collided. Vabel was directly knocked out. Facing the general, Vabel's strange power can still compete for a short time. Miss Bajin, who was standing on Vabel's shoulder, saw this, but his face changed drastically. This is not a pacifist, but a real General Green Bull? Vabel, run. Humph, a mere supernova. How dare you destroy the pacifists one after another? Whitebeard 2, you deserve to die. The green bull looked indifferently, raised his hand again, and the fruit ability changed the surroundings. The thick trees and the rolling vines twisted and danced get up, and spread towards Vabel. Fighting was happening everywhere on the island, and the roar made the residents on the island tremble with fear. They also knew what happened on the island. The Navy attacked the pirates on the island? They are just ordinary civilians, and they don't know what they know, but they know that something extraordinary has happened on the island? The Navy seldom took such actions in the Chambord Islands, and almost put the entire Chambord Islands under martial law. Island number 7 is where the fighting is most intense. The movement that came was also the loudest, and every roar was heard by people on islands that were far away. Yachi and Tautu are still fighting for Pioguo. Yachi's strength at this time is not to say that he can surpass the general, but it is still possible to compete for a short time. Tautu only barely has the strength of a general, and is at the bottom of the current generals, but it doesn't mean she is not strong. Now the fluttering fruit has been snatched by Dautu, and for the fluttering fruit, Yachi is desperately attacking Dautu. The two sides are fighting extremely fiercely, and Yachi's personnel deployed on island number 7 also started a war with the Navy soldiers. Alan was also fighting a pacifist. Aaron's strength can still deal with pacifists. After all, he has mastered two-color domineering, and the attacks of pacifists will not pose too much threat to him. There is still a big difference between having domineering and not being domineering. Alan still has the upper hand. At this time, on the 13th island, in the ripping off bar, Yunya was sitting opposite Layli, while Xiaoqi was standing beside him wiping a glass. Layli drank the wine and looked at Yunya speechlessly. Why are you here again? You want to harm the old man again? Yunya smiled. Senior Layli, you are also Roger's deputy captain after all, don't be so timid. When did I cheat you? After bringing Bai Xing back to Fishman Island, Yunya also knew the news from Yachi, so he also headed to the Chambord Islands, even arriving earlier than Yachi. Layli glanced at Yunya sideways, and said with curled lips, it's been 2 times, the old man is now a good man, and I don't want to be wanted by the Navy again. Every time this kid comes to the Chambord Islands, he has to come to him, it's really annoying. And every time there will be a big commotion. Yunya laughed, drank the wine in the glass, and waved to Layli. That's all right. I won't bother you guys anymore. The island seems to be lively. I'll go and have a look. Can't let my people are being bullied by the navy. With that said, Yunya got up and walked towards the door. Layli and Xiaoqi were relatively silent. They had a premonition that there would be another big commotion in the Shambord Islands. Quincy, this guy is a troublemaker. Yunya walked out of the door, and the color of knowledge radiated out, covering the entire Shambord Islands, carefully perceiving the situation on the island. The knowledgeable people on the island all sensed that they were being watched at this time, and couldn't help frowning. Who is so arrogant? But in the middle of the battle, they didn't pay much attention to it. Withdrawing his radiant sense of knowledge, Yunya chuckled. The island is really lively. 3 generals? Could it be that they knew I was here in advance? This time I came here in disguise. The Quincy is a righteous skeleton, and it can be disguised. The last time it was Yeren pretending to be disguised. He couldn't be disguised, so he could only wear a mask. It will be discovered by the navy later. But this time, before he arrived at the rip-off bar, he used another face, so it was impossible for him to be discovered. But forget it, if you know it, you will know. Island number 7? It's better to go there, and you can't let your subordinates be bullied by the navy. Yunya looked at island number 7, and he sensed Yachi's strength. The breath is on island number 7, which is where the Black Rose Killer organization used to be. Yunyi's figure flashed and disappeared in place. With Yunyi's speed, it didn't take long before he arrived at island number 7. The extreme speed caused the air to vibrate and roar, and when Yunyi stopped, a gust of wind swept across the audience, stirring up smoke and dust, attracting everyone's attention. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a slender figure stood in place, obviously not very tall, but it gave people a feeling of the center of the world. Everyone saw Yunya in the arena, and after seeing this face clearly, the expressions on Haijun's face changed, and some even showed expressions of extreme horror. The exterminator. Damn it, what's going on? Even the Quincy is here. The navy in the field became chaotic, their movements were uniform, as if they had been rehearsed. They quickly retreated, and looked at Yunya in the field vigilantly. After seeing Yunya, Tao Tu's expression darkened, and after a confrontation with Yachi, she didn't strike again, but chose to retreat. She was also very vigilant, but she felt bad in her heart that Quincy actually personally coming. On the other side, Yachi's people showed completely different expressions. The navy was terrified, but they were excited. It is the greatest confidence for the Quincyus to stand there. No one can ignore his existence. A look of surprise flashed across Yachi's face, and when he came to Yunya, he said respectfully, "I'm sorry, my lord, I didn't get the piao fruit. It's not your fault that you met the admiral of the navy. You are already amazing to be able to compete against the admiral." Yunya said lightly, looking at Daotu. "General Daotu, that thing is very important to me. If you can give it to me, please give it to me, Quincyr, I didn't expect you to come too." Daotu's face was extremely serious. Facing Quincyr, she dared not be careless. "Not at all. Are you surprised?" Yunya said lightly, "I have been looking for the piao fruit for a while, so you should know that I am bound to get the piao fruit. Prepare for the price." Yunya's words were very domineering, and he didn't even pay attention to General Taotu. What he was talking about was the entire navy. If the navy doesn't know how to play, he won't keep his hand. Now he, apart from being a little jealous of can already walk sideways in this world. Momoto narrowed her eyes, a little angry at Quincy's words, but she also knew that she couldn't stop Quincy alone, and she had already asked her subordinates to notify the Navy headquarters the moment Quincy appeared. Up. Island number 6. Ace was fighting against Ace, but while he was on the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang, and Ace was forced back with one blow. Ace did not choose to attack again, but stopped and took out his phone insect. "What's the matter? Don't you see that I'm busy?" Huang Yuan muttered, picked up the phone bug, and the more Huang Yuan listened, the more ugly his face became. "What's the matter with Nima? The boss of Wangsu Palace is also here? Are you kidding me?" Glancing at Ace and the Straw Hats, Kizura narrowed his eyes, knowing that the situation is serious now, and he can't control these guys anymore. Compared with Quincy, these two people are not high enough. Quincy is the most important thing. He said to Jean Doan, "Leave them alone, call the other pacifists back and go to Island No. 7. Jean Doan also stopped, looked at Huang Yuan wonderingly. "Old man, what happened? Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace haven't caught them yet. If you leave now, won't you be caught by them? Escape. A more difficult opponent than them has come. This side can't take care of it anymore. The pacifists can't deal with Fire Fist Ace, and it's useless to stay here. Let them go to Island No. 7. "No nonsense," just said briefly. His figure turned into golden light, disappeared in place, and headed towards Island number 7. He didn't dare to stay here for too long. Daotu alone couldn't deal with Quincy. If you want to deal with the Quincy division, a single general can't pose a threat to it at all, and it's difficult for both of them. When he and Xiao fought against the Quincy back then, they were completely defeated. Tao Tutu was no match for Xiao in terms of hard power. Late makes changes, and the yellow ape must rush over as soon as possible. A difficult opponent. Jean Doan muttered. Glancing at the pacifist who was destroyed by Ace over there, Gendarmerie frowned. The cost of that thing is not low, but looking at Ace, Luffy and others who are still waiting in full force, after thinking about it, he decided to the pacifist was about to be taken back, but when he rolled his eyes, he suddenly saw an old man who was looking at this side from a high ground, and his face froze. Let a pacifist scan over there, and the pacifist tell him who it is? Roger's co-captain, Hades, Silbaz Raleigh? The corners of Jean Doan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, Rayleigh the Hades? Why is this guy here? Do you know Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Boy? Seeing Lila looking at this side, Jean Doan's heart trembled, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What's going on today? Why are all the big figures showing up? Did the old man discover something? Probably. The yellow apes have all run away, there is no need to stay here by myself. Jean Doan finally looked at Luffy, Ace and others, and said coldly, I will let you go this time, and I will see you catch it next time. Let's go. Saying that, Gendarmerie took out a phone bug-like thing from his waist, and pressed a button on it. This is the phone signal bug that calls pacifists over. Judging from the expression of the old man Huang Yuan and Jean Momomaru, it can be inferred that the enemy is probably very powerful, and even he has to be careful. Who is it? Could it be Hades Raleigh? That's not right. Isn't Rayleigh here? What did the old man know? Jean Doan muttered in his heart, but he didn't hesitate too much, and rushed to island number 7 after Huang Yuan. Being stared at by Rayleigh, he panicked. If they attacked, these pacifists would not be able to save his life. Seeing the Navy leaving in a hurry, Luffy, Ace and the others looked confused. What's going on? Why don't you stop hitting after hitting? Robin was thoughtful, and vaguely guessed something. She said, it should be that something important happened on the island, which made the Navy unable to take care of us. Sanji smoked a cigarette, frowned, and said, the Chambord Islands are indeed a bit strange today. We were attacked by the Navy not long after we landed. It seems that the entire island is under martial law. And listen, it seems that fighting is happening everywhere on the island. Sanji looked around, and heard the movements from the nearby islands with his sensitive hearing. Ever since they landed on the island, the roar on the island has not stopped. Soran tore off the turban, sheathed his knives 3 times, and looked around as well. He had also noticed it just now, but he didn't speak. Nami looked at Luffy and asked, Luffy, what should we do now? If we don't code it, we won't be able to leave for Murloc Island at all. In terms of coding, I do know that there is a very powerful person on the island, you can go find him. Ace said suddenly at this moment. Everyone looked at Ace in unison. Nami asked, is it someone you know, Ace? Where is it now? It should be counted as acquaintance. Ace scratched his head, just about to tell where Rayleigh was, but in his knowledgeable perception, he found that Rayleigh's breath was approaching. He suddenly turned his head to look, and said in surprise, Rayleigh. With a wine jug in his hand and flip-flops on his feet, Rayleigh walked towards Ace with a big man's pace, and looked at Ace with a smile. Long time no see, Ace. Then he looked at Luffy and the others, his eyes locked on Luffy. I've always wanted to meet you too, Monkey D. Luffy. Ace was a little surprised, and looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, do you know Luffy? No, it should be counted. Rayleigh laughed and looked at Luffy. This straw hat is very suitable for you, Straw Hat Boy. Does Uncle know me? Why don't I have any impression? Luffy tilted his head and looked at Rayleigh, thinking desperately, but he couldn't think of when he met such a person. Raleigh smiled. I found out about your situation from Shanks. He said he gave the straw hat to someone. Oh. Luffy hammered his palm, and he said he understood, so the uncle is someone Shanks knows. Then, everyone, please leave with me first. A big battle is likely to break out here, so it's not a place to talk. Raleigh looked at the few people and said with a smile. I won't go to Raleigh, I still have something to deal with. Ace shook his head and said. Then you have to be careful. Now there are 3 admirals on the Chambord Islands, and there is a more powerful person. The 2 sides are likely to fight. Rayleigh's glasses flashed, looking at island number 7 couldn't help chuckling. Every time a Quincy appears, it will make things worse. Wherever the Quincy appears, there is no chaos. The title of combat lunatic is not a joke. A powerful person? Does it take 3 generals to fight together? Usopp was a little curious. The rest of the people were also extremely shocked. Although they had never fought against the admiral, they knew the admiral's strength from hearsay. But now I heard that in order to deal with one person, the Navy dispatched 3 generals to fight against it. This has refreshed their 3 views? Well, if it's just a general, it can't pose a threat to him. You should have heard of that person, one of the 4 emperors and 1 king, the master of Wangsu Palace, the Quincy Master. Rayleigh laughed, said, looking at Ace. Hearing the name, Ace froze for a moment. My uncle is here too? What happened? He seems to come here rarely in the first half. It's for the Pio fruit of the Golden Lion. He has been offering a bounty for a long time in the underground world. It should be very important to him. Now that the Pio fruit appears, he also came here personally. Rayleigh explained. Oh, I've heard about this too. I remember that it should be the first half of his 10 blades coming, right? I didn't expect him to start too. Ace suddenly realized. Hey, Ace, do you have an uncle? At this moment, Luffy suddenly looked at Ace curiously. He didn't remember that Ace had other relatives besides them. Ace nodded and said with a smile, well, it's my mother's younger brother. I only found out after I went to sea. After listening to the conversation between the 3, the faces of the Straw Hats became extremely strange. Wait. Nami suddenly said, Ace, you are the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard of the 4 Emperors, your grandfather is Lieutenant General Garp, and uncle is the Quincy Master. Nami looked at the two brothers. Why did she feel that the background of the two brothers was as good as the sky, did they? Nami knows that Luffy and Ace are just sworn brothers, and Luffy's father is Durag, so what about Ace? She was a little curious, but she didn't ask. Yes. Ace scratched his head, looked at the shocked crowd, not knowing what was so great about it. Except for Rayleigh, Luffy, and Ace, everyone else is silent. You two brothers, your background is so fucking awesome? They have already roughly known the structure of the new world through Garp's mouth. To be honest, with such a background, isn't the new world just letting Luffy and Ace walk sideways? Is Luffy still Garp's grandson? This is really... Rayleigh also laughed dryly. After a few people's conversations, he simply deduced that Luffy is Garp's grandson. Usopp glanced at Lilac, and couldn't help but said, Uncle, you are not a big shot, are you? Rayleigh laughed and said, I'm already a retired old guy, and I don't have much fame. Rayleigh, this name should be Roger's vice-captain, Pluto Silvaz Rayleigh. Robin suddenly spoke slowly, revealing Rayleigh's identity. Just now, she felt that the name Rayleigh was a bit familiar, but she didn't think about it at first, but following the conversation, Robin saw that Rayleigh's tone of mentioning the general, Quincy and others was not respectful, or fear, but very flat. According to any inference, Robin couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth. Well, this unattractive-looking guy is also a big shot. Gudu. Nami, Chopper, Usopp, Frankie and others all swallowed their saliva, and then looked at Rayleigh in shock. Ming, Pluto Rayleigh. Zoro Sanji was silent again. Well, they were no longer surprised. Roger, sounds familiar. Brook muttered to the side. He was an old pirate, and he went to sea earlier than Roger. Unfortunately, he died too early, and he was floating in the Devil's Sea all year round. I don't know what great things Roger has done, but I just know that I have heard of such a junior. Rayleigh looked at Luffy and the others. You guys are here for coding, right? Let's leave here first. If the Navy targets me, I'll be in a bit of trouble. Nami said, well, we just came here, and we still don't know the situation. Now that the entire island is under martial law, it's a bit blatant to stay here. What to do with this thing? Sanji looked at the pacifist who had been defeated by Ace's punch before. The Navy went in a hurry and did not take it back. I don't know if I forgot, or what. Take it away together. I'm very interested in this kind of humanoid weapon. Frankie has already walked over to Tap and Tap. He is also a modified human and is very interested in robots. If he studies thoroughly, he may be able to strengthen him. Strength. Robots. After there was no danger, Chopper and Luffy Usopp returned to their original nature, looking at the pacifist with bright eyes. This kind of thing is simply a man's dream. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and said, then let's take it away together. You came to Chambord for coding, right? I happen to be a coding craftsman too. If you want coding, I can help you too. Really? Nami's eyes lit up. Riley nodded and chuckled. Ace looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, you just follow Uncle Rayleigh. I still have some things to deal with. The next time we meet, we will be in the new world. Next time we meet, I will definitely become stronger than now. I will definitely be able to defeat you. Luffy showed a big smile. Okay, I look forward to seeing you next time. Ace laughed, then looked at the Straw Hats and saluted. I'll ask you to take care of my stupid brother. As he spoke, he nodded towards a few people, and his figure disappeared in a flash. He still wanted to find Whitebeard too. Here, Green Bull is holding the half-dead Vabel and Miss Badgeon. There is no doubt that although Vabel has great strength, he was still defeated in the face of the general and was caught by the Green Bull. The reason Vabel was not killed was that the world government wanted Vegapunk to improve pacifism by need to use the strong as a human experiment. Only one green cow is not enough. Therefore, this naval operation also has the purpose of capturing these supernovae and using them as experiments for pacifists. There is also a reason why the Green Bull came here. After being transformed, although Green Bull's self-awareness has not been lifted, he is completely loyal to the world government and the Navy. If Aokiji's orders conflict with those of the world government, he will lean towards the world government without hesitation. It can be regarded as a follower left behind by the world government. After experiencing the Nightblade incident, the world government wanted to strengthen its control over the Navy. As the experimental subject of the pacifist, Green Bull is also an admiral of the Navy. This candidate is just right. And this kind of transformation is invisible, even the Green Bull himself is not aware of it. In his heart, the order to the world government is above everything else. At this time, the phone bug in his arms rang, and the green cow picked up the phone bug, but didn't speak. He nodded and said when the other party finished reporting, and then looked at Island No. It happened to be dealt with together. As he spoke, he moved towards Island number 7. On the 7th island. Not long after Yunyi confronted Daotu, Yunyi chose to fight. Hand it over, Daotu, if you rely on you alone, you won't be my opponent. The instant coaxing was activated, and the thunder behind the back outlined Taigaguyo, causing Yunyi's speed to soar, and he came directly to Daotu's body, one at a time punch out. Daotu didn't speak, and concentrated on responding to Yunyi's attack. The knowledgeable color caught Yunyi's movements, and his figure flashed to avoid it. But at this moment, with a buzz sound, a vast domineering look overwhelmed his head. With the improvement of Yunya's strength, Yunya's domineering look has become more and more terrifying. Even when an ordinary lieutenant general faces his domineering look, his actions will be greatly restricted. Under the sudden explosion, even Momoto was in a trance for a moment. Not good. But Daotu is a general after all, and when he came back to his senses in a blink of an eye, he saw Yunya approaching, and he felt very bad, with the golden Viro in his hand across his chest, trying to block Yunya as much as possible hit. Yunya's goal was not Daotu herself, but the fluttering fruit in her hand. When the attack changed, the thunder and lightning condensed in the palm and shot out, spreading along Junpiro's blade and invading Daotu's body. The violent electric shock made Daotu's body stiff for a moment, the muscles in his hands were uncontrollable, and the Piao fruit fell down and was taken by Yunya. Damn it. A master of physique like Daotu has a high level of control over his body, and he can get rid of that paralysis almost instantly, and he will hit it with one blow. Jinpiluo cut out from bottom to top, trying to cut Yunya in half. Yunya chuckled. His right hand was covered with armed-colored domineering, and he firmly held the blade of Jinpira, and his left fist touched the plasma, and the punch covered with domineering-colored blasted out, directly knocking Daotu out. Spit out a mouthful of blood, Tao Tutu gritted his teeth and barely turned his body around, using moon steps to relieve the force, flew upside down for hundreds of meters, and landed steadily. Daotu stared at Yunyi. Her face was extremely solemn. This was her first time fighting against Quincy, and as the data showed, there was only one general who was no match for Quincy at all. Yunya borrowed the Piao fruit and handed it to Yachi, still looking at Daotu calmly. Then, are you still fighting? General Daotu. Daotu didn't speak. The appearance of Quincy was beyond her expectation, and now Daotu didn't know whether to do it or not. The world government has clearly stated that they should not provoke Quincy rashly, but she is a little unwilling to watch Quincy leave like this. Just let the criminals leave like this. Will their navy still hang around at sea? Hey, you are such a dangerous guy, don't rush to the first half. At this time, a laser rushed from one direction and shot directly at Yunya, as if it wanted to penetrate Yunya. It's the yellow ape. Yunya showed no surprise when he saw the yellow ape arrived. His knowledge had already sensed that the three current generals were all there on the Shamboard Islands. Stretch out your hand a little, cast it in the air, and block the laser. With a bang, the laser exploded, and the aftermath of the terrifying explosion shattered the ground, but it couldn't break through Yunyi's void at all. Huang Yuan came from the air, landed beside Daotu, squinted his eyes and looked at Yunya. When did you arrive at the Shamboard Islands? Their navy has not received any news about the Quench division going to the first half. The only person in the palace of Wangsu who took action was the 10-bladed Black Rose Yaki. How did this guy hide from the surveillance on the island? They have no defense at all. Peach Rabbit, Yellow Ape, Green Bull, are the three generals here. Yunya chuckled, then looked to the other side. Over there, a burly man with an expressionless face came over. As he walked, the surroundings seemed to change. Countless trees rose from the ground, countless vines danced like tentacles, countless flowers bloomed one after another, and the fresh air enveloped the place. The entire number 7 island. Your navy has also been prepared for a long time. You actually deployed 3 generals in the Shamboard Islands. Do you want to keep me? Yunya showed a smirk on his face, and his tone became joking. Quincy, I will kill you here today, and wipe out a threat. The green bull came, and the trees behind him twisted like a python, spreading towards Yunya, trying to hang him directly. Big Tone, is this an extraordinary general? Green Bull, I hope your strength is as great as your tone. Yunya sneered. With 5 fingers spread out, the power of Lei Yan condensed into a pillar and blasted out, directly attacking trees and vines were destroyed. Yurin had seen the Green Bull before, but it was the first time for Quincy to see the Green Bull, so he had to pretend not to know it properly. Boom! The thunder flames exploded, and a terrifying roar erupted. The trees were directly shattered, turning into fragments and blasting everywhere. Sure enough, it's hard to deal with. No wonder the world government is so afraid of you. Now you should have surpassed Whitebeard in strength, right? Green Bull's tone was as indifferent as a machine. After being transformed, he no longer showed other emotions. This is even more thorough than the transformation of the Vinsmoke family. All emotions have been erased, and orders to be loyal to the world government have been implanted. Although Whitebeard is still the strongest man on the surface, secretly, someone has put Yurin and Quincy above Whitebeard. If it was Whitebeard at his peak, he might have such dominance that he could compete with Nightblade and Quincy. But now Whitebeard is a bit old, and he rarely does anything. There are already many people in the world who think that Whitebeard is not as good as Yurin and Quincy. Yurin directly killed Admiral Akainu in the Navy headquarters. Although the battle process is not known, but just think about the difficulty. And the Quincy is similar, needless to say about the record, gathering the entire Dark World, killing Big Mom, the record is endless. The world government launched an attack on Moon Knight Island before, but was blocked by the Quincy division. Even Moon Knight Island even offered rewards to the world government and the high-level navy in turn, but the world government did not make any other moves. It seems that the world government is afraid of something. Some people suspect that what the world government is afraid of is Poseidon, the king of the sea, who is in the hands of the Quincy. But what is certain is that no one dares to underestimate the strength of the Quincy master. It's really hard to say who is the strongest in the world now. Some people still think Whitebeard is the strongest, and some people think it's Yeblade and Quincy. Of course, these are just speculations, unless they break out with each other, otherwise this is just a false proposition. Who knows? Yunya smiled indifferently, looked at the three generals, and said with a sneer, then, the three generals gathered together, are they planning to keep me here? The palace declares war. Yunya exuded a domineering aura, faintly suppressing the three generals. Faced with this question, none of the three generals responded. Declare war with Wangsu Palace? This is no joke. They can't make up their minds yet. The current navy is absolutely capable of destroying a force of the four emperors, but whether it is worth it is still a question. You must know that Wangsu Palace is in the New World. If their navy wants to take action against Wangsu Palace, they need to gather all their troops and break into the New World. If the navy does not go all out, it is impossible to destroy Wangsu Palace. The geographical location is simply not suitable for the navy to launch a general offensive. Declaring war is just a joke. At most, it will be a joke and a small-scale conflict will break out. The two sides are separated by the Red Earth continent, so it is too troublesome to fight. Just mobilizing the navy's troops is enough for them to eat a pot. The New World is not so easy to break through. There are 4 emperors and 1 king watching. And there is still the world government suppressing it, and I don't know why the world government is so afraid of the Quincy, and even gave orders not to provoke the Quincy. The reason why the original book was able to destroy the Whitebeard pirates was because they took the initiative and set the battle location at the Navy headquarters. If the battle location is in the New World and both sides are in the same position, then it is really hard to say what the ending will be. That's a lot of nonsense. As long as you, the controller, are killed here, your royal palace will be destroyed without our hands. The green cow snorted coldly, opened his 5 fingers, turned into tree roots, and stretched out suddenly, stabbing towards Yunyi. Although the body has been transformed, the ability of the devil fruit still exists, and the ability will not be disabled due to the transformation. After all, ability resides on the soul. Oh, why did General Green Bull do it? Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Green Bull. He could see some changes in the character of Green Bull after it was transformed. He became even more decisive in killing, making him seem to see another red dog. We can only do it? Although the world government has said not to attack Quincy rashly, but if we let Quincy leave at this time, our navy will be laughed at. Jinjin Piluo looked at Yunya. The navy has been hit one after another during this time, Yuren Zifa laughed, and the navy headquarters has been hit hard. If the world knows that they dare not attack Quincy again, then the navy will lose all face. The prestige of the navy has also completely fallen to the bottom. Slashing with a sword, the majestic slash swept across, cutting along the ground, and slashed back towards Yunyi. That's the only way. Huang Yuan didn't want to fight against Quincy, but the other 2 generals did. He is also not good at fishing. Move the golden light between your fingers, and a laser beam shoots out. The 3 generals shot at the same time, and the momentum was extremely shocking. My lord, let me help you block one person. Yachi stepped forward. But it was interrupted by Yunya waving his hand. No need, I will solve it myself. Yachi nodded and retreated. She firmly believed in the strength of her lord. Even if there were 3 generals, they would not pose a threat to him. Yunyi faced the attack of the 3 generals, and the overlord's face enveloped the 3 people in front with a boom. Facing this overlord's face, Tao Tu and Huang Yuan were both very calm. This kind of overlord's face. The green bull was wiped out because of his emotions, but nothing could be seen on his face. Yunyi looked at the 3 generals and sneered. Actually, I really want to know, was Yuren once stopped by you when he killed the red dog? Did he overwhelm all the high-level navy and kill the red dog alone? I'm curious, can you tell me? Yuren, his strength. Yunya laughed, and thunder surged behind him. The Taigaguyo seemed to contain the ruthless power of thunder, and thick lightning bolts shot out, bombarding the ground, buildings, and the mangrove trees in the distance, leaving a hole in them. The 99 of breaking the way. The 5 dragons will be destroyed. Following Yunya's voice, there was a boom, and the 5 thunder dragons rose against the wind, majestic, and a terrifying aura erupted from Yunya. The 5 dragons stretched their teeth and danced their claws, each of which was comparable to an archivine mangrove tree. When it turned slightly, its breath oscillated, causing all the bubbles in the entire shampoo field to start to burst. The pressure of the 5 dragons seemed to cover the entire Shamboard Islands. Countless people looked up and saw this terrifying scene. This kind of momentum. Kid looked over there, his eyes became extraordinarily dignified. Hihi, it's really curious, what happened over there? Luo also looked up at island number 7 with a solemn tone. They teamed up to defeat a pacifist. Before they could catch their breath, they saw the movement from over there. The person who can unleash such an attack is definitely not a small person, but it makes me curious. No, I have to go and have a look. Kid's eyes flashed with heat. He wants to see someone who can emit such an aura. One time? Hihi, then let's go and have a look. Luo hugged the ghost and cried, also heading towards the 7th island. Huh. Ace paused, looked up, and thought to himself, is this his strength? So strong? Luffy and his group followed Rayleigh to island 13, but they all stopped and looked at island 7 as they walked. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and said, sure enough, there was still a fight. Is it the battle between the Quincy and the Admiral? Nami also saw the 5 Brontosaurus baring their teeth and claws. Even at such a distance, they seemed to be stared at by something, and their hair stood on end. Rayleigh said, with his strength, it is estimated that he can fight against 3 generals alone. So powerful. Sanji's face flashed with surprise. Soran was also silent. He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, faced with such a scene, how can I not watch it? I want to know the gap between myself and them. Lu Fei also pondered for a moment, and he said to the rest of his partners, you and Uncle Rayleigh go there first, I want to go and see too. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and said, how can I be missing in such a scene? Rayleigh looked at the three of them and smiled slightly, such a scene is indeed rare, so it's good to go and see it. Go and see, the battle of the top powerhouses in the sea. The three nodded and headed towards island number 7. Before the attack of the three generals came, Yunya's 5 dragons had been turned and destroyed, and the momentum overwhelmed the entire Shampoo land. Go! Yunya grinned sneeringly, pointed to the front, and 5 thunder dragons roared out, majestic, like a world-destroying dragon. With a boom, the attack of the 3 generals collided with the thunder dragon, and they were directly crushed and smashed almost without the slightest resistance. The thunder dragon's momentum continued unabated, and it suddenly attacked. Hey, this is not a joke? Let's be serious. Bakakain Guyu. Huang Yuan has seen this move before, and knows the horror of this move. His face turned solemn, his hands crossed, and endless light bullets spread come out, collide with Brontosaurus one after another. Tianyuks in swordsmanship, draw the sword and slash. Daota's eyes jumped wildly. She also sensed the danger coming. The sword body and the scabbard rubbed to accumulate strength, and then exploded violently. A golden slash about a kilometer long pierced through, as if it could cut through everything in front of it. Everything. The green bull pressed the ground with both hands, and his fingers turned into vines and plunged into the ground. The ability was activated, and it seemed like a terrifying beast appeared in the ground. The ground churned, trees rose from the ground, and the vines twisted and rolled like a wave. Generally rush forward? Boom boom boom. Several people attacked and collided with each other, and the violent vigor shook all directions, and a wave of terrifying shocks was transmitted, almost shaking the entire island. The ground broke, and the huge mangrove tree was crumbling, as if it was about to fall. The shock wave rolls the sea water, forming a wave and rushing out. In the field, a doomsday scene. Boom. In the end, there was another roaring explosion. Not only island number 7, but almost the entire island trembled. Even the mangrove trees on number 7 and nearby islands were broken from the middle by the impact, and the tall trees fell down, causing a roar. A mushroom cloud is slowly rising, its size has surpassed the mangrove tree. As long as you look up, you can see the scene here. Island number 7 also broke into several pieces at this moment. Fortunately, the Shamboard Islands are special and did not sink into the sea. The 3 generals were all carried by the impact and flew upside down. Blood spurted out of their mouths, crashed into the ground, and knocked out 3 deep pits in the ground. Fortunately, the 3 of them are strong and barely withstand the impact. On Yunya's side, the aftermath of the collision between the 2 sides was blocked by the gap, and he stood still without moving. The shock wave didn't even reach him, and the ground under his feet was intact as before. Long before the Admiral made his move, the navy of Island number 7 had retreated wisely, but it was still slightly affected, and they were also driven away by the impact. At this time, they looked at the mess in the field, and they all looked shocked endless. What was shocking was not this kind of scene, but the joint attack of the 3 generals, which was broken by one person, and it seemed to be at a disadvantage. This is the Admiral of the Navy? The people on Yechi's side looked at him with reverence, even Yechi did the same. This is their lord, the master of Wangsu Palace? TCH. How does it feel that Quincy is stronger than last time? Huang Yuan got up from the ground with a disheveled face, looked towards Yunya, narrowed his eyes, and his heart was extremely solemn. He found that the strength of the Quincy was much stronger than when he was in Gulan Tizero last time. Is this the strength of the Quincy master? Momoto held Jinpiro tightly, with an unprecedented solemnity on his face. The Quincy master. The green cow didn't show any emotions after being transformed, but just stared at Yunya firmly. Yunya swiped his right hand to disperse the smoke and dust around him, and he rushed towards the 3 of them, and said lightly, Admiral, that's all. Saying that, Yunya flashed to the front of the green cow, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He punched down with various forces. A red light flashed in the eyes of the green cow, which was the expression of the extreme arousal of knowledge and knowledge. Seeing the attack coming, the trees under the green cow's feet surged into fists, and punched Yunyi head-on. Without the slightest surprise, the condensed fist of the green bull tree shattered, and Yunya's offensive continued unabated. He came to him in a flash, and blasted the green bull away with one punch. The green bull flew out like a cannonball, and hit the central mangrove that had been broken in two. With a boom, the huge mangrove was pierced through the middle, and a big hole was smashed out of the hard mangrove, and the body of the green bull was firmly stuck in it. Tian Kanjayun's sword. Seeing this, Huang Yuan's face darkened, his figure turned into a golden light and reappeared, and he had already reached the top of Yunyi's head, with a lightsaber extending from his palm, holding the sword in both hands, and slashing towards Yunyi. Shi Xiang. Yunya turned around abruptly, punched out, the fist compressed the air into a column, and bombarded the yellow ape. On the other side, Daotu stepped on the razor, and Jin Piluo waved the sword flower, and slashed towards Yunya from the side. Zixiang blocked the yellow ape, and the knowledgeable color caught Daotu's attack. Yunyi didn't choose to resist, but disappeared in a flash. In Thor's battle form, Yunyi's speed was almost unmatched by anyone, and he easily avoided Daotu's attack. Endless light domain. Huang Yuan fell to the ground, awakened his fruit ability, and countless golden lights gushed out from his body and spread out. Light wheel cannon. The knowledgeable eyes locked on Yunya, and the golden light condensed several laser beams, attacking Yunya from all directions. Boom boom boom. Explosions erupted everywhere, dense roaring and concussion, and indiscriminate attacks chasing Yunya relentlessly. False flash. Yunya snorted coldly, a little red light flashed between his fingers, high-energy rays shot out, collided with the barrage-like lasers, and made a roar like popping beans. Everything that false flash passes by is indestructible, and anything that stands in front of false flash will be destroyed by the terrifying power. It's this move again. Seeing this move, Huang Yuan was shocked. His figure disappeared and appeared in another place, avoiding the attack in a thrilling manner. In the area where Guanjiu is located, he can transform his body at will, achieving the effect of teleportation. Tianyuxin's sword art 1 cut. Daotu came to kill again, raised the sword in his hand and dropped it, and slashed through the air with a slash, and he followed closely behind the slash. It's useless. Yunya cast his eyes casually, blocked the slash, and rushed towards Daotu, punching him down. Boom! The fist collided with Jinpura in the air, and after only a moment of stalemate, Momoto felt a strong force coming from Jinpura. Even if he held the hilt of the sword with both hands, he couldn't bear it. Immediately afterwards, Yunya's punch sent her whole body flying. Her chest seemed to be hit by a boulder, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out from her mouth. Forbidden vines. Over there, the green cow broke free from the mangrove, and a whirling flower flew over from behind. His hands turned into slender vines and spread towards Yunyi, trying to pierce into Yunyi's body. Vitality? Yunyi gave up the idea of chasing Daotu and turned to face the green bull. He looked at the green bull and said, "General Green Bull, I wonder if you can still experience pain after being transformed." Yunya grinned with an evil smile, and with a touch of his feet, his figure turned into afterimages. With his knowledge of the future, Yunya was like a fish swimming in the attack, and easily avoided the attack. In the blink of an eye, Yunya had already reached in front of LV Niu, his eyes widened, and the terrifying domineering cover was pressed down, and then, he punched down one after another. How can the body fight against the machine? The metal on my body is as hard as steel, and with my armed color, no one can break through it. The green cow said indifferently, and the trees behind him condensed into trees, fists, and moved towards Zhou Yunyi launched a fierce attack. It's ridiculous. Yunya exploded the tree people and tree fists with every punch. Even if the green bull condensed the armed color, it still couldn't resist Yunya's fists. In the end, all the tree people were blasted to pieces. Niu simply relied on his body to shake Yunya hard. Boom, boom, boom. The two kept colliding, their vigor vibrated in all directions, and the terrifying sound waves radiated out, causing the already messy island number 7 to be ravaged again. With his left hand, Yunya pulled out the green bull's punch, and said disdainfully, "Compared to Ant's physique, even if your body is made of steel, you are still not as good as her, and her physique is under my attack. You'll get hurt too." Using force with his hand, the green bull's hard fist was pinched with a fingerprint. Around the left hand, the huge force caused the green bull's center of gravity to shift, and he staggered a step. Yunya seized the opportunity and whipped him away with a whip leg. The steel on the green bull there was a breaking sound of caca, and the whole person flew upside down. Over there, the yellow ape laser shot came, which made Yunya very impatient. "Have you shot enough?" Shunbi dodges the attack. Yunya's eyes are cold, predicting Huang Yuan's next move. The Overlord's color cover is pressed down, and the terrifying Overlord's color hinders Huang Yuan's perception of knowledge. Appearing in front of Huang Yuan as if teleporting, Huang Yuan saw that the situation was not good and wanted to use his ability to avoid it. "Can you escape?" The 6-stick light prison. Yunya snorted coldly and pointed out that the 6 rays of light imprisoned Huang Yuan for a moment. Although it was quickly broken, it also gave Yunya a chance. For a moment, Yunya was merciless, and punched Huang Yuan in the chest with a terrifying punch. There was only a click sound of bones breaking, and Huang Yuan was directly blasted out, directly crashing into the ground, smashing the ground out. A huge pothole? Seen from a high altitude, the ground is centered on the impact point of the yellow ape's body, and the cracks spread out like spider webs. And Yunya blasted the 2 generals into the air one after another, and aimed at Daotu the next moment. Still relying on his powerful domineering look to hinder the perception of knowledge, Yunya flashed in front of Daotu, with Lei Yan in his palm. Concentrate the power, spread the 5 fingers, and the thunder flame burst at close range suddenly erupts with terrifying power. With a bang sound, the terrifying Lei Yanzu directly enveloped Daotu as well. The explosion swept the air, and Daotu screamed, with black smoke all over his body, and flew upside down like a cannonball. Suppress? Now Yunya's strength completely suppressed the 3 generals joining forces. As the battle continued, many people stayed away from island number 7, even people on several adjacent islands chose to stay away from the place where the battle broke out, for fear of being affected. However, there are also people who are not afraid of death who want to come here to see the excitement, and want to know who are on both sides of the battle. Among the supernovas, some people have already rushed over. Both Kid and Luo arrived near island number 7, and happened to see the scene where Yunya suppressed the 3 generals alone. This shocking scene couldn't help but make them extremely shocked. What is the concept of a general? They pirates know it best. That man is the Quincy master of the 4 emperors and 1 king? I didn't expect him to come to the first half. The three generals teamed up, and they are not his opponent. Kid looked at Yunya who was standing in the stand, and the forehead there was sweat dripping, and the face was full of shock. Just being a pacifist is already a bit difficult for him to deal with. The admiral is definitely much stronger than the pacifist. From their attacks, it can be seen that they may not be the general's all-in-one enemy, but with such a combination of three people, they can't beat the Quincy? Is this the strength of the top powerhouses in the New World? Kid experienced the horror of the New World for the first time. The 4 emperors and 1 king are terrifying. The Quincy Master, the ruler of the Dark World in the New World. Luo also looked at Yunya and whispered in his mouth, not knowing what he was thinking. Doflamingo used to be the king of the Dark World, but after being defeated by Fire Fist Ace, he completely disappeared. Luo used to be a member of the Don Quixote family, so he knows Doflamingo's character very well. Even if such a man fails, he won't disappear from now on, and he will definitely come out to do things again. But a long time has passed, and Doflamingo still hasn't appeared. This means that something must have happened to Doflamingo. It's not as simple as being defeated by Fire Fist Ace. The Quincy controlled the Dark World with extremely tough methods, and the other kings of the Dark World either died or surrendered. With such a powerful person, how could it be possible for Doflamingo, the king of the Dark World, to get away with it? Therefore, there is a vague speculation in Luo's mind, that is, Doflamingo's disappearance is probably related to the Quincy. He wants to go to the New World, and he also wants to go to the New World to find the whereabouts of Doflamingo. Not to save Doflamingo, but he wants to kill Doflamingo with his own hands to avenge Razandi. Among the supernovas, 4 have already been defeated. Apu and Urji were unlucky. They met Huang Yuan directly and were taken away by 2 feet. They are still seriously injured. Whether they can escape or not is another matter. Baitu Vabel's luck was also not much better. He was chased and killed. After getting out of danger, he ran into the Green Bull before running far. With his current strength, he had no chance to fight back when he met the general. He was directly beaten to death by the Green Bull, and was detained by the Navy. The other is Capone Becky, who also met the pacifists. Although he resisted, he was still defeated by the pacifists and captured by the Navy. The 3 of Luffy also rushed here, watching the same scene. They don't know the strength of the admiral, but they are more or less judging from hearsay. But the scene before them shocked them. The 3 generals teamed up, but they were still suppressed by the Quincy. After all, they haven't been to the New World yet, and they don't have a specific understanding of the powerful people in the New World. Up to now, the strongest people they have fought against are just CP9 from Judiciary Island, and Anilo from Sky Island. These few people say they are weak or not, at least they are at the level of lieutenant generals, but if they are said to be the top powerhouses in the world, they are still a little short of the heat. Yunyi didn't intend to stop. He caught up with the Green Bull in a flash, and smashed down with a punch, causing the hard mechanical shell on the Green Bull to crack again. Although the Green Bull has been transformed and his physique has been strengthened, making him stronger than when he was still physically, but he still can't resist Yunya's attack. Just like what Yunya said, the Green Bull's physique has strengthened now, but it is still not as good as the monster with a unique physique like the ant. Yunya's attack could break even Big Mom's defense, let alone a Green Bull. Speaking of which, after the transformation of the Green Bull, the overall strength has not improved much, at most it has resisted a little bit more than before. Reform people? That's all. Yunya sneered, stepped on the green cow, grabbed his right arm, and pulled it hard. There was a click sound, and one arm of the green cow was actually crushed by Yunya. Just tear it off? I don't know why, although it has been transformed, but there is still blood flowing in the body. If the green cow is still a mortal body, it may scream out of pain, but the green cow has lost the feeling of pain. Huh. As if he didn't care about the fact that his right hand was torn off, the green cow just snorted coldly. His face still didn't change much. He opened his mouth, a golden light shone from his mouth, and a laser shot from his mouth. Shoot, blast towards Yunya's head. Even the instant laser from the yellow ape couldn't hit me. How could this kind of attack that needs to be buffered for a period of time hit me? Yunya snorted lightly, grasping the estimate of the attack with his knowledge, and avoided the attack with a tilt of his head, and raised his right foot and stepped down heavily. With a bang, Yunya hit the green cow's chest with one kick, and the ground cracked, and a large area collapsed. Yunya stared at the green cow indifferently, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, black and red light shining between his fingers. This is a false flash. This is to completely kill the Green Bull here. In the Navy headquarters before, Yaoran took action to deal with Akainu, and other high-level executives just wanted to stop Yaoran's actions because of job issues and didn't want Yaoran to make too much trouble with Akainu. During this period, no one had any intention to kill, only the 2 guys Chigo and Lunio. They were all killing moves, trying to put Yunya to death. The red dog is dead. Can the Green Bull be far behind? Go to hell. Yunya sneered, and was about to click with his finger. Stop. Seeing this, Huang Yuan's face changed, and his figure suddenly appeared, and the lightsaber in his hand collided 100 times, and slashed towards Yunya. Cut. Yunya sensed the attack of the yellow ape, and cut it. The speed of the yellow ape was too fast. If he released an attack on the Green Bull, he would be attacked by the yellow ape. The cutting power of Huang Yuan's lightsaber is still very strong. Yunya didn't dare to resist easily, but shifted the target, flashing towards Huang Yuan's attack. Boom! Huang Yuan slashed with his sword and collided with Su Shan. The air suddenly exploded, and the aftermath of the explosion roared. Huang Yuan was blasted out again. The false flash is not so easy to pick up. Me Quincy, I can't let you kill a general here. Draw the sword, cut. Momota's expression was cold. Jinpiluo put into the sheath, and then pulled it out suddenly, using the energy stored in the drawn sword, swung a wave a slash of more than 1,000 meters. The majestic slash tore through the air made Yunya have to pay attention to it. At the same time, the green bull stepped on by Yunya also activated its ability, and vines spread from the ground, trying to entangle Yunya. At the same time, a flower grew on the back of the green bull, pushing him up, and the only remaining left fist hit Yunya. The pollen floated out, possessed some kind of toxicity, and when it fell to the ground, it made a corrosive sound of chi-chi. The rubbish is on the ground, don't get up. Yunya jumped into the air, dodging Douta's attack, with his head down, his face hardened, and he punched out. The fist hit the air, and condensed into a column, smashing the green bull below into the ground again, and blowing away the corrosive pollen. This time, the green bull's body was shattered into pieces, and blood gushed out from his mouth and body, and even the mechanical structure inside his body could be clearly seen. Before Yunya could react, Huang Yuan shot again with a laser. Yunya was no different in midair than on flat ground, and his knowledge and color could predict the future, and instantly judged the location of the attack. Laser collision. Boom! Like the tip of a needle pointing at a wheat-on, the two energy attacks collided with each other, roaring and bursting out with vigor. "Alala, you've overdone it, Quincy." Suddenly, a voice came along with a terrifying chill. After the cold air passed, everything was freezing cold, the entire island was covered with hoarfrost, and the air temperature suddenly dropped to the extreme. Snowflakes are falling faintly. The ice crystals were like flowing waves, slapping towards Yunya. "Aokiji?" Yunyi's eyes flashed, and he stretched out his hand and waved, "Duan Kong." The ice wave seemed to be blocked by a wall, and stopped suddenly not far from Yunyi. Yunya looked over and saw a figure walking towards him. It was the current admiral of the navy, Aokiji. Looking at Kingzi, the corners of Yunya's mouth twitched. "Admiral Kingzi, I didn't expect you, the admiral of the navy, to appear." Kingzi walked over wearing a cloak of justice, with a solemn expression, and looked at Yunya solemnly. "Quincy, Chambord Islands is an important place for the navy. I can't let you continue to make trouble." Yunya sneered. "I want me to stop. Try it if you can. Anyway, there are not too many. Then add us." Another voice sounded, and Zhangguo walked over with a cold face. Although his white hair was very conspicuous, he was full of momentum. "Ha ha ha, Quincy, if you don't have enough trouble, then the opponents will be us." Carp also walked over, moving his arms, looking a little excited. And that's not all, other navies also came together. They should have followed a warship. Quasi-General T. Dolphin, Flying Squirrel, Huashaishan, Crane, and several other elite lieutenant generals have arrived. There are also a few people who joined the navy in the big conscription and became lieutenant generals. Yurin has seen it before, but he is not familiar with it, and he doesn't even remember the name. At this time, these people were all looking at Yunya, waiting in full force, as if as long as Kingzi gave an order, they would attack together and kill Yunya here. Yunya narrowed his eyes, spread his hands and said, "Everyone in the navy, you really think highly of me. You have dispatched so many people, are you trying to kill me completely in shampoo?" Yunya never expected that the navy would make a big move. For him, almost all high-level officials arrived. This lineup is more than enough to deal with any 4 emperors. You can even share it with the 4 emperors? Of course, the navy dares to take such a large-scale action only when it is not far from the navy headquarters. It is impossible for such a lineup to go to the New World, and it will create a void in the rear of the navy. If it is stolen, the navy will not know where to cry. Only the Chambord Islands are not far from the headquarters of the navy, so Aokiji dared to give such an order, so that all high-ranking navy officials took action. Aokiji may have thought that Quincy would go here alone, and just gave the navy a chance to completely annihilate Quincy here. This is a great opportunity. Aokiji is also ambitious. With the current situation of the navy in decline, it needs to make big moves to boost the morale of the navy, and it just so happened that Quincy jumped out alone. Gudu. Those who were still watching around couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. This lineup is too strong. Luo, Kid, and the others all looked solemn, and all the navy was dispatched only because of one person. This kind of scene is too rare. On Luffy's side, both Sanji and Zoro suddenly turned their heads to look at Luffy. "Your grandpa is here too." They saw Cap among these navies. Luffy also muttered to himself, "Is even grandpa going to take action? What kind of person is that Quincier who has dispatched so many navies?" Sanji's face flashed with shock. Do all the top powerhouses in the New World need to be treated like this by the navy? Soran also whispered, but his face was determined. One day, he will reach this level, so that his reputation should also resound throughout the world. "Come on. You should be fine, Uncle." Ace was also watching this scene somewhere, and whispered in his mouth. Faced with such a situation, he had the intention of going over to help. But he is the captain of Whitebeard's second team. Every action represents Whitebeard's will. He doesn't know how to choose. Forget it, let's see the situation first. If he is in danger, I'll go over and help. If I go now, it might be a disservice. Ace murmured to himself, looking at Yunya, his eyes narrowed slightly. Ace turned to look at Whitebeard 2 who was captured by the Navy, and frowned slightly. Is even Whitebeard 2 captured by the Navy? That's really a big deal. Yunya narrowed his eyes and looked at all the Navy that came, without showing the slightest expression of fear on his face. He had already tried it when he was Yurin. Even if these people were added together, they would not be his opponents. However, Yunya didn't want to completely break up with the Navy, and many of them had friendship with him, so it would be a bit bad if they killed him. Catch it, Quincy, this time, you won't be able to run away. In order to deal with you, I have brought the entire Navy headquarters here. Freeze. So what, you still can't deal with me? Yunya looked at Kingsley and said domineeringly. Yunya's words made all the Navy squint their eyes. Quincy is too arrogant? My lord, what should we do now? Yachi is a little worried here. Everyone can see that the Navy is fighting like this. They want to keep the Quincy here in the Chambord Islands? Leave first, I can handle it myself. Yunya chuckled and waved to Yachi. But Yachi was still worried. Could his lord face all the Navy alone? Don't worry, I'll be fine. If you stay here, I'll be tied up. Even if I can't fight, I can leave safely. Yunya said to Yachi. Then, all right. Yachi looked at Yunya, nodded and told all his subordinates to leave here, and he also flashed his figure, wanting to leave. However, the Navy will not just watch Yachi. The Quasi-Admiral Chafo wants to chase him. But it was stopped by Yunya. Humph. Yunya snorted coldly, and with a violent Overlord's color cover, he pressed on the Navy ahead, especially the T-Dolphins. The T-Dolphin froze, its movement to rush out stopped, and it looked at Yunya with some apprehension. My people, you can't move, Navy. Yunya released his domineering look disorderly, his cold eyes shot at everyone in front of him. His tone was still domineering, as if he didn't pay attention to all the people in the Navy. Arrogance. A giant lieutenant general couldn't stand Yunya's arrogant words, snorted coldly, took a step forward, rushed forward, and blasted his fists at Yunya. Don't act rashly. Before Kingsley could say this, the giant lieutenant general had already killed him. Overestimating one's abilities. Yunya said, his right fist slammed into a column of air, and the second strike came first, hitting the lieutenant general with lightning speed. With a boom, the lieutenant general screamed and flew out backwards, spitting blood. Let's go together, let me see the strength of your Navy. Yunya smiled arrogantly, his aura erupted, his domineering look stirred up the clouds in the sky, and the darkness was overwhelming, and thunder rolled inside, making a rumbling sound. Shixiang second speed. As he said, the thunder behind Yunya dissipated, replaced by tumbling flames, the flames burst, and the scorching heat swept out. Instant coax explosive flame warriors? This is the instant coaxing that can maximize Yunya's close-range explosion. A punch blasted out, like detonating a nuclear bomb, a strong wind formed a column, sweeping endless flames and bombarding the front. Me Quincy, in the face of all of us, you dare to take the lead in attacking. How brave you are. Warring States turned into a golden Buddha, pushing a shockwave in his hand, colliding with Yunya's attack. Boom! The ground directly collapsed. Even if the Chambord Islands were special, there was a faint tendency to shatter and sink to the bottom of the sea. Ice Age. Aokiji saw this, the cold air surged out, and the surrounding area was completely frozen, so as to avoid the embarrassment of having no foothold. With a boom, Zhang Guo managed to break Yunya's attack, but he couldn't stop retreating. What a powerful attack. It's already comparable to Whitebeard's Zhenzhen fruit. Zhang Guo stabilized his figure and looked at Yunya solemnly. Ha ha ha, is this interesting? Quincy brat, give me a punch. Garp laughed loudly, the battle broke out, and he also started to move. His figure quickly rushed towards Yunya, his fists covered with armed domineering. With a punch, it hit like a mountain. Although Garp's physical body can't compare to monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, his armed color is definitely the best in the world. With only a pair of iron fists, Roger can be run all over the new world. Even a person like Kaido's mother dare not easily resist. The same is true for Yunya. If it weren't for the instant boost, Yunya's physique would not be able to compete with these physique masters. Facing Garp's punch, he also treated it seriously. Lieutenant General Garp, it is rumored that you are invincible in the world with a pair of iron fists, and I just want to try your strength. Yunya laughed arrogantly. The same punch was blasted out, like a nuclear bomb explosion, scrolling the terrifying power, colliding with Garp's punch. Boom! The fists collided in the air, and a terrifying force erupted. Centered on the two of them, the ground under their feet shattered again, and they shot out with infinite energy. Hey, boy, your strength is really strong. Except for Whitebeard, I have rarely seen anyone who can fight with me. Garp laughed loudly, and his fists came down like a storm. You're not bad, Lieutenant General Garp. You're already this age, and you're still so brave, be careful. Yunya was not afraid at all, and punched one after another. Boom boom boom. The two attacked each other, and the movement was so loud that it spread throughout the island. However, if you are old, you should retire. Now is the age of young people, your era has passed. Yunya laughed arrogantly, seized the opportunity, cast the six-stick light prison, and held Garp in place for a moment. Evening Elephant 3 speeds. Wrapped in the Overlord's color, covered in armed colors, the flames boiled and burned. All the power was condensed on the fist. Yunya punched out. The terrifying power shattered the number 7 island inch by inch, and the ice around it also began break. Came the sound of click. Good boy, you actually have such strength. It seems that Dahai is right. Now that old guy with Whitebeard is no longer the strongest in the world, the name of the strongest should be decided between you and that kid Urin. But, don't underestimate the old man. Carp narrowed his eyes when he saw this. This attack was already stronger than the Whitebeard at his peak, but he is not vegetarian. Fist bones. With full domineering power, Garp was covered in armed colors, and the black color of his fists was as hard as steel. He shouted loudly, broke free from the shackles of the six-stick light prison, and bombarded Yunya's fist with one punch. Boom! A more terrifying impact erupted. Fists collided with each other in the air, and the domineering competed with each other, turning into terrifying energy, like a strong wind blowing. The ground under their feet collapsed, and the two were in a stalemate with each other. What a strong force. However, within a moment, Carp narrowed his eyes, and his strength was suppressed. It's more than that. Yunya grinned, and exerted force in his hands again. Press Garp down, and punch Garp in the chest. With a bang sound, Carp's entire body was directly blasted away by Yunyi's punch, flying backwards like a cannonball, flying horizontally along a straight line, smashing through everything behind him. Buddha's shock. Before Yunya could catch his breath, Zhanguo came again, as if he had spotted an opportunity. The timing was perfect. He stepped on the moon steps to the top of Yunya's head, pressed his hands down, and between his hands, a shockwave oscillates in all directions, trying to suppress Yunyi. Duan Kong. Yunya raised his head, cast Duan Kong, and stood in front of him. However, Zhanguo's attack was beyond Yunya's expectations. This shockwave did not hit him, but firmly suppressed him in place. Like a cage, trapping Yunya. I can't suppress it for too long. Everyone shoots. Zhanguo roared loudly, the muscles in his hands swelled, his eyes were cold, and he firmly suppressed Yunya's movements. Night Wheel Cannon. Huang Yuan opened his big hand, and golden light rushed towards Yunya from all directions like a laser. Tianyuxin swordsmanship, draw your sword and slash. Dao Tu also slashed out a terrifying attack again. Ice Cube Zero Wind. Aokiji spit out a mouthful of cold current. The cold current swept across and hit the front. Everything it passed was frozen. Land's foot, broken. The T-Dolphin is a master of the six forms, and kicked out a slashing foot. The Forest of Thorns. The green cow barely got up, with a cold expression, stepping on the spiked vines covered with armor, and stabbed towards Yunyi. Lanjiao. Finger. One knife flow. The rest of the lieutenant generals also shot at the same time, blasting a terrorist attack towards Yunya. You want to suppress me? Zhanguo, you look down on people too much. Yunya raised his head with difficulty, being suppressed by this shockwave. It was also very difficult for Yunya to move. But at the next moment, a more terrifying aura erupted from Yunya, and with a boom, the shockwave of the Warring States period was broken. One bone. The fourth stage of instant coaxing was activated, and the explosive power and physique made Yunya break free from the restraints instantly. Seeing the attacks coming from all over the sky, Yunya snorted coldly, and punched the space in front of him. Boom! With a bang, Yunyi's punch seemed to smash the entire space, and the massive attack hit the front, shattering all the attacks of the Navy. Boom boom boom. Everyone in front of them was hit by Yunya's attack, one by one spurting blood and flying backwards. Some flew out of the range of the Shamboard Islands, and some crashed into the surrounding adjacent islands. With one blow, the offensive of everyone in the Navy was disintegrated. The general-level combat power barely withstands the impact, stabilizes his figure, and looks at Yunya in horror. This scene seems a little familiar. It was similar to when the Navy headquarters fought with the Nightblade before. None of their offensives could pose a threat to the Nightblade, and was easily blown away. In the fourth stage of instant coaxing, Yunyi still can't fully control it. After turning it on for a moment, it turns off again. The thunder and lightning dissipate, the flame boils and bursts, and the dancing flames behind it are like open wings. Yunya caught up with Zhanguo, came to the top of Zhanguo, punched down, and the terrifying force penetrated Zhanguo's body, making him vomit blood. Zhanguo's body hit the ground, and a big hole appeared. It's all in tatters, and you dare to attack me? Are you impatient? Yunyi's next target was the Green Bull. At this time, the Green Bull had been severely injured, and its mechanical structure had been exposed. With 5 fingers spread out, 2 colors of blue fire pendant, white and orange-red, were gathered in the palm, aiming at the Green Bull below. Shuanglian Kanghuo pendant. The lightning attribute instantly boosts lightning skills, and the fire attribute improves flame skills. This is the Kanghuo pendant that Yunya created by himself, and its power is not inferior to that of Lei Yanbang. The fire curtain fell like a meteorite, trying to kill the Green Bull directly. But before hitting the Green Bull, the figure of the yellow ape appeared in front of the fire curtain, and he slashed out with a sword. The cutting force of the lightsaber was so strong that it cut the fire curtain in half, fell to the ground from both sides, and blasted to a charred pothole. Don't come in the way, yellow ape. Yunya snorted coldly, and punched the yellow ape below. The fist pillar smashed down like a broken bamboo. I can't let you kill a general, Quincy. Huang Yuan didn't retreat at all, and the lightsaber in his hand suddenly swelled tens of meters, stabbing out like bamboo shoots that broke through the ground. 10-fist sword. The 10-fist lightsaber collided with the fist pillar, and after only shaking for a moment, it broke the strength of the fist and stabbed directly at Yunyi. A high-level armed color entangled elemental attack. Yunya narrowed his eyes, seeing that Huang Yuan's attack had entangled the high-level armed color domineering. Otherwise it would not be possible to disintegrate his attack so easily. step down and avoid the attack. Yunye's figure disappeared and appeared in another position, but Tao Tu seemed to have predicted Yunye's landing point. A slash had already come ahead of time, and Yunye's figure appeared. The slash was close at hand? Yunye's knowledge can already predict the future, but Tao Tu's attack was not foreseen by him. Have you lost your knowledge? Without waiting for Yunye to think too much, just relying on his reaction nerves, Yunye was enough to react, and stretched out his hand. Duan Kong. Boom! The slash hit the air wall formed by Duan Kong, and after a loud explosion, the slash shattered, and Duan Kong also shattered and dissipated. King Z, is it your fault? Your ability has affected my thinking and judgment. Yunye felt the cold air all around, and turned to look at King Z. It was the coldness of King Z that affected Yunye's knowledge and perception of the future? Alala, what a terrible perception. You have discovered this. King Z narrowed his eyes, and sighed how keen Yunye's perception is, and he can even perceive such subtle changes? The cold air of Aokiji can not only reduce the movement of particles, but can even freeze people's consciousness. It is enough to prove that Kaido was once frozen, even though Yunye's Bing Lun Wan shot together at the time. Perceived? That's right, I just didn't expect that the cold can do this. Yunye said lightly, the flames on his body boiled, dispelling the chill around him. Maybe it's because of having the ice-cold pill. Yunye is very resistant to coldness, although he can also feel the coldness, but it doesn't affect him too much. So Yunye didn't think too much, until he didn't realize that something was wrong when he didn't foresee Daotu's slash just now. Hey, boy, what you have to face is the entire navy. If you don't handle it carefully, you will die. Garp came from the other side, looking at Yunye and laughing. Garp didn't have many injuries on his body. His armed domineering look is not a joke. After being punched by Yunye, he was still alive and kicking, but there was blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, but the injury was not serious. Even if you fight together, you still can't do anything to me. Even the Lord of the World can't do anything to me. Why should your navy? Yunye sneered. Otherwise, why didn't the world government dare to do anything to me after that incident? Is it because of Shirahoshi? No, it's because they know my true strength. Your navy is nothing more than a subordinate force of the world government. Even the world government is afraid of me. Why do you think you can defeat me? If Yeblade has not left the navy, and all of you attack me, maybe I will be wary of you guys. However, Urin has already left, and there is no way you can be my opponent. Yunye's voice was not loud, but his tone was very arrogant, and the terrifying domineering look rolled the clouds, as if confirming Yunye's words at this time. Lord of the World. Yunye's words startled everyone present. Lord of the World? Who is that? Are you talking about 5 old stars? Only Zhangguo and Garp's expressions changed slightly. Did Quincy fight with that person? Sure enough, the previous scene was him attacking the Quincy. The others didn't know that there was another person above the 5 old stars, but Warring States and Karp were more or less aware of it, but they were not sure. Listening to what Yunye said now, does that person claim to be the Lord of the World? If you don't accept it, then I will convince you all. Yunye said, his figure flickered, and he came to King Z's body, punching out one punch after another, and the terrifying power burst out, like a nuclear bomb exploding, and Aokiji attack. King Z barely parried, but finally Yunye seized the opportunity and flew far away with a punch. False flash. Yunye kept moving, with black and red rays of light shining between his fingers, gliding along a trajectory. The terrifying high-energy rays blasted the vice-admirals who rushed over again, flying upside down like shells, and pits appeared one after another whole. Seriously injured? Ignoring those lieutenant generals, Yunye looked at Garp, Zhangguo, and others. The light between his fingers turned into a pitch-black color, like black that could swallow everything. Yunye said coldly, try to block it, otherwise, you will all die. Garp's face became serious, and his fists struck together, making a bang sound of air crackling. Behind him, the 3 generals, Sengoku, Aokiji, and others all sensed something, gathered together, and their positions were quite concentrated. At this time, he looked at Yunye who looked like a demon king above with serious eyes. They seemed to have a premonition. Yunye's concentrated attack this time was not easy. Wang Su's flash. Yunye grinned ferociously, and the dark and deep light at his fingertips shone like a black coffin that devoured everything. The momentum was condensed to the extreme, and Yunye pointed down with one finger. This is a more powerful false flash unlocked by Yunye after the false flash proficiency is 90. The one that lit up at the very beginning was the ordinary false flash. The proficiency of 80 is the more powerful false flash. The color has not changed, but the power has become stronger, and the proficiency of 90 is Wang Su's that can only be used by the 10 blades in the original Book of Death. Flash. It is also a more powerful false flash. All the Marines below had serious expressions on their faces, and the aura emanating from Quincy's body shocked them all. Wang Su's flash burst out like the darkness of the starry sky. This time it was not a radial flash, but a jagged irregular sphere's radioactive attack, which burst out from Yunye's fingers and suddenly swept down. The terrifying power is suppressed, as if this island is going to be destroyed. All the people who saw this scene were horrified. They could perceive a terrifying and destructive power from this attack. All the navies below looked extremely shocked. They could all sense the horror of this move and couldn't dodge it. As long as the attack fell, they would all be affected. This blow may completely shatter the entire Shamboard Islands. This is an attack enough to destroy the island? The Quincy wants to sink the entire Shamboard Island. Madman? Quincy is a complete lunatic. In order to deal with them, they even ignored all the ordinary residents on the island. As long as the attack falls, everyone on the island, whether it is ordinary people, navy, pirates, or everyone on the Shamboard Islands, will die. Everyone shoots together. We must block the attack. Aokiji shouted, resolutely awakening his ability. Needless to say, Aokiji, all the navy are ready to fight, unleashing the strongest moves, trying to block Yunyi's attack. But at this moment, a faint voice came. I can't let you continue to show off your prestige, Quincy Master. As the sound fell, a wave of terror reached the extreme, as if it could spread the scorching heat of the burning world. In just an instant, the slime on the entire Shamboard Islands was evaporated dry in an instant, and the scorching heat made the mangrove leaves they are all withered and yellow, and the green grass on the ground under their feet is also withered. The ice cubes caused by Aokiji's ability began to melt slowly. The one who came, Neo Navy Admiral, Nightblade. That's right, another identity of Yunya has also come. One sword-style sword of great fire. A scorching golden slash several kilometers away collided with Yunya's Wangsu flash. Boom! After a sky-shaking explosion, the two terrorist attacks seemed to cancel each other out. After a roar erupted, the two melted at the same time. Although the movement was huge, the damage caused was limited. This was done deliberately by Yunyi, using the principle of anti-ghost killing, to collide with attacks of the same quality and power, so that the attack power can cancel each other out in the collision. Naturally, Yunya would not be so cruel. In order to defeat the navy, a false flash shattered the entire Shamboard Islands, making the island's life miserable. Therefore, when the entire navy was dispatched, the Nightblade at the base of the G7 branch had already rushed over. In order to prevent this senseless war, Yurin stepped into the air and looked at everyone below. The golden flames on his body slowly dissipated, and the heat subsided. Yurin said lightly, I'm here to stop the war. Stop it. It's no longer necessary to continue fighting. We'll only increase more casualties. Yurin swept over one by one, and finally fixed his eyes on Quincy, and said slowly, Quincy, if you still want to fight, let me fight with you. Oh? It's been a long time, Yurin. You've already defected from the navy. Do you want to meddle in my affairs with the navy? Quincy narrowed his eyes, staring at Yurin and said, I'm not standing on the side of the navy. This time I came here on a personal basis. It's still the same sentence. Stop fighting. It's meaningless to fight anymore. It will only increase casualties. If you still want to fight, if so, then come and fight with me. Yurin didn't go to stand with the navy, but fell to another position, looking at Quincy and said, That's just right. I also want to know what kind of tricks you, a man who has offered the same amount of reward to me, have. The Quincy sneered, with the flames roaring behind him, rolling out boundless heat waves. Yurin didn't speak, but a golden flame spread from his sword body, and the hotter heat wave spread to the surroundings. The two looked at each other, their domineering colors competed against each other, thousands of purple-black thunders appeared out of thin air, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly split from the middle, tumbling endlessly. Two powerful overlord colors collided, and the terrifying aura swept the entire Shamboard Islands. The weak fell into a coma in the next moment, and the entire Shamboard Islands began to vibrate slightly. Laylee, who had already returned to the ripping bar with Luffy's companion, suddenly raised his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. These two breaths, are they Nightblades? Is that guy here too? Yeah, Blade? Is it the navy that was on Sky Island before? Nami looked at Rayleigh, and then at Robin. Robin and Nightblade seemed to have an unclear relationship. Is he even here? Robin rubbed his chin and whispered, and the image of Nightblade couldn't help but appear in his mind. On the Navy's side, except for the strong men above the Major General level, the rest of them have been stunned by the terrifying overlord look of the two men's confrontation. Those who can wake up are powerful naval elites. At this time, they looked at the two sides facing each other, and many of the lieutenant generals had strange expressions, especially Hua Shaoshan, Flying Squirrel, and others who had a good relationship with Yurin. When they saw Yurin appear, their expressions were quite complicated. Yurin, once a legendary figure in their navy headquarters, is a powerful master who can fight against the four emperors. It's a pity that he later defected. Yurin. Aokiji looked at Yurin with complicated eyes. He used to be a colleague who fought side by side with him, but now he defected from the navy and became an enemy of the world government. The higher UPS like Sengoku, Momotu, Yellow Ape, and T-Dolphin also looked at Yurin, narrowing their eyes. The T-Dolphin sensed these two domineering looks, and said in shock, such a domineering look is stronger than red hair, right? After hearing this, the people around were silent for a moment, and they also noticed that the domineering looks of these two people have surpassed the red-haired Shanks who was previously known as the most domineering man. Ha ha ha, Yurin, even though he betrayed the navy, he came here when he saw that we were in danger. Garp laughed loudly. He also had a good impression of Yurin, Zifa's disciple. Are you sure he is here to help us? Don't forget, he killed Akainu and defected from the navy. Sengoku looked at Garp, his face flashed speechless. Regarding the defection of the Nightblade, his heart is also extremely complicated, but he does not have much hostility towards the Nightblade, and some are only caused by the Nightblade killing the Red Dog. Ha ha ha, isn't there a reason for this? After all, Akainu. Shut up, Garp. Garp yelled, but was interrupted by Warring States. Okay, I know. Garp shut up instantly, just looked at the two people who were confronting each other, and asked Zhangguo, what should we do now? Why are you watching? I want to see the situation. I can't figure out what Yaren is thinking. Zhangguo said in a low tone. On the other side, Kid, Luo, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Ace and others looked at the two people who could produce such a movement just by confronting each other. Their faces were extremely dignified. Two men with the same amount of reward. Are they going to fight here? This time really showed us a good show. Kid took a deep breath. This is the world's top powerhouse. Just the collision of momentum made him feel a little out of breath. Yaren, Quincy Master, the man who has been rewarded with a reward of 4.8 billion, is his strength so terrifying? Just sensing the aura makes me feel flustered. Luo cried while holding the ghost tightly, said in a low voice. The world's greatest swordsman, Yaren. Zoro stared at Yaren, looked at the sword in his hand, and whispered, Silver blade, diamond-shaped chaotic blade, that is the silver blade of the 21-work sword fiber? But why the color is different? I remember that the silver fiber is silver all over, but why is this one black? Could it be domineering? Yeba, the one who has an unclear relationship with Ms. Robin, right? Damn, he actually has something to do with Ms. Robin. Sanji's focus has always been different from others, and now he's thinking about Yabana with Robin. They are so strong, even here, I feel a strong sense of oppression. What kind of power is this? Is it also a kind of domineering? Oppressed by the domineering look, it seems that there is also a force in Luffy's body. It is surging, as if it is about to spurt out. Ace became serious. The world's top powerhouse he came into contact with for the first time was the Night Blade. After seeing the flame of the Night Blade, his development direction would change. Direction to develop, and some of his moves are also learned from Yaren. Now he can still remember clearly in his mind, the scene where Yaren's sword directly destroyed an island. Yeblade is definitely one of the top powerhouses in the world. Then try it, Yaren. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. After a moment of confrontation, Quincy sneered, and took the lead. His figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Before arriving at Yaren, pulling all kinds of power, he punched Yaren with a punch. If you want to fight, let's have a fight. Yaren whispered, and chopped off with Yin Xian's sword in his hand. Boom! The fist and the blade collided in the air, and a terrifying force erupted. The island under the feet broke directly, and the strong wind blew out. Boom boom boom. The two fought fiercely, the flames of different colors burst and scattered around, and the terrifying forces collided with each other, causing the air to vibrate, and the flames swept the space around the two, making it almost impossible to see the scene inside. Because of the conflict of domineering color, knowledge color has lost its effect, and I didn't see it. The two of them just used their abilities to bombard each other meaninglessly. Although the scene was big, it was actually not harmful at all. After all, when it comes to acting, the louder the movement, the better. What should I do? Do you want to take action? Huang Yuan looked at the Marshal Kingzi and asked. Kingzi shook his head. Let's take a look first. The strength of these two people has surpassed ours. After all, Yaren has left the navy, and we don't know what his intentions are. If we act rashly, there will be something wrong. Zhangguo nodded. Don't make any moves. Yaren said that he came to stop the war. Obviously, he was from the perspective of a third party. Otherwise, he wouldn't say something like stopping the war. Lieutenant General, he sighed, if Yaren is still a member of the navy. Garp laughed. No way. Who told Akainu to do such a thing? Garp. Sengoku glared at Garp. Garp spread his hands, saying that he would not speak. The battle is still going on, and even has a tendency to intensify. When the two of them were acting and making a big noise, the whole island began to tremble non-stop because of the battle between the two of them. All kinds of moves are incomparably gorgeous, and every time they collide, the flames will explode, and the two-color flames will explode, like exploding fireworks. San Marijoya. The news of the explosion in the Chambord Islands has naturally been passed to Wolaoxing. The five of them held a meeting again. The expression is called a dignified one. One of them frowned and said, the Navy actually wants to kill Quincy in the Chambord Islands. What are these idiots doing? Didn't they already give the order? Why did Aokiji issue such an order? The Quincy was alone, and he appeared in Chambord, not far from the headquarters. It's understandable for Aokiji to have such thoughts, but they underestimated the strength of the Quincy. That's why I say they are idiots. Even Master M's attack was blocked, and the strength of the Quincy has exceeded all of our imaginations. Now in the world, maybe only Yaren can compete with him. Every time Mr. M makes a move, he has to sleep for a period of time. If the fruit of the operation reappears, maybe. Whether Trafalgar Law has the fruit of surgery. Has this been investigated? From all indications, it is possible that Trafalgar Law may indeed be the fruit of the surgery, but it is not certain that the conditions for those who can grant the surgery of immortality are very strict. The people of the scientific army have already sent pacifists over there, but I don't know if they can catch him. If he is transformed into a human body, he may be able to reverse his will and become a means to revive Lord Im, not extinct. The appearance of the Quencher is likely to make the plan fail. Another person said. They sent pacifists to attack the supernova. The apparent purpose was to wipe out the supernova and test the fighting ability of the pacifists. But the secret target is actually Trafalgar Law, who is suspected to have the fruit of the surgery. The fruit of the operation is too important. It is one of the means to revive Im. As long as I can recover perfectly without the side effect of falling into a deep sleep after a single shot, then the world government will no longer be afraid of night blades or Quincy's. A few people were talking, and the phone next to them suddenly rang. One of them picked it up and turned on the speakerphone mode. The phone bug started to report, and the 5 old stars became more wrinkled the more they heard nothing. One of them stood up even more. What did you say? There was a battle between Quincy and Nightblade in the Chambord Islands? Explain it to me in detail. The rest of the 5 old stars were also stunned. Why did these 2 people who made them fear fight? Good thing? After understanding, the brows of several people could not help but wrinkle. When the phone bug hung up, one person said, Yaren ran to stop the battle between the Quincy division and the Navy. What is this for? What good is it for him? Is it simply because you don't want the Navy to suffer too many casualties? It's not impossible. After all, Nightblade was cultivated by the Navy, and he must have some affection for the Navy, which makes sense. I'm afraid. Yaren wants to do something small. Yaren's mind is the same as Quincy's. It's really hard to guess. Such 2 people have great strength, but they can't guess their minds. Damn it, what happened in this era? Why is it so chaotic? Let your subordinates pay more attention to the battle situation. If possible, let the Navy intervene to solve the 2 scourges. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Do you think they will lose both sides in front of the Navy? Think of a way to stir up the conflict between the 2 people. As long as they become hostile, it will be a good thing for us. The battle continued, and the roar was almost continuous. The flames filled the sky, covering everyone's sight. The 2 who were fighting looked at each other and smiled at the same time. The last time they collided, the terrifying impact caused the surrounding flames to explode. Both of them retreated and looked at each other. The meaning was self-evident, the acting could be over. Time to leave? Stop it, Quincy Master, it doesn't make any sense to continue fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. I know you still have some means that you haven't used, but I didn't do anything. Blade looked at Quincy, and said lightly, Ha ha ha, Yaren, your strength is beyond my expectation. I didn't expect you to be able to fight against me to this extent. Compared with those navies, you are much stronger. Quincy grinned, forget it this time, next time, after you come to the new world, let's decide the winner. Quincy glanced at Hi, I'll let you off this time, if you have the ability, declare war on Wangsu Palace. Hi, ha ha ha, what a fun battle. With a loud laugh, Quincy took one last look at Yaren, and disappeared in a flash. Yaren didn't speak, just watched Quincy leave, and didn't make another move. After a long time, Yaren also glanced at the Navy, but didn't mean to say hello, and left in the same figure. Looking at the 2 people who left, for some reason, everyone present was relieved. The battle between the 2 was extremely terrifying, and even the Lieutenant General felt terrified of the aftermath of the outbreak. Only the combat power of the general level can be involved in such a battle. How can such enemies be defeated? The Navy has no clue at all. Phew, it looks like it should be over. Ace breathed a sigh of relief, the strength of his uncle is indeed strong. Among the people present, except for Yaren, the rest of the Navy were no match for him at all. Even Garp, who was extremely powerful in his mind, fell into a disadvantage in the battle with the Quincy. With such strength, maybe even Dad is no match for him. Thinking of this, Ace flickered and left the place. I have seen a battle that can be recorded in the annals of history. Blade, Quincy, one day, I will surpass you. Kid looked at the 2 people who left, there was no fear in his eyes, but a bigger one. Ambition, he wants to surpass these 2 and stand at the top of this world. Little ones, let's go to the new world. Kid waved his hand and left island number 7. Let's go to. Luo looked at the departing Quincy and said to his subordinates. Let's go, Sanji Zoro, it seems that we need to work harder. Luffy straightened his straw hat, with the desire to become stronger in his eyes. Seeing such a battle scene, his heart was also full of enthusiasm, but at the same time, he also felt his own weakness. Zoro and Sanji were silent for a moment, following behind Luffy, thinking about the battle between Yaren and Quincy just now. They still need to become stronger. On the Navy side, Aokiji looked at the 2 people who were leaving, and he didn't know what he was thinking, then shook his head. Since it's over, let's leave too. All the navies were depressed and hit. The 2 lieutenant generals lifted the green bull that was almost scrapped and returned to the Navy headquarters. So far, this battle has come to an end. A few days later, the news has spread all over the world. Countless people know what happened in Chambord Islands. After all, it involves the Navy, Supernova, Fire Fist Ace, Quincy, Nightblade and other figures who play an important role in the sea. Caused by a Pio fruit, it is an event that can be regarded as a top war. It's just that things didn't make a big fuss. The war between the Navy and the Quincy division ended hastily with Yaren's involvement. However, those supernovae who were called the extremely evil era in the first half should have suffered a severe blow before they entered the new world. In the 3 supernovas, Captain Skulachman Arp of the Radio Pirates, Edward Newgate of Whitebeard II, and Capone Becky, captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, were all captured by the Navy and completely lost their news. The rest of the supernovas who were attacked may have been lucky or had relatively strong means. During that battle, they were not captured by the Navy, and some of them had already passed the Fishman Island, entered the New World, and started a new life. Adventure. The big forces in the New World knew about this incident, but they didn't take any action. The 4 emperors are still sticking to their positions, and there is no action on the surface, but they don't know what they are preparing secretly, in order to cope with the general trend in the future. And the protagonist group Luffy and others, after seeing the real strong, also want to become stronger, in order to be able to deal with those strong in the future. After learning about this, Laylee proposed to the Straw Hats to let them learn domineering from him. Luffy discussed it with other partners, and they all agreed to suspend the trip for half a year, and wait for half a year before continuing to start a new trip. With Laylee's guidance, they can master the ability of domineering faster. When facing Anilo, except for Luffy, they were defeated without even a little resistance. But most of the powerhouses in the New World have 2-color domineering. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the 3 main forces, followed Rayleigh to an uninhabited island in the Windless Belt to learn domineering. Robin and Nami were originally studying with Xiaoxi, but when they were still in the Shamboard Islands, Sabo and Kurla came to them. After the 2 brothers recognized each other, Sabo proposed to Luffy that he wanted Robin to let Robin help their revolutionary army. This time, Robin knew the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and Luffy and the others, and did not refuse. After all, they had decided to suspend sailing for half a year, so Robin would go to the Revolutionary Army for the next 6 months. Frankie got a pacifist, and he also stationed on the 13th island to study the technology of the pacifist. Like Chopper, Usopp is on an uninhabited island like Luffy. That island not only has powerful creatures, but also special plants and medicines. Usopp studied the shells on the empty island and used them to refit his weapons, and Chopper studied the medicines that he had never seen on the island to improve his medical skills. And Brook was also on the uninhabited island at the beginning, but left halfway. He wanted to meet the recently famous singer Yuta. He is a fan of Yuta. Because after the Shamboard incident, the supernova entered the New World, and it also made a big move. After the Kid Pirates entered the New World, they also experienced various dangers along the way. They defeated several pirates with higher rewards than Kid. The reward amount has been increased, and their strength and influence have also increased. 2-color domineering, with a few little brother pirates under his hands. However, during a certain voyage, he was found by the Beasts Pirates, and the leader was none other than Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters. The 100 Beasts Pirates have been attacking those pirates who have just entered the New World during this time, with extremely cruel methods, either surrender or die. With Kid's pride, it is naturally impossible to surrender, and a conflict broke out between the 2 sides in an instant. Kid couldn't be defeated with the power of the 3 disasters. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and finally retreated from each other. However, the follow-up did not end. Beast Kaido turned into a dragon and fought again with all members of the Kid Pirates. In the end, the Kid Pirates retreated and Captain Kid broke his arm and escaped. Except for Kid, everyone else was captured by Kaido. On the other side, a natural fruit ability user named Anilo parachuted into the New World, and showed great combat power, easily defeating a pirate group with a bounty of more than 500 million Baileys. On that day, the thundercloud condensed into a ball and fell in the air, annihilating the pirate group in an instant. So far, Anilo has made a name for himself in the New World, calling himself Thor. Moreover, in a certain battle, a conflict broke out with the strange monk Urki, one of the supernovas who escaped the pursuit of the Navy and entered the New World. The specific reason for the conflict is unknown. Afterwards, the strange monk Urki joined Anilo, became the second in command of Anilo, and established the Thor Pirates. Later, for some unknown reason, the Thunder God Pirates chose to attack the Hive Island where Wangji was located. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Thunder God Pirates won, occupied the Hive Island, and became the new owner of the Hive Island. For a time, the Thunder God Pirates became famous and spread all over the world. Its captain, Thunder God Anilo, offered a bounty of 700 million Baileys. Vice Captain, Strange Monk Urgi, offers a bounty of 400 million Baileys. Barrett, the descendant of the devil, has also been active during this period. Since occupying an island as a stronghold, many people have joined his power in admiration. Barrett has been looking for ancient weapons since he knew that there are ancient weapons in this world, and his purpose is very clear. It is one of the ancient weapons, Pluto, known as the worst battleship. He used to be a member of the Roger Pirates. He was no stranger to ancient weapons, but he always regarded them as legends. How could there be such things in the world? Later, it was because the news of Neptune spread, and the ability to summon Neptunes could not be faked, and according to gossip, the world government was also looking for the whereabouts of ancient weapons. All these evidences show that the 3 ancient weapons do exist. Moreover, there is already an ancient weapon in the hands of the Quincy. This is the most convincing news. It is also because of Neptune that the world government is so afraid of the Quincy. Ambition. Barrett has a very strong ambition. He doesn't care about the big secret treasure. He is a member of Roger's ship. Although he is not satisfied with that secret, he still knows something about it. His ambition is to become the strongest in the world, surpassing Roger and anyone else. And the one who can best use his fruit ability is Pluto, the king of the underworld. If he can fuse with Pluto, the evil battleship Pluto, then who else is his opponent in the world? Just owning the Neptune's Quincy can already make the world government so fearful. Then, if I integrate Pluto with Pluto and exert the full power of Pluto, the whole world will surrender at my feet. What world government, what navy, Quincy, Nightblade, Whitebeard, these people can't be their opponents? But this time, he did not know where he got some news, saying that the Hive Island might be hiding information about the whereabouts of ancient weapons. He naturally attaches great importance to the news about ancient weapons, and has already gone to the past to investigate clearly, but it is basically false information, which was lied by some bounty hunters in order to defraud the rewards. Facing this kind of people who dared to deceive him, Barrett didn't hold back, and sent them to see Huang Quan. Barrett looked in one direction, grinning at the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil arc. Hive Island? Thor. Enel, hee. Let's meet this guy who calls himself Thor. The sea is stormy, and the new world is in turmoil again. The New World, Beehive Island, was previously the territory of One Piece. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji's strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Although he can't reach the level of the four emperors such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, they dare not look down on Wang Ji. In addition, they are old acquaintances after all, and Wang Ji doesn't like to fight with others. He usually stays in his own territory and rarely moves out. In that previous battle, his spirit had been beaten, and he didn't want to fight with others. Therefore, the big forces in the New World did not choose to touch Wang Ji. After all, like Lei Li, he was already in semi-retirement, and he was not worthy of him. However, Wang Ji never imagined that he had seldom done anything and was enjoying his old age in a corner, but he was still being targeted. And the person who is staring at him is none other than Enilo's Thor Pirates. The two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally Wang Ji was defeated, and the Hive Island was handed over to others. There is a reason why Enilo chose to attack Wang Ji. Beehive Island was the territory of rocks before, but even longer ago, it was the base of the Moonman in the Blue Sea, that is, the important base of that kingdom. Beehive Island is the place where Pluto, the king of the underworld, once stored it. Enilo was on the moon and got many secrets about the moon people. I also know how the Sky Islanders came here. The Sky Islanders are the descendants of the Moonman. In other words, his ancestors were also moon people. In the previous war, the Moonmen were defeated, but there are still many Moonmen who survived. He chose to return to the moon to live, and began to prepare secretly, creating a large number of mechanical soldiers, and wanted to attack back. However, with the passage of time, the already barren moon resources began to decrease, making it uninhabitable. These surviving lunar people had no choice but to give up the moon and went to the Blue Sea again, and used their superb technology to transform the clouds into an empty island, as a place for them to live and avoid the pursuit of the world government. These surviving moonmen, before leaving the moon, sealed up the deeds of that war on the moon, and left those machine soldiers guarding, waiting for the day when the descendants of the moonmen make a comeback, because they know that their king, Joyboy, will not die, and will return in another form one day. At that time, they may not have time to let the truth come out. They need to wait for the return of their king. For this reason, they prepared a lot of combat power in secret, just to wait for their king's return. It's just that they waited for hundreds of years. With the passage of time, the original lunar people and the current Sky Islanders have completely forgotten the truth of that war, even the fact that they were once moonmen. This is the credit of the world government. They must wipe out everyone who knows everything, and they must not leave any future troubles. After hundreds of years of time, the people of Sky Island have also forgotten their mission and the life experience of their ancestors. Some are just the yearning of these descendants for the infinite land, like some kind of inheritance, which is deeply engraved into their souls, so that the Sky Islanders who yearn for the infinite land like Enilo are born. A certain feeling of hometown. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and Enilo, who got the general information on the moon, will come down to the Blue Sea, take a look at the creations of his ancestors, look at the place where his ancestors lived, the place built by their lunar people huge kingdom. All of this made Enilo have an inquiring heart. That's why Enilo returned from the moon and landed in a new world. He wants to take back everything that belongs to them, that ancient weapon made by their lunar man, Pluto, king of the underworld. Moreover, when he was in Sky Island, he used his unique sense of knowledge to overhear the conversation between Robin and Nightblade, and knew the location of Pluto. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but to drive Pluto, you need powerful energy, and his thunder fruit, just enough. All these coincidences are regarded as fate by AI Nilo, who is a bit of a middle school student. He is the man of destiny, the one who reveals the truth of the world, so he needs Pluto, the king of Pluto. When he was in Sky Island, Enilo claimed to be a god, and the second degree can be imagined. At the beginning, Enilo wanted to go directly to Wano country, but he met Urki on the way, this fellow from Sky Island with him. Coincidentally, the Sky Island that Enilo once destroyed was the same Sky Island where Urki was located. It is no coincidence that Urki found Enilo. When he knew that Thor Enilo appeared in the new world, Urgi immediately thought of him as his enemy. Almost without the slightest hesitation, he went to seek revenge. When the enemy met, they were extremely jealous, and Urgi and Einal broke out in a battle. In the end, facing Einal who had the thunder fruit, although Urgi had learned two-color domineering, he was still defeated. After knowing all the truths at the intersection of Enil, or because of Enil's persuasion, Urgi chose to join Enil and became the deputy captain of the Thor Pirates. After learning from Urki that there is Kaido in Wano country, although Enilo is arrogant, he has been down in the Blue Ocean for a while, and he also has some understanding of the 4 emperors and 1 king, although he still doesn't think he will be defeated. but still followed Urki's suggestion, and did not rush to Wano country, but chose the Hive Island where Pluto, the king of the underworld, was once stored. He wants to know more about Pluto in the Hive Island. Therefore, there was also a war that caused a sensation in the New World. They defeated the king straight away, and occupied the Hive Island, and declared themselves kings, waiting for the follow-up attack on Wano country to prepare. After all, he already knew the location of Pluto, the king of the underworld, and the country of Wano was the place he had to go to. Pluto, the god of the underworld, must fall into the hands of his son of destiny. If other people dare to get involved, they are embarrassing him, the man of destiny, and the whole world. But at this moment, his subordinates actually said that someone came to the door, and it was a descendant of a devil comparable to the strength of the 4 emperors, Barrett. Anilo, who has lived in the Blue Sea for a while, knows all about the situation in the sea, and those top powerhouses in the sea. Naturally, he knew what kind of character Barrett was. However, during this period of time, Anilo has also learned two-color domineering, and with the powerful ability of the Thunder Fruit, Anilo feels that he will no longer be weaker than anyone else. Facing the enemy's provocation, how could a proud guy like Anilo tolerate it? No matter who the other party is, he will teach the other party a profound lesson. So, the war started. A battle broke out between the two sides on Beehive Island. This time, Barrett was serious. He broke into the Hive Island alone, and fought with the Thunder God pirates. The battle between Barrett, the descendant of the devil, and Enel, the god of thunder, instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the New World. It's past 12 o'clock, but I still rushed out. New World, Moon Knight Island, the headquarters of Wangsu Palace. Yunyi sat on the chair with Erlang crossed his legs, looked at the information in his hand, and saw that Anilo and Barrett were fighting. He was a little surprised, and he murmured to himself, how did this guy Anilo run into the blue ocean, coming, and got into a fight with Barrett? Is there any inside story in it? Yunya couldn't help being curious. In the original book, Anilo went to the moon, and there was no subsequent plot of him. Why is it different this time? Those technological products on the moon should have been left behind by the people on the moon, the relics of Joaboy. Could there be some unknown secret hidden on the moon? Yunya touched his chin and began to think. In my memory, those mechanical creations on the moon should be left behind by the people on the moon, and Joyboy should be the Moonman, and that huge kingdom should also be established by the Moonman, and there may be some unknown secrets in it. During this period of time, Barrett has been looking for the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto. Could it be that he discovered something when he went to the Hive Island this time? Hive Island is the territory of Blackbeard in the original book. With the character of Blackbeard, it is impossible to find an island to station at random. There should be secrets on Hive Island, and it has something to do with rocks? Yunya is not omniscient, he only knows more about the world through the plot of the original One Piece. However, when he crossed, One Piece hadn't finished yet, and everything he knew was either revealed in the original book, or it was the speculation of the old buddies on the post bar. Can be sure not very high. However, the Hive Island was Locke's former territory, and Locke is a very ambitious person, so he probably sensed the secrets hidden on the Hive Island. The information is still a bit lacking. Shaking his head, Yunya put down the information in his hand. According to the known information, Pluto, the king of the underworld, is hiding in Wano country. At this time, no one else should know except Robin. Wano country will have to go there sooner or later, not to mention the Pluto battleship, but Kaido, this guy is also on Yunyi's harvest list. With his current strength, it is not a problem to deal with Kaido, but Yunya does not want to take action against Kaido in a short time. As the 4 emperors, Kaido can still contain the world government and prevent the navy from stepping into the new world. During this period of time, Yunyi wanted to be safe, and he got the Piao fruit, but he hadn't got the Soul fruit yet. Can't get the desired information from Doflamingo. There is also the particularity of Blackbeard, Yunyi has not found out until now. The Piao fruit was still in Yunya's hands, and Yunya didn't let his subordinates eat it. Piao fruit has other uses for him. He wants to get the ability of Piao fruit himself. Of course, instead of eating it by yourself, you can give the fluttering fruit to the item to eat, and then hold this item by yourself to obtain the ability of the fluttering fruit. The problem of feeding the devil fruit to the dead is still unsolved by Yunyi. The information he has learned so far can only be done by Vegapunk, who is known as surpassing the wisdom of human beings for 500 years. However, the currently circulating items that eat devil fruits are almost all animals. The animal type seems to be different from the natural type and the superhuman type. The animal type devil fruit has its own thoughts, and it is for this reason that the animal type devil fruit can be eaten by items. Yunyi has been secretly searching for Vegapunk's technology for a long time, and once asked Doflamingo, but Doflamingo himself is not very clear. After searching for this period of time, Yunyi understood that Vegapunk is the only one who knows how to make items eat devil fruits in this world. It's not that Yunyi didn't want to contact Vegapunk in the past, but it's a pity that Vegapunk is well protected by the world government, and his whereabouts are still a mystery. Unless Yunyi overthrows the world government, it will be difficult to contact Vegapunk. Come into contact with Piao Guo is only a part of Yunya's plan. If he wants to attack the world government on a large scale, he will definitely need action. The Holy Land of Marijoa is on the 10,000-meter high red soil continent, and it is very difficult to attack on a large scale. Ordinary ships can't break through at all, and this is the ocean world, and the mobility is almost only sailboats, so fluttering fruit is still very important in Yunya's plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time and effort to let the dark world offer a reward for this devil fruit. However, Yunyi will not eat the Piao fruit by himself, nor will he let his subordinates eat it. If he wants to have the ability to lift an island into the sky at will like a golden lion, he needs to be strong enough. At present, the top 3 among the 10 blades may be possible, but they are all devil fruit capable users. Unless we can figure out how Blackbeard ate the 2 devil fruits, otherwise, this problem is difficult to solve. Yunya has 2 plans, that is to figure out the special nature of Blackbeard, and let Yachi and Hawkins eat the Piao fruit to achieve this goal. Of course, if he can figure out the special nature of Blackbeard, it is not impossible for Yunya to eat the fluttering fruit. But I haven't figured it out yet, so I can only change it to another form, that is, let the item eat the devil fruit, and then hold the item by myself to achieve the goal. It was only because of the lack of access to Vegapunk and this technology that the plan ran aground. But the Piao fruit is only a part of Yunya's plan. If it can't be realized, Yunya doesn't care too much. At worst, it's just a waste of more means. What Yunya really wants to eat is the soul fruit. If he had the soul fruit, Yunya might be able to detect the abnormality in Blackbeard's soul. Another point is, regarding the abnormality of By-Seeing's soul, what kind of power can make By-Seeing's soul pass down? Although Yunya was able to detect the abnormality of By-Seeing's soul, he only knew about it, and couldn't understand it deeply. Even if the essence of Yunya's soul was the god of death, he still had only a half knowledge of the secrets inside. In the final analysis, it is because of the difference in the root world that the authority of Yunya death god cannot see through the soul of this world. However, Yunya has always had an idea, that is to eat the soul fruit, the root power of this world, plus the root power of the death god world. Maybe the combination of the 2 can learn all the mysteries. When he knew that he could scare the Neptunes, Yunya had some guesses about his own soul, and it must be different from the people in this world. As for the difference, the only thing is that his abilities all come from the system. Maybe because of the transformation of the system, his soul has the authority of the god of death. When those Sea Kings saw him, they would see Yunya's essence from a certain soul level. That is the more powerful soul essence that is different from this world. Yunya also wants to find out what kind of abnormality is in his soul. There must be differences with other people, but Yunya does not know what the difference is. My soul, system, time travel, everything is a puzzle. Regarding owning the system, Yunya didn't say anything against it at first, but she was also vigilant, deeply afraid that after the system disappeared, the ability would disappear. It's just that Yunya was relieved later, since the system is engraved deep in his soul, then the system is closely related to him, and he is one with him. Since it is one, then why think about it? Because of being relieved, Yunya no longer resisted the system in the future, which is probably the reason, and the speed at which skill proficiency increased independently in the future has increased. This also made Yunya more convinced that the system was bound to his soul, it was a part of himself, not a foreign object. So, here comes the problem. System, what exactly is it? Why can you let yourself have the ability of the world of death? Why did I travel to the world of One Piece? Yunya never forgot these questions, and even hid them deep in his heart. He wanted to know what the secret of all this was. All of this, perhaps after knowing more about my own soul, I can know it. At the same time, he also wanted to experiment. If after eating the clone of Yihai, the 2 bodies and souls were of the same origin, would there be any strange effects? This is a bit risky, but Yunya wants to try it. Therefore, the soul fruit is a vital part of his plan, and it is something that Yunya is bound to obtain. Even if he is snatched away by the world government, he will kill the Holy Land without hesitation. But it is a pity that, like the fluttering fruit, the soul fruit has been in a state of disappearing after the death of the ant, and the reborn fruit will reappear somewhere in the world, but the time is unknown. It is very likely that it will be reborn on the nearby fruit in the next moment, or it may be the same as Locks after death. The dark fruit will not be reborn after decades. Yunya didn't choose to kill Blackbeard, and there was another reason, that is, if someone ate the soul fruit before he found it, then Yunya wanted to use the dark fruit of Blackbeard to get the fruit from this person. Extract the soul fruit. The power of Moon Knight Island is getting better and better, and it is almost one of the most famous islands in the New World. It is even known as one of the islands that must not be missed. Here, there are countless delicacies and various entertainment items, only you can't think of. There is nothing that is not here. Moon Knight Island is not subject to martial law like the big forces. After all, it is a famous island in the New World. Although it is the territory of Quincy, Quincy does not prevent other pirates from entering Moon Knight Island. As long as you don't make trouble on the island, then people in Wang Su's palace generally don't talk to you. With the reputation of the Quincy master in the New World, very few people with such audacity would come here to make trouble. This kind of behavior is no different from the old birthday star hanging himself, and his life is too long. Even the other 4 emperors would occasionally come to Gulan Tizalo near Moonlight Island to play, and even the red-haired, white-bearded and others came together once. Kaido and Katakuri have never been here. Katakuri is afraid to come. Kaido is not interested in these games, and he is also afraid of Quincy. After all, his former alliance Aunt Charlotte Lingling died at the hands of the Quincy. Of course, when the red hair and the white beard came here to play, they didn't have much contact with the people in Wangsu Palace, and they didn't intend to deal with them, and Yunya didn't bother to pay attention to them. After all, the people who come here to spend are all the guests of Wangsu Palace, and Yunya will naturally not stop them from sending money to him. During the period, Ace and his companions came to visit Yunya and greeted him briefly. After Ace returned, the people on Whitebeard's boat inquired and found out that the Quincy was actually Ace's uncle. This news is undoubtedly huge, shocking everyone on Whitebeard's boat. Even Whitebeard was a little surprised. It was the first time he knew these things. Ace is Roger's son, and Quincy is Ace's uncle. Does Quincy have something to do with Roger? But after Ace explained, Whitebeard was relieved. It turned out that the Quincy was related to Ace's mother. This is really... Even the Whitebeard felt a little bit sorry for Ace's profound background. Even if he gets old, he doesn't have to worry about what will happen to Ace by the Navy. One day, a pirate group that looked like a submarine landed at the port of Moon Knight Island. It's Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law's Heart Pirates. After Luo survived the crisis in the Chambord Islands, he plunged into the sea and headed for the New World without much hesitation. Unlike other supernovas doing things, Luo didn't make troubles, but has been secretly looking for Doflamingo's whereabouts. It is mentioned in the intelligence that Ace the Fire Fist defeated Doflamingo and liberated Dressrosa. He also went to Dressrosa and met the king, King Liko, but he didn't get much information from King Liko. Luo leaves disappointed, and has been secretly looking for where Doflamingo might exist. In the end, he confirmed what he had thought before, that is, something happened to Doflamingo. Otherwise, with such a man, it would be impossible for him to disappear and search for traces once he failed. Luo wanted to talk to Ace who defeated Doflamingo, but he missed it once in Chambord Islands, which left him speechless. Who knows, but Fire Fist Ace is also there. Therefore, I can only go to Whitebeard's territory, but although Whitebeard's territory is there, the Whitebeard pirates often live in nowhere. It is difficult to find. There is no way. Luo can only go to Wangsu Palace of the Quincy. In his judgment, Quincy is the most likely person to attack Doflamingo. He wanted to find out whether Doflamingo was dead or not. This is already his obsession. When Luo and his party landed on Moon Knight Island, they looked around like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Wow, even the food from my hometown is here. A companion pointed to a stall and couldn't help being surprised. Do you even have things from the North Sea? The Quincy is really big. Another person also said. In addition to being crazy about fighting, the Quincy is also very interested in fine wine and food. It seems true. Otherwise, who would spend so much effort to collect food from all over the world? Oh, so nostalgic. I used to eat this when I was a child. Along the way, Luo's companions exclaimed again and again, holding a lot of food in their hands, eating with relish. Moonlight Island is worthy of being a famous island in the New World. The rare ingredients inside are extremely rich, and almost all the delicacies in the whole world are taken. Here, you can not only eat fruits from the East Sea, drinks from the West Sea, fish from the North Sea, and fish from the South Sea, meat, even the water meat from Water 7 Island in the first half, and the special snacks from Fishman Island. It can be said that only you can't think of it. There is nothing you can't find here. This is thanks to Bucky's courier company, which runs almost all over the world, delivering various supplies. After Chi Wohei's name was cancelled, Bucky also seemed to be bad, and he didn't care about it at all. Although he didn't join the Wangsu Palace on the surface, it was because he hugged Quincy's thigh secretly and proudly. Of course, in front of his own subordinates, he still maintains that lofty demeanor of a king, so he can't lose face. On his current transport ship, not only the flag of Bucky Express, but also the flag of the Quincy Division. In the world now, who would dare not give Quincy face? Even the world government will give it, and even his ships encountered the Navy in the first half of Paradise. When the Navy saw the flag of the Quincy Division, they generally would not pay attention to it and pretended not to see it. Although Bucky needs to pay a high fee to the Quincy Division, his safety has been guaranteed unprecedentedly. No one dares to touch the Quincy Division's banner. Captain John's treasure has been found by him. He is like a salted fish who has lost his dream. He has lost the protection of the name of Shishibukai, but he is protected by a more powerful Quincy master. He is too happy to be happy? Anyway, it wasn't him who went to sea, but his subordinates. He didn't do anything, and he still got huge dividends every month. Why not do it? And there is plenty of time. You can go to find treasures if you have nothing to do. Life is very leisurely. Yunya won't take care of Bucky, as long as he doesn't cause trouble and works for him honestly. Yunya doesn't want to talk to Bucky either. Anyway, Bucky had a very good time during this time. Luo shook his head helplessly, eating with food in his hands, and then said, "You guys stay here. I want to see Quincy." "Oh, Luo, are you going to meet the Quincy?" A companion looked at Luo in surprise. Luo nodded. "There is something I need to ask the Quincy master." He always had a hunch that Doflamingo was definitely in the hands of the Quincy. He knew that it would be extremely dangerous to rashly find the Quincy, but for the sake of his obsession, even if it was dangerous, he had to find out whether Doflamingo was dead or not. But, is there any danger? Looking at Luo's expression, they knew that they could not stop Luo's dangerous behavior. "But I am very worried in my heart, no matter who it is on Moon Knight Island, as long as you have the courage to come here, as long as you don't make trouble, the people in Wangsu Palace will not bother you. But it's a little dangerous to meet this crazy guy like Quincy. Luo looked at Wangsu Palace in the center of Moon Knight Island, and continued, I can go alone, if I don't come back in a short time, you can leave. Luo naturally knew that this behavior was very dangerous, but in the face of the obsession in his heart, he had to ask clearly. This. Luo waved his hand and said, okay, that's it, I'll go over there and have a look. Then be careful. Seeing Luo Jueju's expression, the companions didn't say anything more. Luo nodded, and walked towards Wangsu Palace in a flash. In Wangsu Palace, on the throne, Yunya was still thinking about the war that broke out between Barrett and Enel. But at this time, Yechi came over, with a strange expression on his face. He saluted Yunya and said, My lord, there is a pirate who wants to see you. Oh. Yunya withdrew his thoughts and looked at Yechi. Who is it? Yechi said, it's one of the supernovas, Trafalgar Luo of Death Surgeon. It's him. What do you want me for? Yunya frowned, thinking to himself, why did this guy find me? Is it because of Doflamingo? In the original book, Luo's obsession with Doflamingo is very deep, and he always wants him to die. Yechi shook his head, I don't know, my lord. Yunya didn't care much about Luo's purpose in looking for him, and nodded, then let him in. Yes. Yechi saluted respectfully and went down. Not long after, Luo walked in by himself, and looked up at Yunya, who was sitting high on the throne. He obviously didn't exude aura, but it was Yunya who made him a little breathless. Master Quincy. Luo slightly lowered his head and saluted Yunya. After all, there is something to ask for, and Luo's attitude is still very good. What does the supernova death surgeon want from me? Does he want my territory? Yunya didn't get up, but looked at Luo with his legs crossed, his expression calm. I didn't come here with this idea. Luo felt a faint sense of oppression, took a deep breath, didn't talk nonsense, but looked directly at Yunya and said, Master Quincy, I want to know the whereabouts of Doflamingo. Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Luo, and said slowly, the whereabouts of Doflamingo? If you want to know his whereabouts, why come to me? I am not the one who defeated him, but Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace is true for defeating Doflamingo, but I don't believe that such a man would be devastated by one defeat and disappear from the world. The only possibility is that after he was defeated by others, someone found him, caught him, or was killed. Luo looked at Yunya, but his tone was very certain. Oh, do you think I shot Doflamingo? Yunya held a glass of red wine in his hand and drank it on his own. I'm not sure, but I have a hunch that after being defeated, Doflamingo should have met you. You unified the Dark World back then, and it is impossible for you to let go of the other kings of the Dark World. Doflamingo, the only king of the Dark World. Luo said. Impossible. Yunya laughed. Impossible things do not exist in this world. In the past, Doflamingo and I had a secret alliance, and I shot Omet because of his information. After hearing this, Luo's pupils constricted violently. Is Quincy an ally of Doflamingo? He has never heard of this matter? There is no such news in the world at all. Luo Momo, could it be that he made a mistake? Trafalgar Luo, isn't that your real name? You should belong to that family too, right? Yunya looked at Luo's expression and suddenly changed the subject. This time, Luo's pupils changed even more violently, and even faintly became alert. How did the Quincy do this by himself? The people of that family don't have any secrets about those who really understand this world, natural enemies of gods? Oh, it's ridiculous, they have no strength, no matter what title they are crowned, it is the same. Should they be killed or will they be killed? Yes. Yunya chuckled, looked at Luo and said. Luo took a deep breath, looked at Yunya and said, Your Excellency understands it very clearly, but I did not intend to be hostile to you this time. Since you don't know the whereabouts of Doflamingo, I will let you know. Farewell. Luo used honorifics this time, as if he was seen through, as if he had no secrets in front of Yunya. This feeling made him a little panicked. This is the first time someone has brought him this feeling. I can let you see Doflamingo. You guessed it right, he is indeed in my hands. Yunya said suddenly, however, I have one condition, how about joining me? Is that really the case? Luo suddenly stopped, thinking in his heart that it was indeed the case, but he said vigilantly, with the strength of the adults, you should look down on me, a small pirate group, right? Although Luo is confident about his own strength, his heart pirates are not worth mentioning in the face of such a huge force as Wangsu Palace. In addition to what Quincy said just now, it is obvious that Quincy knew himself. Even, the ability destroyer of the fruit of the operation may be very clear. Yunya grinned, as if he had read Luo's mind, and said slowly, Don't worry, I'm not interested in immortality surgery, nor in longevity. Then what does your lord want from me? Luo took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Quincy would even know about the immortality operation. This made his fear in his heart even deeper. Because of Rosandi, Doflamingo is your enemy, and Doflamingo is in my hands. You want revenge unless you attack me, but with your intelligence, you should know that this is a kind of revenge. What kind of stupid thing? Join me, you are the only way to achieve revenge. Yunya said lightly. You really can't hide anything from your eyes, my lord. Is it some kind of special sense of knowledge? Luo calmed down. He suspected that Quincy had the means to see through people's hearts, otherwise his secret would not be discovered. He even knows everything about Rosandi. Probably. Yunya chuckled, and didn't explain too much. After all, he was someone who was familiar with many plots. If you can hand over Doflamingo to me, I'm willing to join you. Luo saluted Yunya, expressing his submission. Quincy was right. If he wanted to take revenge with his own hands, unless he attacked Quincy, it would be impossible to kill Doflamingo from Quincy's hands. This is Luo's obsession. He wants to kill Doflamingo himself. Doflamingo died at the hands of others. This is not revenge at all. Therefore, even if he wants to join the Quincy's command, Luo will not hesitate. Very good. Yunya smiled, but Doflamingo is still useful to me. You can't do anything to him now. You should also know that he is a Tianlong person. I want to know from him about the secrets of the world government, but his mouth is very hard, and he still doesn't say anything. Yunya was very satisfied with Luo's ownership. The fruit of the operation is still very useful in a certain way. It can exchange people's hearts, and the heart is the soul. And after the mind exchange, the body of the ability user can still use the ability. For example, in the original book, after Smoker and Dashiki exchanged their hearts, Dashiki, who has Smoker's body, can still use the smoke fruit of Smoker's body. This is actually not difficult to explain. The devil fruit is fused with the soul, and then transforms the body through the soul. In essence, the body has been transformed. Even if the soul is exchanged, the body still has the devil fruit ability. However, the restrictions are also very serious, and the strength will be greatly reduced, and you may even feel a little uncomfortable. Because the incompatibility between the mind and the body will lead to conflicts between the soul and the body. Over time, unexpected changes may occur. Is the ability to disappear? Or is it gradually controlling the devil fruit ability of the body? This point, Yunyi is actually very curious. However, Yunyi's heart is more inclined to the former one. The soul is the essence, and the body is subtly changed through the soul. No matter how the soul is exchanged, after a long time, the essence soul will act on the new body again and regain the original body. Devil fruit ability? Moreover, this exchange is not free, and it will even damage the soul. It is impossible to achieve the effect similar to the fruit of immortality by relying on this ability to rebirth. Otherwise, this ability is too buggy. With Luo's ability, maybe he can spy on the uniqueness of Blackbeard's soul. Luo was startled, then nodded, and said, I understand my lord, but I want to meet Doflamingo. Luo was also very cautious. Although he knew that the Quincy could not lie to him, he still had some doubts in his heart. Before meeting Doflamingo, he would not agree to join Wangsu Palace. Naturally, I will arrange it for you. Yunya did not object. Come with me. Saying that, Yunya got up and walked towards the lowest level prison of Wangsu Hall, where Doflamingo and Blackbeard were imprisoned. Luo remained silent and followed closely behind. Soon, the two came to the bottom floor. Here, only Blackbeard and Doflamingo were imprisoned, and they were said to be imprisoned, but they were only imprisoned with sea stone handcuffs, unable to move freely. The same is true of other Don Quixote family cotters. Even food and housing are included, the living conditions are not bad, and occasionally there are newspapers to read. Being a prisoner is already the highest treatment. Yunya is not worried that they will run away, since he is in charge, no one can escape, not to mention that the room where they are held is also made of Hailishi. As a capable person, there is no way to escape. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Doflamingo and Blackbeard inside raised their heads slightly, and when they saw Yunya coming, both of them narrowed their eyes. Thief, ha ha ha, Quincy, this is the first time I've seen you since you caught me. Blackbeard laughed loudly, as if he didn't care much about his situation. After being defeated by Yunya, Blackbeard was studied in Jiaji's laboratory, and he was in a coma the whole time, and he never saw Yunya. So this was the first time he saw Yunya after he was defeated. Of course, he also learned about the changes in the sea during this period of time through the newspapers. Phew, Quincy Master, you have been doing a lot during this time? You have done so many big things one after another. Doflamingo also looked at Yunya with a sneer, his tone extremely playful. At that time, he saw a confrontation between the Quincy and the fighting power that erupted from the Quincy. Doflamingo had given up hope that he could escape from the clutches of the Quincy. The person who can fight against the one from the Void Throne, his strength is no longer something he can compete with. Moreover, during this period of time, the Quincy has also been making big moves, offering rewards to the Navy, offering rewards to the 5 old stars, and a battle broke out with the Navy in Chambord. He knew all these news through the newspapers? Hehe, you two are really energetic, you don't look like a prisoner at all. Yunya chuckled, not paying any attention to what the two said. Thief, haha, Quincy Master, you caught me because you wanted to know why I was able to eat the second devil fruit. Blackbeard looked at Yunya with a sneer, guessing Yunya's idea of catching him. As a person who can possess the second devil fruit ability, his value is absolutely unique in this world. However, he believes that in this world, no one can detect his secret. Hearing what Blackbeard said, Doflamingo looked over in surprise. What does this Blackbeard mean? 2 devil fruits? Since this Blackbeard has 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities, no wonder he was caught here. Doflamingo looked at Yunya, and jokingly said, Quincy, you are here this time, are you trying to persuade me to reveal the secrets of the world government? Yunya looked at Highbeard, and said nonchalantly, your body is indeed very miraculous, but it's not that I don't have a clue, it's just that I have 1 or 2 more souls than others, and I use the ability of the dark fruit to apply it to another path. It's just in the soul. Although it's a bit strange that a body can accommodate other souls, but I can't hide it from my eyes. A look of astonishment flashed across Blackbeard's face, but it disappeared just for a moment. He still sneered, with no expression on his face, but his heart was turbulent. Quincy, this fellow, even knew his own secret. Damn it, how did the Quincy guy know? This is his biggest secret, and he even knows the ability of dark fruit? After Yunyi finished speaking, he didn't even look at Blackbeard. As Yunyi is the god of death in essence, he can detect the abnormality of Bai Xing's soul, so he can also see the abnormality of Blackbeard, but he doesn't know what caused it. Yes, I have no idea. Is this congenital or acquired? What role did the dark fruit play in the middle? Can't eat the second devil fruit without the dark fruit? Yunya couldn't understand these questions. Without looking at Blackbeard again, Yunya turned his gaze to Doflamingo, and said with a smile, "Of course I have a way to pry your mouth open, but it's not the time yet. It doesn't matter if you say it or not. This time, I brought someone to see you." After Yunya's voice fell, Luo walked in from the door. His eyes calmly scanned the scene in the room, stayed on Blackbeard for a moment, and finally looked at Doflamingo. His eyes narrowed, showing killing intent. "It's been a long time gone, Doflamingo." When Doflamingo saw Luo, his pupils shrank, and then he showed a smirk. "Phew furfur, it's you, Trafalgar Luo. Talk to him yourself. Remember, just don't kill him. He is still useful to me," Yunya said to Luo, and left. "Okay, my lord," Luo responded, and the killing intent in his eyes subsided. "Phew furfur, Luo, have you joined the Quincy?" Doflamingo's eyes flashed, and he looked at Luo with a sneer. Why did Trafalgar Law appear here? From Luo's vaguely respectful attitude towards Quincy, it is not difficult to guess that Luo is probably already under Quincy's command. Luo, the fruit of the operation, the ageless operation. Doflamingo quickly connected these pieces of information. Quincy even knew about the person from the Void Throne, and he must know that that person is immortal. Could it be that Quincy also took a fancy to the immortality surgery? The Quincian has great ambitions. For a moment, Brother Doflaming thought a lot. New World, Beehive Island. The battle between Thor Enel and Devil's descendant Barrett continues. Both of them belong to the ranks of the strong in the New World, and the movement of the battle is not small. During this period of time, Enel has not given up on his physical training, and has awakened his armed domineering spirit. Although he has not yet reached the high-level level, he has been able to harden freely. Coupled with his unique knowledge, when facing Barrett, he can barely compete. Although Barrett has subordinates, he prefers to travel alone. For his subordinates, he only uses them to collect information. He believed in his own strength even more, and felt that only when he was strong could he become the strongest and surpass Roger and others. At this time, Barrett fought against the entire Thor pirates alone. Not bad strength, boy. The thunderous fruit with natural power is indeed very powerful, but if only relying on thunder and lightning, it can't break my armed collar. During the battle, Barrett grinned grimly. The battleship fusion is his medium-sized bullet form. After merging the ship, his attributes in all aspects have been improved, and he punched Enilo with a punch. "Humph, Blue Sea people, I will show you the power of the gods." God's punishment. Using the speed of the thunder fruit, Enilo avoided Barrett's attack and appeared in another place at the same time, holding a pillar of lightning pierced through Barrett. "It's useless." Barrett sneered in disdain, and punched out with a terrifying force that directly scattered the lightning. When he was about to attack, Urki came from another place, his fist covered with armed colors, slam it down on Barrett's chest. "Oh, by the way, there's also you little boy, what kind of supernova, do pirates play house?" Barrett turned to Urki, his eyes domineering. He didn't take Urki in his eyes at all, and let Urki hit himself with a punch, and there was a bang. However, Barrett's figure didn't move at all. It is not that simple to break through his armed defense. What? Urki was startled, and wanted to avoid it. Want to leave. But Barrett won't let Urki leave so easily. He opened his big hand and grabbed Urki's head. In the abdomen, Urki was directly blasted out. Spitting out a big mouthful of blood, Urki's body flew upside down and crashed into a building behind him, smashing it to pieces. Urki. Anila's face became gloomy, and he moved his right hand towards the sky, which stirred the clouds and thunder in the sky, and the thunder and lightning poured down like raindrops. His subordinates, except for Urgi and his companions, are all robots on the moon. They are not afraid of lightning attacks at all, and even lightning will become their driving force. Boom boom boom. The thunder descended, bombarded the ground, and exploded with intense roars. Pediatrics. Barrett sneered. He didn't even look at the thunder that struck him, and let the lightning attack him and explode on him, but it didn't affect his actions. He jumped out, and after a few jumps, he came to Anila's body, stretched his fists back, and then blasted a punch towards the void in front of him. With a sound of dong, the fist hit the air, and a terrifying shock wave swept forward, as if to smash everything in front of it. The fan-shaped shock wave covered the front, and all the escape routes of Anilo were blocked. Barrett has rich combat experience. Knowing that Anilo's thunder fruit is extremely fast, single target attacks will be dodged, so he immediately changed the attack method, and the covering strike can be effective. However, he still underestimated Anilo's extreme speed, which can be said to be the only one who can compete with Yunya in a short distance. Although the yellow monkey moves very quickly in short distances, he needs time to prepare, but Anilo's thunder fruit is not necessary. It is really like teleportation. I can't catch me, I'm a thunderbolt. 60 million volts of thunder dragon. Anila's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving an arc in place, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the top of Barrett's head. Pointing at Barrett with the golden trident in his hand, lightning surged on his body, and a thunder dragon meandered and roared towards Barrett. TCH, it's really abnormal speed, it seems to be faster than the yellow ape. Barrett spat lightly, facing this extreme speed, he also felt very troublesome. Roaring cannon. Clenched his right hand like an armor, he punched the sky with a fist, rolling the air with great force, and a shock wave blasted out. The terrifying punch crushed the thunder dragon, but the terrifying explosive power above the thunder dragon also acted on him. There was a sound of cracking under the feet, and countless cracks spread out. Thunder, as expected, is one of the most explosive abilities. Beredin was on the ground, his body was not injured because of his armed defense, and he caught Enel's position with his knowledge, and stepped a little, boom with a sound, the huge force caused the broken ground to shatter again, and Barrett's speed suddenly increased to the extreme, rushing towards Enilo. It's useless, in my mind network perception, your attack has nothing to hide. Enilo laughed, trying to do the same to avoid Barrett's attack, but at this moment, a terrifying momentum the pressure made Enilo's movements stiff for a moment. Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want by eating the fruit of the natural department. This is a new world. Barrett stared, and a domineering look erupted from his body, pressing towards Enelga, affecting Enila's actions. Naturally, Barrett would not let go of this opportunity, grinning grimly and punching Enilo's chest with a fist. Not good. Enilo is no longer Xiaomansin who knows nothing. He knows that in this world, there is a power called domineering, which can attack people with natural abilities. In the battle just now, he didn't dare to fight a fierce guy like Barrett at close range, but used the ability of the thunder fruit to fly a kite from a distance, trying to consume Barrett's physical strength. However, he still has too little experience in fighting the strong, and he doesn't know that such things as Overlord Color can shock the soul, and he will be tricked by accident. Boom! With a bang, Barrett's huge fist hit Enila's chest. Although Enila used armed defense, he was still spitting blood and flew backwards from the high altitude like a thunderbolt. After the roar, a huge charred pothole appeared. The thunder and lightning strobe and roar, and Enila's body in the pothole discharges a lot, using the lightning to stimulate his body, the cells proliferate in large numbers, and the injury is repaired. Thunder and lightning erupted from his body, and his body was also floating in the air due to some kind of force. He spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and Enila's eyes were extremely cold. If it wasn't for the armed defense, plus his lightning can stimulate the body to repair the injury, he would probably be unable to move at this time. This guy is the most powerful person I have ever met. That rubber boy can't compete with this guy in front of him at all. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Boy Thunder, you have good abilities, but your arrogance is too weak, and your will is too weak. Hand over this island obediently. Barrett clenched his fists together and let out a bang. There was a bang, and he looked at Enilo with a grin on the corner of his mouth. You guy, do you know something? Enilo hangs high in the sky, and the thunder and lightning ability pulls the sky and thunder down, just like the god of thunder controlling thunder and lightning. Under the command of Enilo, countless machine soldiers rushed towards Barrett out, trying to overwhelm him. The robot villains are densely packed, covering the past like a tide, and the spears in their hands are condensed into thunder and lightning bombardments. However, even the thunder of Enilo, the fruit of thunder, couldn't break through Barrett's protection. These small lightnings couldn't cause much damage to Barrett at all. Annoying thing. Barrett snorted coldly, and bombarded the ground with his fist. The huge force cracked the ground, and a crack opened along the ground, swallowing countless robots into it. You guy. Urki didn't know what devil fruit he ate, and when he stood up again, his figure became like a little giant, and he rushed forward with big strides. However, Barrett easily caught the punch and was blown out again. The whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto, you should know where it is. Barrett raised his head slightly to look at Enilo, grinning. Judging from what Anila said, this guy does know something. You're also eyeing the ancient weapon Pluto? Damn it, this is mine, and no one else is allowed to touch it. The thunder raged on Enilo's body, and his anger stirred the dark clouds in the sky, and thunder and lightning condensed together, bombarded towards Barrett, God's punishment. Do you really know? It seems that this time there will be something rewarding? Boy, tell me the whereabouts obediently. Barrett laughed loudly, his eyes flashed. This guy really knows the whereabouts of Pluto. This time it didn't come in vain? The fruit awakened, a layer of strange material spread from his feet, and an indestructible boulder hand extended from the ground, colliding with the thunder that fell from the sky. Boom. Just like a meteorite hitting the earth, two terrorist attacks collided together, bursting out with endless energy, and the energy scattered, rolling everything around. 200 million volts Thor. Enila's body became even more violent with lightning. This time, his entire body turned into lightning, and the lightning was as real as it was, making him look like a giant. Thor's spear. Enilo, who became the god of thunder, appeared in his hand with a trident formed by lightning, and he threw it towards Barrett. Crack! The thunder exploded, and Thor's gun was like swift lightning, and it hit the bottom in the blink of an eye. Thunderbolt does have its own unique features, but in terms of domineering, I am stronger than you. It is impossible to avoid my perception. Cannonball. Barrett snorted coldly. Behind him, the ground stretched out again. Raised a big hand, covered with a thick-armed domineering color. The big hand clenched into a fist, and blasted into the air. Boom. The attack collided again, the thunder raged and erupted, and the roar continued. After a moment of stalemate, it was broken. There was a little ground under Barrett's feet, the ground shattered, and his figure rushed upwards. The armor on the soles of his feet sprayed flames, which made his speed increase again. At this time, after Barrett merged with his new battleship, he looked like a Mecha Gundam, possessing many incredible moves. Rush to the sky and have a fierce confrontation with Anilo, who is the incarnation of Thor. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacked each other, the thunderbolt and the fist bombarded each other, the thunderbolt shattered, and the energy exploded. The roar spread throughout the island. Although he is the god of thunder, Enel's attack method is still mainly long distance, and Barrett wants to stay in front of Enel and use his strong body to attack Enel. You chase me to escape. The battle is extremely fierce. With a sound of buzz, the domineering color overwhelmed Enel again, causing him to lose his mind for a while, but this time he was prepared. His body became elemental, allowing Barrett's attack to pass through his body. Enila's body condensed in another place, with his 5 fingers spread out. The Thunder Dragon hit Barrett, blasting Barrett into the ground, and then, various thunder attacks fell, bombarding Barrett's position. Boom boom boom. The dense roar was like firecrackers, and Barrett's location was completely changed, leaving a scorched black hole. Enila didn't stop, and still bombarded the ground with lightning. Annoying ability. Where Barrett was, a pair of big hands stretched out from the ground, blocking all attacks. The lightning just didn't hit him at all. But at this time, Barrett was also suppressed. Barrett's eyes turned cold, and when he faced Enilo, he was a little bit tied up, and he couldn't let go at all. This guy is like a loach, very slippery, and his speed is too fast. It is difficult to hit Enilo with his attack road. Go away. Barrett snorted coldly, and rushed out with his other big hand, blocking the incoming lightning. His figure rushed out again, flying high into the sky, and blasted a large shock wave covering the space in front of him. I won't let you get close to me. Enilo sneered. Is this rhythm right? Flying a kite is the best way to reflect his ability. He was about to leave here in a blink of an eye, but the domineering color was overwhelmed again, making Enilo's movements froze and he was hit by the shock wave. He vomited blood at the intersection of Ani Road and was blasted into the sky. It's obviously just a shock wave, why can it hit me? Although Enilo has learned the armed color, he still doesn't know that the armed color has advanced applications. In the shock wave just now, Barrett used high-level armed colors to make the shock wave entangled with domineering. You are very strong, the strongest opponent I have ever met, but it is not so easy to defeat me. Above the sky, Enilo wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked at Barrett with cold eyes, then he raised his head and looked at the top of his head. Above his head, a golden ship was floating in the air, and the pipe like a chimney was spitting out black clouds containing terrifying thunder into the clouds. Before the battle began, Enilo's arc proverbs had already come to midair, releasing dark clouds containing thunder and lightning. At this point, the condensation has been completed, and he can release his strongest attack. Let's see the power of the gods. Lei Ying. Ai Nilo saw that everything was ready, and a thunderbolt rushed out of him towards the sky, stirring the thunder and lightning in the clouds. The thunder and lightning burst, and the muffled thunder rolled. In the clouds, there seemed to be a terrifying beast hidden, and a strong sense of oppression came from above the sky. The thundercloud churned, and finally formed a huge black sphere, which contained infinite power of thunder and lightning. Under the command of Ainolo, it fell towards Barrett's position. Real power? Ha ha ha, then, let me show you my real power, little mouse. Barrett laughed wildly, and a strange substance spread out from under his feet. With the sound of click it was heard that he used his abilities to fuse most of the islands. A stalwart monster rose from the ground, even more terrifying than the giant's height. Like a ferocious beast that destroys the world, its size alone is enough to make people despair. The ultimate giant cannon. Standing inside the giant beast, Barrett covered the entire giant beast with boundless armed domineering aura. With his ability activated, the giant beast clenched its fist and bombarded the thunderclouds falling from the sky with one punch. Crackling. Boom. The two collided with each other's big moves, and a terrifying shockwave erupted, blowing everything around them away as the shockwave passed by. Numerous robot villains were carried by the shockwave and flew upside down, falling into the bottom of the sea. The attack was stalemate, and the shockwaves rushed out, and the clouds in the sky were blown away, exposing the sun in the sky. With the last roar, the island exploded directly, breaking from the middle. Thunder and lightning raged across the audience, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Finally, the smoke and dust cleared and everything returned to calm. In the smoke and dust, the situation inside was exposed. Two figures slowly emerged, and Barrett emerged from the smoke and dust holding Anila's head, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that I won. Thunder Boy. The winner, Barrett the Devil's Descendant. The incident on the Hive Island came to an end, and the war between Thor Enel and the Devil's Descendant Barrett came to an end. It ended with the Devil's Descendant triumphing. In fact, in the new world, many people are not surprised by this result. Devil's Descendant Barrett, this guy can compete with those 4 emperors, and he was also one of the crew members on Roger's ship. The strength he showed several times was extremely strong, so that the 4 emperors did not dare to underestimate him. Although Thunder God Enilo suddenly emerged, defeated Wang Ji, and occupied the Hive Island, but in the eyes of others, he was just a rookie. If he wanted to compete with a top powerhouse like Barrett, losing was not a big deal. Very surprised. It would be eye-popping if Thor Enilo wins. The news spread through the newspapers, so that countless people knew the result. The big forces only paid a little attention, and then they didn't care much. Everyone still put Thor Anilo and Supernova on the same level. At most, they are a character like Fire Fist Ace. Although it is worth noting, that's the case. If Fire Fist Ace hadn't joined the Whitebeard Pirates, his name might not be as loud as it is now. Several supernovas have already fallen into the sand, and another one will be like that. The Kid Pirates encountered Kaido, not to mention the annihilation of the entire army. It was almost the same. Only one kid escaped, and the others were either killed or captured. The Kid Pirates survived in name only. Edward Vabel, Kapenbeki, and APU have all been captured by the Navy, and they are probably imprisoned in the City of Advancement. Aokiji was defeated along with the Thor Pirates. The Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Luo, announced that he would join the Palace of Wangsu, which surprised people in the New World, but it was just a surprise. Compared with the scale of Wangsu Palace, the addition of the Heart Pirates is just insignificant, and the Straw Hat Pirates disappeared for half a year without any news. Many people thought that they were also captured by the Navy at that time, but there was no conclusive evidence like the other three. Moonlight Island, the headquarters of Wangsu Hall. Hey, sure enough, Anilo is still defeated. Yunya looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Enel's defeat was not as expected by Yunya. After all, Barrett was also at the level of the 4 emperors, and his individual strength was not inferior to any of the 4 emperors. Moreover, Yunya has always been aware of Barrett's actions. He is also aware of the news that Hive Island may possess the ancient weapon Pluto, but Yunya himself knows that Pluto is hiding in Wano country. Even if Barrett passed, he would only be in vain. It's just that Yunya didn't expect that AI Nila just defeated Wangji at this time and occupied the Hive Island. This guy Anila came down to the Blue Sea and set his sights on the Hive Island. What secrets are hidden in the Hive Island? Is it really related to the ancient weapon Pluto? Yunya is not omniscient and omnipotent. He didn't know that Anilo's conversation with Robin in Sky Island would be overheard by Yeniro, and he didn't know that Anilo went to the moon and knew the records about the disappearance of 100 years. Knowing the identity of his ancestor, and connecting himself with the Son of Destiny. So much so that when Anilo and Barrett clashed, and when Barrett defeated Anilo, Yunya didn't take it too seriously. I don't know that Barrett has already set his sights on Pluto at this time. On the Chambord Islands. After a lapse of half a year, the Straw Hats returned again, and gather on the 13th island. The 3 main forces learned from Laylee, and at this time they have learned how to use domineering. Luffy has learned all 3 domineering auras and can use them freely, but he still doesn't know how to use them at a high level, so he can only barely reach the passing line. Zoro and Sanji also learned 2-color domineering, and their combat power has improved by more than 1 level. Zoro has not yet seen his heart clearly, and has not awakened his domineering aura. Sanji is firm in his heart, lacks ambition, and does not have the qualifications of a king. There is only Luffy, but when facing the domineering conflict between the Night Blade and the Quincy, the domineering in the body is already ready to move. As long as it is stimulated a little, it will awaken. He was also when Laylee was explaining domineering and releasing domineering color. Because of the stimulation of Lila's domineering color, his domineering color also awakened along the way. After all, Rayleigh's teaching level is not very good, but the basics are still solid for the 3 of them. As long as there is a chance, the high-level application of domineering is not difficult to master. Relying on hard training, it is not so easy to achieve high-level application. You need to break through in battle. The efficiency of practicing hard is very low. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had disappeared for half a year, assembled in the Chambord Islands, but the rest of their companions have arrived. Only Brook has not returned, and the phone bug can't be contacted. Something may have happened. With the pissing nature and troublemaking ability of the protagonist group, they will naturally not be calm after gathering. After a big riot in the Chambord Islands, beating the Tianlonggran, and causing chaos, they went to the New World. The first stop was of course the Fishman Island. After passing by the Fishman Island, their next stop was the New World famous Music Island, where the famous singer Yuta held a concert. The Straw Hats couldn't get in touch with Brook, and they were a little worried. After going to the Fishman Island for a transit, they rushed directly to Music Island. They wanted to know if Brook was in danger in Music Island. New World, Beehive Island. The Thor Pirates were defeated by Barrett, and Barrett took over the island as a matter of course. Treat him as your new base. After the battle, more than a month has passed. Barrett also used his own means to get the information he wanted from the intersection of Ani, knowing that Pluto is buried somewhere in Wano country at this time, and also learned about that kingdom, and the information about the war hundreds of years ago. However, he had been to Ralph Drew with Roger, and he knew something about it, but the details were not very clear. Now that I hear Anila's words, add what I know, and connect them, the mysteries in my heart are reduced. Hey, Wano country? Kaido's territory. Barrett sat on his throne, narrowing his eyes, thinking about these things. The news that Hades Pluto was hiding in Wano country really surprised Barrett. Wano country is Kaido's territory, so if you want to make a move, you have to think carefully. Kaido is not an ordinary person. Even if he is, he will be more or less afraid. Barrett is extremely afraid of the powerful forces at the level of the 4 emperors, and it is not so easy to attack. However, Barrett is not in a hurry. Not many people should know about the news that Pluto is hiding in Wano country, and Anilo only found out about it by chance. At least Kaido is definitely not clear. Otherwise, with Kaido's character, after knowing that Pluto, the king of the underworld, is hiding in Wano country, he will definitely search Wano country all over. If Kaido got Pluto, the king of the underworld, he would definitely not be as peaceful as he is now. That guy is as crazy as the Quincy master. If Pluto, the king of the underworld, is in his hands, he will definitely attack others. It is his dream to start the biggest war in the world, and it will definitely not be as quiet as it is now. However, this guy Thor got the news from the mouths of other people. Who could it be? He actually knows this secret. A man and a woman. The woman can understand the words that she doesn't understand. Ancient texts. The only ones in the world who can understand ancient texts are Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, and Roger, who can hear all things. Roger will definitely not be resurrected. The other person, is it Straw Hat Luffy? Straw Hat, hee. Barrett also learned about it from Ani Junction, and he also learned about it from other people. And that woman seems to be able to understand ancient characters. At present, the only one who can understand ancient characters is Nico Robin from the Straw Hats. As for who the man was, Barrett couldn't guess, but it didn't matter. As long as I get Pluto, the king of the underworld, one step ahead, then no matter who it is, there is no basis for it. Barrett got up, went outside, stood on the high point of the Hive Island, looked into the distance, there was the direction of Wano country, and whispered in his mouth, Kaido. It seems that I have to contact that guy is not easy to get along with. Without much hesitation, the next day, Barrett drove his battleship towards Wano country. He wants to talk to Kaido. Naturally, Barrett would not be so stupid as to explain the reason to Kaido, but he wanted to reach an alliance with Kaido. Then use the alliance relationship, stay on top of the Wano country, and search for the traces of Pluto as much as possible. Kaido is accumulating strength. As long as he is not blind, he can see it. With Barrett's strength, he has the ability to ally with Kaido. Moreover, the reason is also very good. Now the new world is not chaotic, but it is not peaceful either. The big forces of all parties are accumulating strength, as if they are waiting for the outbreak of a big event with a tacit understanding. There is no action at present, but in the future, there will definitely be a big war that will cause a sensation in the world. The world government is searching for the whereabouts of ancient weapons, and so are other major forces. The Quincy Master got the fluttering fruit, but there is also a soul fruit in the reward list of the Quincy Master. It is conceivable that as long as one of these two things appears, then, the war will definitely start again. Piao is an example. It appeared in the first half and still set off a war between the Navy and the Quincy Division. If it hadn't been for Yaren's intervention, the war might have gone on. The Quincy has demonstrated its power to the world more than once, and each time it has shown people the terrifying combat power that belongs to the king of the new world. As for the soul fruit, there are even more people involved. Today's 4 Emperor Katakuri pirates, as long as the soul fruit appears, then Katakuri will not remain indifferent. After all, the soul fruit was also the ability of his mother Charlotte Lingling during her lifetime. No matter what, Katakuri would not allow his mother's fruit to fall into the hands of the enemy, the Quincy, and Kaido, as an ally of the former Charlotte Lingling. The relationship between the two is unclear, and it is likely to be dispatched. The world government and the Navy naturally don't want to see the Quincy's power grow again. The soul fruit is undoubtedly a powerful ability. A 10-edged Knight 7 who has eaten the Momo fruit already has the strength to compete with the general. Adding a few more strong people, plus the already powerful force of Mikeshi, Wangsu, the temple will turn into a terrifying monster. Now the threat of the Quincy in the eyes of the world government has surpassed Roger, surpassed Locks, and surpassed any outstanding person in any era. After all, the Quincy is the first person who survived after Im's attack. Let I'm give an order, don't rashly provoke such a regressive order from the Quincy. This is the first time since the establishment of the world government. It can be seen how vigilant the world government is against the Quincy. Not to mention ancient weapons, all ambitious forces in the new world want to get them. This is a terrifying power that is enough to make the world government afraid, a power that can destroy the world. According to the news circulating in the new world, the Quincy is feared by the world government because he holds Poseidon, the king of the sea. Of course, the strength of Quincy is also something that the world government should be wary of, but what everyone believes more is that the reason why Quincy's Wangsu Hall is so feared by the world government is because of the ancient weapon Sea King. Therefore, the craze for searching for ancient weapons has never stopped, but it is not as crazy as it was at the beginning. The new world and the country, Kaido's territory. Because of Doflamingo's disappearance, there is no one who can provide him with artificial devil fruits. The plan of Kaido's artificial animal-type legion can only come to nothing. This made Kaido very angry. This was one of his plans to dominate the new world, and now it was destroyed by a Fire Fist Ace. Kaido naturally asked people to search for Doflamingo's whereabouts, but after so long, there was still no trace of Doflamingo. Even if he found other cotters of the Don Quixote family, after asking, there was still no whereabouts of Doflamingo. After being defeated by Fire Fist Ace, Doflamingo seemed to have evaporated from the world, and he never appeared again. Kaido guessed that something might have happened to Doflamingo, and many blames were pointed at Quincy. After all, after Doflamingo was defeated by the Quincy, the forces under him also accepted Doflamingo's inheritance in the Dark World. The current Dark World has completed a true unification. Because the Artificial Animal Legion's plan failed, Kaido will adopt another method, which is to coerce and lure those new pirates to join his forces. Surrender to live, resist to die. Using this violent method, the forces under Kaido's hands are also increasing. Of course, these people Kaido will only be used as cannon fodder, unless they really show surrender, otherwise it is impossible to enter the core circle of his pirate group. It's just the pirate group under it. Kaido doesn't care about these, as long as he is still there. Then, even if these people have resentment in their hearts, they dare not resist, and they still have a chance to survive if they are honest fighters. Otherwise there is only one end, that is die. At this time, Quinn, one of the three plagues, suddenly walked into the cave where he was, and said to him, "Boss, the guy from the Devil's Descendant said he wanted to see you." Huh. Kaido narrowed his eyes after taking a sip of wine. Why did that guy come to me? Quinn shook his head. That's not clear. Forget it, let him in, let's see what tricks he wants to play. Kaido didn't care, this is his territory, even if Barrett wants to make trouble, it depends on the mace in his hand. Do not agree? Others are afraid of Barrett, but Kaido doesn't love him. Not long after, Barrett walked into the cave where Kaido was, with a sinister smile on his lips, and looked at Kaido. Long time no see, Kaido. You guys go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, what do you want me to do? Kaido sneered like Barrett, and a domineering arrogance exploded from his body, pressing down on Barrett. Of course I have something to look for you, Kaido. Barrett also sneered, and an equally powerful domineering look swept out. Boom, crack. The two domineering colors clashed against each other, and thousands of purple-black lightning bolts appeared in the sky. With a sound of buzz, the sky was covered with dark clouds and rippled. Greetings at the level of the four emperors are all like this. If you don't have a clash of overlord colors, the cards are not enough. After saying hello, the two looked at each other and refused to give in to each other. After a long time, Kaido restrained his domineering look, took a sip of wine, and said lightly, "Speak up if you have something to do, and let go if you have something to do. It can't be that he came to fight with me, right?" Barrett also restrained his domineering look, twisted his neck, and said with a smirk, "Kaido, cooperate with me. Oh lol, cooperation? A man like you actually wants to cooperate with me? What kind of wind is this?" Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Barrett. This guy is very proud. From the fact that he has been acting alone since he escaped from prison, it can be seen that he doesn't even bother to be with anyone. The only reason to subdue the subordinates is because the chances of letting the subordinates find ancient weapons are higher. But such a man actually ran over to him today and told him that he wanted to cooperate with him. Could it be that Barrett had something in mind? It's no wonder Kaido thinks so, it's because Barrett's behavior this time is a bit weird. Now the new world seems to be stable, but everyone knows that there are dark tides in it. As long as the opportunity arises, war will definitely break out. Faced with such a situation, haven't you been accumulating strength all the time? Barrett just smiled, doesn't say much. Kaido is just reckless, not stupid, as long as he reveals a little bit, the meaning is already clear. So you're also afraid? Kaido said jokingly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Barrett's expression was calm. Afraid? That's not the case, I just don't want to be silent like this. How can such a chaotic era be without my participation? I have always wanted to surpass that guy Roger. Oh lol, so what? You want to form an alliance with me? Kaido grinned. He accumulated power, naturally because of this reason. He wants to start the biggest war, so he needs power. Yes, the alliance. Barrett grinned at Kaido, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes, and he said, "As long as we are in alliance, no matter Whitebeard, Quincy, Nightblade, or the Navy or the world government dare to underestimate our power." Your words really touched my heart, but why should I trust you? Kaido was not an idiot, although he seemed to have a lot of benefits, but he couldn't tell what Barrett was thinking. If it is someone who is weaker than him, just join, and there is no threat to him at all. But Barrett is different. He has the ability to contend with himself. If he is stabbed in the back, he will not be able to bear it. Of course, it's not because I'm afraid, but I just don't want to have one more hidden danger around me. As if seeing Kaido's scruples, Barrett grinned and said, "I promise with my reputation as a descendant of the devil, as long as you don't attack me behind my back, then, we will always be in alliance." It's really surprising that a man like you would say such a thing. It seems that the general trend of the future also makes you afraid. Kaido laughed, took a sip of wine, and looked at Barrett intentionally or unintentionally. Barrett didn't speak, but just showed an inexplicable smile. Kaido put the jug on the table and made a bang sound. He said, "In this case, I agree, let's make an alliance. Let us bring the world the most grand war. What Quincy, any world government will be trampled under our feet. That's natural." Barrett grinned sneerly, but there was an inexplicable gleam in the depths of his eyes. The matter has finally come to pass, all we need to do is to start looking for Pluto's whereabouts in Wano country. As for his guarantee, of course it is true, as long as Kaido does not attack him, then they are still in alliance. It's just, if Kaido knows that his purpose is to bury Pluto, the king of the underworld in Wano, then, will Kaido endure such deception? Hehe. With Kaido's character, he will definitely attack him. At that time, it depends on whose means are stronger, but as long as he can integrate Pluto, Kaido will not be his opponent. The relationship between Kaido and the Barrett alliance was quickly publicized, which surprised countless people in Highhei. How did these two guys get together? What a surprise. Forget about Kaido, Barrett, a lone ranger, would actually ally with others, which is really surprising. The territory of the 4 emperors with red hair. The red hair was also holding the newspaper at this time, frowned slightly, touched his chin and said, these two have actually reached a cooperation? Is it to deal with the upcoming general trend? In the original book, the redhead was the only one who wanted to stabilize the sea. He was also on Roger's ship, and he knew something about the history of blank for 100 years, and he also knew that the timing of their boarding on Ralph Drew was wrong. What he was waiting for was the time to come? That is the appearance of Joey Boy? For this reason, he has been stabilizing the situation in the world. However, different from the original book, this world is already very different because of the appearance of Yunya. Want to stabilize the situation? With the current strength of the red hair, there is no way to stop it, and the times have gone berserk. It is impossible to stop? The general trend of the future is beyond his control, beyond the control of the world government. No one knows how the future will develop. Before Joey Boy appeared, the situation was already in such a state of chaos, even more chaotic than in the Rocks era. This is thanks to the Quincy Master. As for whether the Quincy is Joey Boy, this red hair can be sure, definitely not. Joey Boy is a person who can bring joy to people and spread joy, and it is absolutely impossible to be a battle madman like Quincy. Redhead is a person who firmly believes in fate. Since the fruit chose Luffy, he believes that Luffy is Joey Boy even more, and he is waiting for Luffy to grow up. Redhead is a mysterious person. Until now, its purpose is not clear. Hawkeye on the side also looked at the newspaper, and chuckled lightly. Hehe, it's really interesting. These two people actually got together. I guess you're in trouble. Red Hair has a red history text in his hand at this time, and Kaido has been eyeing Red Hair for a long time. And the red history text in the Red Hair's hand was snatched from Barrett's hand. Barrett probably won't let the red hair go easily. This man is not so generous, he will forget such things. That's why Hawkeye said that. The red-haired man couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, if it's these two people, it's very likely that they will attack me. There are many conflicts between Hongfa and these two people, and Kaido will not mention it. Before Hongfa became the 4 emperors, the two were hostile to each other. After becoming the 4 emperors, conflicts broke out because of the intersection of the territories. There are not many. It can be regarded as the enemy level. And Barrett, although he stayed on Roger's ship like Red Hair before, but because of the Battle of Skull Island, Red Hair snatched the red history text from Barrett's hands, and the two sides took over the enmity. Although Barrett didn't trouble the redhead later, Barrett will never forget this kind of thing. Barrett will never forget the shame of being robbed by a junior. If they call, don't expect me to make a move. I'm not interested in those who don't use swords. Hawkeye glanced at the red hair and said calmly. The redhead made a haha, spread his hands and said, "Hey, Hawkeye, you can't do this. Anyway, we are also an alliance now. If your partner is in trouble, why don't you take action?" Hawkeye pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "An alliance relationship wants me to work for you? You have such a beautiful idea." The red hair patted Hawkeye on the shoulder. As part of the Broken Arm Alliance, shouldn't we help each other? Don't mention that name again, it's so fucking ugly. Hawkeye's face darkened. The red-haired laughed loudly. "What's the big deal? I'll treat you to drink the wine from my hometown. It's my favorite drink." Not only the red-haired side, but the other 4 emperors also received the news. Katakuri looked at the newspaper in his hand with a serious expression on his face. Now among the 4 emperors, he is the weakest in strength. Although he used force to get the escaped pirates to join his banner, those guys are dishonest and obey his orders on the surface, but when the crisis comes, these people will definitely fight back. This is a big problem. Now the only general left is Smoothie. Cracker died in the hands of Akainu. Although the elder brother Perospero is good, but his age is not as good as before. His strength can barely reach the general star level, but facing the future situation, some are not enough. Katakuri is also a little anxious now. His own strength is at the bottom of the 4 emperors. It is far from being strong. It can only be regarded as okay. If there is a war in the future, it will be a bit difficult. Losing Charlotte Lingling, although he lives in the 4 emperors, his strength is not as good as when Charlotte Lingling was in power, and he is even weaker by more than a bit. But there is no way, they have lost too many troops in the battle with the Quench division, and now they can only stick to Cake Island, and they have seldom acted. Katakuri also wants to strengthen his own power, and he can avenge his mother in the future, but the enemy is that perverted guy from Quincy, and now he still has the ancient weapon Sea King in his hand. How can he fight this? He is also looking for the whereabouts of ancient weapons, as well as the whereabouts of Soul Fruit. He must get his mother's relics before the Quincy Master. He is clear about the power of the Soul Fruit. As long as he feeds it to his younger brothers and sisters, he can increase his strength in a short time, although it is unlikely to reach the level of his mother. But it is still possible to create a star strength. Katakuri, what should we do now? Perospero looked at Katakuri, who was gradually majestic, standing beside Katakuri. He could faintly feel the feeling of his own mother from his body. Katakuri's arrogance is getting stronger and stronger, and his strength is becoming more and more terrifying. He can't see through this younger brother. It's just that Katakuri still doesn't have the sense of oppression that Charlotte Lingling brought him. He's just close. Katakuri shook his head. The situation is turbulent now. We are weak, and we dare not take any action. We can only slowly accumulate strength. Now that you are the 4 emperors, the lives of your younger brothers and sisters are all on your shoulders. It's good that you are not too radical. Perospero looked at Katakuri, feeling a little distressed in his heart. Sighing, you don't need to avenge your mother. The Quincy is too strong. Even if the soul fruit appears in the future, we have no ability to fight for it. If we have to give up, just give up. Now Katakuri is protecting the lives of his younger brothers and sisters, he has to bear these pressures, and others can't help him too much. Katakuri looked into the distance and sighed softly. I know, but the general trend is like this now. As the 4 emperors, I can't retreat even if I want to. Future wars will definitely sweep the entire new world. As long as they are still in the new world, it will be unavoidable. This is also where Katakuri has a headache. He can't escape. Their family has a big business. Unlike other small pirate groups, they can leave whenever they want. The 4 emperors have too many things involved. It is impossible to pass the first half. The navy will not let a 4 emperors go to the first half to station. As long as he rushes over, the navy will definitely take him. But in the new world, as long as you are still there, you will be swept in by the general trend, and no one can escape. Even if you don't want to get involved, someone will definitely pull you in. Impossible for you to watch from the sidelines, even pulling you into the water. Let's just let it change, but we can't sit idly by, we need to accumulate strength. Katakuri said with firm eyes. They can only wait for the opportunity. The longer the time drags on, the more power they can accumulate. Of course, Whitebeard also knows about it, but Whitebeard is more Buddhist and doesn't want to get involved at all. As long as you don't come to trouble him, then he generally doesn't care about these things. As the most Buddhist among the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates do not have much sense of crisis. It is likely that the number 1 in the world has been sitting for a long time, and other people dare not invade. However, Whitebeard also knows that he, an old Jianghu, is still clear about the changes in the situation. Even Wang Ji, a guy who doesn't care about world affairs, has people coming to him to kill him. I myself, the 4 emperors, will not be able to run away by then. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Whitebeard began to train Ace, probably with the idea of letting Ace take over his position. I don't know if Marco was influenced by him. He is also extremely Buddhist. Although he is not weak, he has no desire to win. Such a person is very suitable as the deputy captain, but he cannot be the captain. Kiyoshi is not weak, but he has another problem, that is, he prefers to obey orders rather than give orders, and his personality is not good enough to be the 4 emperors. But Ace is different. Although he joined the Whitebeard pirates, his goal is still to surpass Roger and the Quincy, the 2 existences with which he has an inseparable relationship. Whitebeard saw Ace's point, and wanted to train Ace to become the successor of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Whitebeard told the story in front of all the crew members. The others didn't refuse either. They trusted Ace very much and knew that Ace had this ability. However, Ace directly refused. After all, his idea at this time was to assist Whitebeard to become one piece. He wanted to surpass Roger and Yunya, but only surpassed them in strength. He wanted Whitebeard to reach the top. No matter how Whitebeard tried to persuade him, Ace still held the belief that he didn't want to take Whitebeard's place. Whitebeard is helpless, this kid is very stubborn, and he will never change his mind. In this regard, Whitebeard is also very pleased. After all, Ace is thinking about him. Whitebeard also shook his head and laughed, and didn't mention it too much. After all, their relationship with the Whitebeard pirates was different from other people on the ship. They were all connected by bonds, and the relationship was very harmonious. Although Ace refused, Whitebeard is still guiding Ace's cultivation with his heart. Ace is also very competitive. During this period of time, his strength has skyrocketed. Not only has he mastered the fruit awakening of the natural department, but his strength is already comparable to that of Marco. As expected of Roger's bloodline, the talent is so rare in the world. Even Whitebeard was very surprised at Ace's growth progress, and even saw the shadows of himself and Roger when they were young in him. No, Ace might be stronger. At Ace's age, Whitebeard doesn't have this kind of strength, and neither does Roger. At this age, Whitebeard has just set out to sea not long ago, but he has not yet made a name for himself, joining Locke's boat. Roger has only just entered the new world. Although the 2 were not weak when they were young, they were far from reaching the level of Ace. Awakened Devil Fruit, 3-color domineering mastery, even Armed Color and Overlord Color have stepped into advanced application. The only thing behind is Knowledge Color. With such strength, he can already serve as a new 4 emperors. No one can underestimate such a strong man. Whitebeard is very pleased. This little guy, Ace, has grown to this point. In this way, Barrett became an alliance with Kaido, and using the alliance, he began to search carefully in Wano country. He is so careful that even Kaido didn't notice his abnormality. Because there are not many people who know that Pluto is in Wano country. As long as he doesn't reveal it, then, things cannot be exposed. Anilo is in his hands. Although he didn't kill him, he was also imprisoned by him on Hive Island. As long as no one comes to rescue him, this secret cannot be revealed. He didn't kill Anil, but Barrett was a little suspicious. He felt that Anil still had a secret that he hadn't revealed, and he would keep it for later review. Maybe you can get more useful news from Anilo? For a reason, Barrett left the Hive Island and went to the Wano country to form an alliance with Kaido, but was unable to control the Hive Island. Touched by someone with a heart. This man is none other than Morgans, dedicated to first-hand news. After Barrett defeated the Thor pirates, there was no news about Thor Enel, and it was unknown whether he was killed or imprisoned. Morgans, who wanted to get first-hand information, also went to the Hive Island to check. As a first-line news reporter, he has always had a very keen sense of foreboding. So many powerful people are eyeing on the Hive Island, and he also knows that the Hive Island was once the residence of the Sea Overlord Rocks. Locks, Wangji, Enilo, and Barrett all take the Hive Island as their own, and there may be some secrets hidden in it. And it just so happens that Barrett is a lone ranger, and he likes to act alone. At this time, he went to Wano country, which means that there are not many people guarding the Hive Island. Here's your chance. Wanting to find out if Thor Enilo is dead, and what secrets are hidden in Beehive Island, he went to Beehive Island. And by chance, I met Enilo, who was defeated by Barrett and imprisoned. Seeing someone rescue him, Enilo became more confident in his destiny as the son of destiny, and tried to get Morgas to rescue him, and vowed that he would be given a piece of heaven in the future. Morgans is not a foolish person. He ignores Enila's words. He can be saved, but Enilo must pay the corresponding reward, that is, about all the secrets he knows. Enilo lives under the fence, knowing that the person in front of him is a guy driven by profit, and he won't save him if he doesn't reveal something. He could only tell Morgans the news that Pluto, the king of the underworld, was hiding in Wano country. When Morgans heard this, his heart was shocked, and the secret channel was really big news. With the attitude of a deal, Morgans released Enilo, but as soon as Enilo was out of trouble, he directly attacked Morgans. For this birdman who dared to disobey him, Enilo was very annoyed. He dared to threaten him. He really didn't know how to live or die. However, Morgans was once the king of the dark world after all, and his strength is also good. Although he is not Enel's opponent, it is still possible to barely compete. Fighting and retreating, he successfully escaped from Enela's pursuit. And the next day, I went to the battle in person, hurriedly rushed to the manuscript, and spread this shocking news to the whole world with the newsbird. Triggered a new round of turmoil in the new world. As soon as the news that Pluto, the ancient weapon of the underworld, was hidden in the Wano country, the entire new world almost boiled up. The eyes of countless careerists are all looking in the direction of Wano country, and their hearts are about to move. However, because Wano country is the territory of the four emperors Kaido, many ambitious but incapable people can only wait and see, but they still choose to go, intending to fish in troubled waters. But other powerful people, at this moment, their eyes are red. Ancient weapon, Pluto, king of the underworld. Rumored to be the worst warship capable of destroying an island in one blow. As long as you get it, it is the strongest whole card in your hand. Even the world government dare not take a shot against you easily. Like the Quincy, you are free in the new world, and even the world government fears you. What a powerful temptation. Holy Land Marie Joya, 5 Old Stars meeting room. The 5 people gathered together, their faces were extremely dignified. One of them said, the whereabouts of Pluto, the king of the underworld, have been found out, just above Kaido's Wano country. It's a new world again. Damn it. If we want to rush there, it will take too much time and effort. But what can we do? This time the matter is of great importance. We must be dispatched. We must not let the ancient weapons fall into the hands of the pirates, otherwise the pirates will become stronger and stronger, and even we will be afraid of it. You want to see is another Quincy appearing? Don't forget, the Quincy is also in the new world. With his strength, he is the one who is most likely to get Pluto. His personal strength has already made us so afraid, and he still has Neptune basing in his hand. If he gets Pluto again, this time, we must mobilize all the forces under our hands. CP, Navy, and new pacifists must grab the ancient weapons. Without further delay, give Aokiji orders. Reconsideration. Agree. The 5 Old Stars communicated briefly and gave orders. This time, no matter what they said, they could not let the ancient weapons fall into the hands of the pirates, especially those 4 emperors. Naval Headquarters Office. The meeting begins. Aokiji sat on the main seat, all the 3 generals below were present, and the rest of the elite lieutenant generals were also present. They needed to make a plan. The news of ancient weapons is too important, the world government has banned it, and Pluto must be obtained, even if the whole army is dispatched. Aokiji looked solemnly, and looked at everyone below. This time the matter is serious, we must act as soon as possible, and everyone above the major general will be dispatched to Wano country. The ancient weapon, Pluto, the king of the underworld, actually appeared, and it was still in such an embarrassing place. What a headache. Huang Yuan's rare expression was solemn, and he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Lieutenant General, he said, the Navy dispatched such a large force, the headquarters. Lieutenant General, he was a little worried. If all the troops above the Major General level were dispatched, the headquarters would be empty of troops. If there was a surprise attack at this time, their navy would suffer heavy losses. Aokiji shook his head. This time the world government is very determined. The ancient weapons must be obtained, otherwise things will become more and more out of control. Although he has retreated to the second line, Zhang Guo, who is still in the conference room, said in a deep voice, everyone knows what ancient weapons represent. It is normal for the world government to have such concerns. Let's act as soon as possible. We are here in the first half. It will take time to rush over. If you slow down, it is very likely that the matter is over. Everyone present nodded. It is true that their navy headquarters is in the first half, and it is quite troublesome to intervene in the new world. They also wanted to send their headquarters to the new world, but they had too many worries, and the threat of the 4 emperors and 1 king made them hesitate to act. Well now, if there is any problem in the new world, it will be troublesome for them to rush there. King Z nodded immediately, since there is no objection, let's go, I'm afraid things will change if it's too late. With the order of Aokiji, dozens of warships of the navy passed through the passage of the Holy Land of Mary Joa, and headed for the new world. Fortunately, they didn't need to go to Murloc Island without coding, which saved a lot of time. Redhead territory. The ancient weapon, Pluto, has appeared at this time. Besides, in Wano, the redhead also knew the news, and his face became extremely solemn. However, his thoughts were also very careful, and he roughly guessed the thoughts of Barrett, the former Kanbei. Barrett should be aiming at ancient weapons? Ben Beckman looked at the redhead. Are we going there? If ancient weapons appear, I think this turmoil is about to start again. Hawkeye sat aside and remained silent. He was also very interested in ancient weapons. Go, I'm definitely going. The red-haired man looked in the direction of Wano country, and his eyes became distant. Before, Wu Laoxing had contacted him secretly and explained the seriousness of the matter to him. This time, the ancient weapons must be obtained, and cannot fall into the hands of other pirates, especially the hands of the Quincy. The red hair doesn't know what is the connection with Wu Laoxing. The relationship between the two parties is very delicate. One of the four emperors, one of the controllers of the world government, the two actually have some kind of connection in secret. If people in the world find out, it will definitely cause a sensation. Then let's go. Ben Beckman glanced at the red hair, but nodded slightly. Behind him, the members of the red hair pirates gathered together. The red hair looked at Hawkeye and said with a smile, let's go and have a look together. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so let's go and have a look. Hawkeye didn't refuse, and nodded in response. But just when they were about to leave, another thing caught Redhead's attention, which made him cancel his plan to go to Wano country. On the side of the Revolutionary Army, Drago looked at the newspaper in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Pluto, the ancient weapon Pluto, is indeed in Wano country. I planned to plan for a while, but I didn't expect it to be exposed so soon. Who exactly? In the past 6 months, Robin has been following the Revolutionary Army's people, and also told the Revolutionary Army some of the information he knew. As the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Drago naturally knew this information. He is also interested in ancient weapons, which is his trump card against the world government. He has been planning in secret all along, but Wano country is the territory of the four emperors Kaido. Although their revolutionary army has developed well during this period, they still cannot fight a four emperors head-on. It's just that Drago didn't expect that this information would be exposed so quickly. It was beyond Drago's expectation. Sabo on the side said, do you want to go there? Now the news is flying all over the sky, and almost anyone with a little ambition will rush over. The world government will definitely take action. It is certain that the world government and the navy will take action. Facing such a major incident with ancient weapons, it would be strange if they did not respond. Drago looked in the direction of Wano country, and said lightly, this time, gather all the army commanders, and we have to act. All the army commanders. Sabo was a little surprised. This was the first time their revolutionary army took such a large-scale action. In previous operations, only 1 or 2 army commanders acted at the same time, which was considered a large-scale operation for them. This time, all the army commanders are actually required to act together. Drago said lightly, this time the situation is a little different. Okay, I'll go and call the other army commanders. Sabo nodded, and then went down. After Sabo left, Drago looked towards the direction of Wano country. Ancient weapons, just right, can attract the attention of the world government. The one above the 5 old stars, the master of the world. Who is it? That's right, this time Drago's goal is not Wano country, but the Holy Land Mary Joa? Regarding the information about the Lord of the World, he also learned from certain channels that the real controller of the world government is not the 5 old stars, but another person. As for how to get the news, that is what the Quincy once said on the Chambord Islands. The dialogue between the Quincy division and the high-level navy in the Chambord Islands was heard by Bartholomew Bear, the revolutionary cotter tyrant in the Chambord Islands at that time. Therefore, Drago is very interested in the master of the world that the Quincy said. Wano country. Because of the news that Morgans broke out, the relationship between Barrett and Kaido, who had already reached an alliance, froze at this time. Kaido is not an idiot. Barrett's actions are really weird. Barrett, who doesn't even bother to be with others, actually wants to cooperate with him. At the beginning, Kaido didn't doubt anything. After all, the current situation in the new world is really chaotic, and Barrett is alone. It is not impossible to find an ally to keep warm. But after Pluto, the king of the underworld, was exposed in Wano country, Barrett's inner thoughts were already clearly revealed. This guy seems to have known the news, and the alliance with him is for the ancient weapon buried in Wano. Pluto, the king of the underworld? Is there anything else you want to say? Barrett. Kaido stared at Barrett with a mace in his hand, with a ferocious smile on his lips. Barrett's eyes narrowed, and his heart was extremely angry. Morgans actually went to the Hive Island when he was not around, and learned about these things from Enilo. He looked at Kaido without any fear, and said with a sneer, what do you want to say? There is nothing to say. Since the matter is exposed, then I can only use force to beat you to the ground, and then I will slowly find you. The whereabouts of ancient weapons. Oh lol, that's really arrogant. Barrett, do you think I'm one of those guys who play house with pirates? It's 800 years too early for you to defeat me. Kaido twisted his neck, making a cracking sound of bones. He jokingly said, however, I never thought that the ancient weapons that I have been looking for so long are actually hidden under my nose. If it weren't for you, maybe I would still keep in the dark. Don't worry, I will let you die directly, and I won't cause you too much pain. After saying that, Kaido grinned grimly, and with a boom, the moment he charged forward, he had already transformed into a human and beast form, and the mace in his hand smashed towards Barrett. There is only Kaido here, and everyone else is running to find the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto. The people of the Beast Pirates were also very shocked that Pluto, the king of the underworld, was hiding in the Wano country. I didn't expect that the thing they had been looking for so long was actually hidden under their noses. This is really... That depends on your ability, Kaido. I don't know how much gold you, the 4 emperors, have. Barrett laughed loudly, his fists were covered with thick-armed domineering, and he greeted him with one punch. With a sound of boom, the 2 fists collided in the air, domineering and domineering confronted each other, and thousands of thunders rose in the sky. The battle is about to start. Moreover, other forces are also beginning to advance here. However, at this time, another thing broke out in the world, that is, the world-famous singer, Yuta will hold a concert in Music Island. Moreover, news revealed that the soul fruit that the Quincy Master was looking for, the soul fruit of Charlotte Lingling, who was once the 4th emperor, happened to be in the hands of the world singer, Yuta. Although this news is not as shocking as ancient weapons, nor is it powerful enough to lure big forces, but this matter is extremely important to ordinary people in the New World. As the most eye-catching singer in the New World, Yuta has fanatical fans all over the world, and even in the eyes of these fans, Yuta is the savior. She is the goddess who saves the world. Among these fans, there are officials of the world government, generals of the navy, the royal family of a certain country, and even vicious pirates, all surrounded by his singing. If these influences are added up, the threat level will not even be weaker than that of the 4 emperors. Of course, this is just an assumption. Yuta does not have this ability yet. Although her singing voice has the power to heal the soul, it has not reached this level of madness. At most, she uses singing voice to influence their judgment. Her ability is to pull everyone who hears her singing into a world constructed of dreams. In this world, people will experience unprecedented happiness, abandoning pain, troubles, and everything. Perfect world? She wants the whole world to be redeemed, a world where there is no war, no pain, and a world where there is enough to eat. However, this kind of redemption is short-lived. As long as she falls asleep, the ability will be invalid. By coincidence, a strange devil fruit also came into her eyes. When she was sailing with the red hair, she had seen the devil fruit illustration book, and knew that it was the ability of the 4th aunt Charlotte Lingling. Ever since, she had a more daring plan. That is, to kill the evil pirate named Quincy, the source of chaos in the New World, here. Over the years, she has been paying attention to the situation in the New World, and knows that the one who brought chaos to the New World is an evil pirate named Quincy, and it is because of his madness and warlikeness that the whole world is like this. Turbulence, chaos swept the whole world. Quincy is the most evil pirate and the source of chaos. He wanted to completely obliterate the Quincy and bring him into his dream world. That's right, in Yuta's mind, the Quincy is the most evil existence in the world. My mentality has collapsed, there are too many things to explain, and I can't compress it at all. It's really not water. Tisk. Things really happened in a bunch. In Wang Su's hall, Yunya held the information that Yachi handed over in his hand, rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Pluto, the ancient weapon Pluto, appeared, and the news of soul fruit also appeared on the other side. Yunya had ideas about both of these things. If it were someone else, it might not be possible to take both aspects into consideration. However, Yunyi has 2 bodies, and it is not impossible to solve it if one goes to one place. However, things were beyond Yunya's expectations, and it always felt a little strange. Is it a coincidence? Yunyi didn't know that Yuta's target was himself, so he couldn't figure out why Yuta wanted to hold a concert at this time. For Yuta, Yunya has memories of his previous life, and Lu Fei's sister, the red-haired adopted daughter, has an extraordinary identity. The Gag fruit Eden is also a very powerful fruit, which can create a dream space, pull everyone into it, and sink into the dream. There is a meaning of Naruto Infinity Moon reading. I don't know if it's Oda's homage to Naruto. However, Yunya didn't care much about this. Domineering is a sharp weapon to check and balance the ability of devil fruits. As long as domineering is strong enough, it will not be pulled into the dream space. After all, the soul fruit is what I have been looking for, and it is also very important to the future. I must go there. Yunya rubbed his chin in thought. Yuta is the adopted daughter of red hair, and this time, red hair will pass. I have already dealt with the other 4 emperors, and there is only one redhead left. But no matter who it is, it can't stop him from getting the soul fruit. Yunya's eyes flashed brightly, directly mobilizing Wangsu Palace. Not long after, under the order of the boss, Wangsu Palace also started to act. This time, 3 of the 10 blades were dispatched. It's Scarecrow Hawkins, Black Rose Knight 7, and Death Wangkluo. The 3 10-blade subordinates are all dispatched. The target is Music Island. After Terrafalgar Luo joined the Wangsu Palace, he also entered the 10-blade position. 10 blades already has 7 people. Gold Emperor Tai Zoro, Scarecrow Hawkins, Germa 66 Gauge, Black Rose Knight 7, Death Wank Luo, Warehousing Boss Kibsun, King of Usury Feld. Tizalo, Kibsun, and Feld are stationed at the headquarters to prevent other forces from taking advantage of Wangsu's palace and attacking them due to their lack of strength. In the first half, Yunya sat in his office at the Neo Navy headquarters, rubbing his chin and meditating. As for Wano country, I'll just go there. The Quincy went to Music Island to snatch the Soul Fruit, and Yaren went to Wano country. The Soul Fruit cannot be handed over to other people, and the ancient weapon Pluto cannot fall into the hands of the world government. Just when Yunya was thinking. At this time, Zifa opened the door and walked in, looked at Yunya and said, "Boy Yun, you should also know what happened in the new world." Yunya looked at Zifa and said with a smile, "Mr. Zifa, are you talking about the ancient weapon Pluto?" Zifa looked at Yunya suspiciously, "Don't you have any ideas?" Yunya nodded, "I have more or less a point of view. Pluto, the king of the underworld, is rumored to be able to destroy the island's battleship with one blow. The news of its birth should not be underestimated. If the pirates get it, there will inevitably be more troubles." Zifa said, "Our Neo Navy also needs to be dispatched. We betrayed the Navy headquarters, but in the final analysis, we are also maintaining the peace of the sea. Those dangerous things cannot be obtained by those vicious pirates." Yunya shook his head, "Teacher, this time I will go alone." Zifa glared at Yunya, "Why, do you look down on me, your teacher, when you are good at it? Even the members of the Neo Navy." Yunya smiled wryly, "Where is this going?" He waved his hand and said, "I don't mean that, teacher, you will grow stronger and stronger. Don't talk nonsense, I'm going to take a look this time too. The headquarters is also fully mobilized. The matter is very important, so I have to go and take a look, and, if possible, grab that thing too." Zifa looked at Yunya and said, "They have defected from the Navy headquarters and have offended the world government. The threat of the world government hangs overhead. Although there is Yunya pressing the formation, the world government has not taken action against them for the time being, but this is a huge and incomparable threat. The world government will not let Yunya go?" With this threat, Zifa has always been a little restless. If there are ancient weapons in hand, the world government may be more afraid and dare not attack them again. Zifa is the name of the plan. Yunya was a little dumbfounded. Does the teacher also want to grab ancient weapons? With this thing, the world government will not rush to us. Zifa said. Yunya laughed dumbly, shook his head and said, "Teacher, you are wrong. If our Neo Navy possesses ancient weapons, maybe the world government will be more afraid of us, but it is not safe, and it will even make the world government firmly determined to deal with it. Let's make a move, so the gain outweighs the loss." Hearing Yunya's words, Zifa frowned. After thinking about it, it was not unreasonable, but Zifa's character was relatively firm, and he believed that only strength could protect him better. If you just hope that the world government will not do anything to them, you are in a passive state, and he doesn't like being passive. He looked at Yunya and said, "I know, but I am very aware of the nasty nature of the world government. Even if we don't get it, they will attack us as long as they have the chance. Why don't we grab the ancient weapons and strengthen ourselves? Let the world government feel afraid of its strength." Yunya smiled. It seems that the teacher has already made up his mind. Zifa glared at Yunya. "What are you talking about, Faye? Although you are the commander-in-chief of the Neo Navy, I am still the commander-in-chief's teacher. Don't you listen to me?" Yunya waved his hands to show that he didn't mean that, and said with a wry smile, "Since the teacher has decided, let's go to the new world together, just in time. It's time for these little brats below to see the world." Zifa snorted. This is more or less the same. Zifa is a tough guy and doesn't like being sheltered by his disciples. He and Yunya left the headquarters just to be able to flex their muscles and attack criminals without being restrained by the world government. Because of Yunya's existence, his character has not been distorted too much, such an extreme idea of destroying the whole world. But fighting criminals is a belief engraved in his soul, which cannot be changed in this life. Even if they can't get ancient weapons, they can't let those evil pirates get them. Yunya's expression was solemn. "Then let's gather everyone together. Those who have reached the level of a major general should all go to the New World Wano country. It's not too bad." Zifa was very satisfied with Yunya's attitude, so he went down. Under Yunya's order, the Neo Navy also started to act. After a period of development, the strength of the Neo Navy has also developed. Although it is still not as good as the Navy headquarters, it is also a force that cannot be ignored in the first half. This time, it is also a mighty action. They do not have the convenient means of accessing the New World as the people in the Navy headquarters. They can enter the New World through the passage of the Holy Land Marijoya. They can only go to the Shambord Islands for coating and enter the New World via the Fishman Island. It will definitely waste a lot of time. In this way, the two bodies are dispatched at the same time, moving towards their respective goals. The Soul Fruit is very useful to Yunya. As for the ancient weapon Pluto, even if Yunya can't get it, he can't let the world government get it. This will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of attacking the world government in the future. Wano country, the battle between Kaido and Barrett continues. It is normal for monsters like them to fight for days and nights when their strength is not absolutely crushed. It's not that Kaido didn't think about getting his 3 disasters to deal with Barrett together, but they also need to find out the whereabouts of Pluto in advance. Now that the matter has been revealed by Morgans, the damn bird, anyone with a little idea will not miss this opportunity. This is a tough battle, and Kaido knows it very well. Not to mention pirates, the world government and the navy will also intervene. The world government will not allow another person to control ancient weapons. They will definitely take action, and it won't take too long. Although Wano country is Kaido's territory and has the most strength deployed, he is not absolutely sure that he wants to face these people who are staring at him. It must be done quickly. First get rid of that damned guy, Barrett, and then find out the whereabouts of Pluto, the king of the underworld. At that time, he has the initiative, and he decides whether to fight or escape. The longer the delay, the more people will arrive. The location of Wano country is relatively remote, and it is the latest to receive the news. It is estimated that other forces will get the news before them. After he learned the news, he had been fighting with Barrett for most of the day. At this point in time, it is estimated that some forces have already approached the waters near Wano country. The red-haired territory is the closest to him, and if this guy has an idea, he will probably have already landed in Wano country. Kaido has seen from the past that the red-haired guy seems to have always wanted to stabilize the world structure. Although he doesn't know what his intentions are, there is no doubt that if the red-haired guy knows that Pluto, who can break the balance, appears, his territory will definitely rush over immediately. It's just that what Kaido doesn't know is, the red-haired guy did have this idea, but he was attracted by another thing. In the 9-mile desert is the battlefield between Kaido and Barrett. Boom boom boom. The two fought fiercely, and almost plowed the area, leaving a mess all around. Haha, Kaido, give up and join forces with me. After I get Pluto, no matter what navy or 4 emperors, they will not be our opponents. You also know my ability. As long as Pluto appear, I can use my ability to fuse, and I can display the true power of ancient weapons. Barrett said with a punch to repel the dragon Kaido, laughing. Oh lol, you're thinking beautifully, but even without you, I can still deal with the next battle. After being repelled, Kaido turned into a human and beast form, and rushed out against the wind under his feet, holding his hands together. Hold on to the mace, wrap it around domineeringly, thunder gossip. Even if you get Pluto, the Pluto, can you still use it from the beginning? Except for me, no one in this world can perfectly display the full power of Pluto. Barrett's fruit ability has been used, fused with his own battleship. The steel armor-like fist also condenses terror and arrogance, and punches the past with one punch. The fist and the mace collided in the air, the boom exploded, and the deep purple and black thunder in the sky, the dark clouds were directly separated, and they kept churning. The ground under his feet couldn't bear the strength of the two extremely strong men, and a large piece of it collapsed. Don't you think your words are ridiculous? Kaido unloaded his force and leaped into the air. The mace pulled the thunder and slammed down on Barrett. Jong 3 Yin Nariko. Hey haha. Barrett's eyes flashed red, and he raised his hands above his head, defending domineeringly, and withstood Kaido's blow. With a bang, the ground shattered directly, and a big hole sank down. It's meaningless to fight Kaido with me. It is estimated that all the 4 emperors will rush over at this time, the navy and the world government will come over. What do you use to resist their attacks? Barrett used his hands to support Kaido's attack. Open, and step on the ground with 1 foot. The fruit ability is awakened. A big hand made of rock stretches out from the ground, and shoots towards Kaido. You don't need to worry about it. Kaido's eyes turned cold, and he pulled out a stick, crushing his big hand, rolling several times, and landed firmly. He looked at Barrett, said with a sinister smile, "This is my territory, anyone who comes here will die." When the words fell, Kaido's feet hit the ground, and a huge burst of strength made him rush out at a faster speed, and smashed down with a stick again. What a reckless man. Barrett narrowed his eyes, feeling a little displeased. Kaido is really a reckless guy. He has talked about this, and he still doesn't listen to persuasion. Do you really think you can't kill Kaido? With a boom, he punched out and collided with Kaido's attack again. Boom boom boom. The battle fluctuations spread out, endlessly. On the other hand, all members of the Kaido pirates began to search for the whereabouts of Pluto in Wano country, but they have been searching for a long time, and they still have no clue. The 3 disasters also searched around, from the beginning to the end from different directions, almost searched Wano country, almost all cities, but couldn't find it. Now meet at the flower capital in the center. Damn it, where is that thing hidden? We've searched all over the island. Quinn wiped the sweat from his head while complaining, with a helpless expression on his face. They have already searched Wano country, but they can't find Pluto's whereabouts. Even he doubts whether this thing is really hidden in Wano country. If there is, they have occupied Wano country for many years, and they still haven't found it. Yin looked at Quinn, shook his head and said, "It should be true that Pluto is hiding here. Even Barrett came here in person. He has searched all the towns. Maybe he is buried somewhere. The Wano kingdom is so big. I want to find it. It's also very troublesome to look at. Don't you have the kind of technology that can find things? It should be true that Pluto, the king of the underworld, is hiding in the Wano country. Otherwise, it would not be possible to cause such a big commotion. That fellow Morgans would not broadcast false news. His professional ethics are quite reliable." But Yin guessed wrong obviously. After Morgans moved the headquarters out of everyone's field of vision and out of the control of the world government, he has completely let himself go. Whether it is true news or false news, as long as it can shake the world, he wants to broadcast it, and seeing the turmoil he caused alone, he is very satisfied in his heart. Nothing else, just playing. Quinn gave Jin a blank look, just as his technology is so easy to use. What he is proficient in is not this type. He said helplessly, how can that kind of thing be made so easily? If there are its fragments, it is possible. After all, Quinn had also worked with Vegapunk before, so his scientific research ability is nothing to say, but he is proficient in different fields. He is not as omnipotent as Vegapunk. But if there is a fragment of Pluto, the king of the underworld, he can try it, but they don't have it. Jack spread his hands helplessly. Then we can only use a stupid method. Look for it slowly. This thing should be hidden somewhere in the ground. Other towns have already searched for it, but can't find it. I'll go look for it again in the sky. After Yin finished speaking, he turned into a pterosaur and soared into the sky, and his vision in the sky was wider than that on the ground. Keep looking. Quinn also curled his lips and muttered, it would be great if someone knew where it was hidden. Yeah. Jack nodded, ignored Quinn's complaints, and then worked hard. Not to mention, his ability is quite suitable for turning the soil. When his nose is rolled, a large layer of ground will be lifted by him. The three disasters acted separately again. The surface has been searched, and several towns have not been found. The only possibility is that it is buried underground, but this is a big project. Without a specific location, trying to find something buried underground is like finding a needle in a haystack. The difficulty can be imagined. The turmoil in Wano country cannot be hidden from everyone in Wano country, the capital of flowers. Hitan Orokai looked nervously at the actions of the members of the Beasts Pirates outside, and frowned. What is this guy Kaido doing? There is such a big commotion. Wano country is in a closed state, the news is blocked, and no news comes in at all. Therefore, Hitan Orokai didn't know what happened in Wano country at all. At this time, a subordinate rushed in and reported, My lord, the movement outside seems to be that someone discovered the whereabouts of some ancient weapons in Wano country, and the 100 Beasts Pirates are searching for such things at this time. Ancient weapons? What is that? Hitan Dashi frowned even deeper. Ancient weapons, what is this? Hitan Orokai doesn't know what ancient weapons are, but even Kaido cares about them, so it's not unusual at first glance. As Kaido's partner, he knows Kaido's character. Knowing that this guy will not easily react to something, unless the thing is very important, even Kaido wants to get it. Thinking of this, Hitan Orokai ordered, let your subordinates search for this kind of thing together. If you find it, you can sell it to Kaido. Yes. The subordinate responded and went down. 9 miles. Kojiki Sukiyaki, whose alias is swordsmith Tengayama Hitoro, stood in front of his swordsmith shop, watched the changes in Wano country with serious eyes, and said to himself, what happened? Why is the whole Wano country in turmoil? Get up, over there, is someone fighting? Kaido. Kojiki Sukiyaki was a former Wano country general who was framed by Hitan's family. He was forced to lose his position as Wano country general and was imprisoned underground in Orokai City, hiding in the Braided Hat village, waiting for the opportunity to come. So what happened? No, I have to go out and check. Kojiki Sukiyaki made up his mind and headed towards the most crowded place. At this time, seeing the turmoil in Wano country, he had another idea in his heart, but he didn't know what caused the turmoil in Wano country, so he decided to go out and investigate, at least to know what happened. On the ghost island of Wano country, a beautiful-looking woman with a slender figure is standing in a place on the ghost island with her hands shackled. Slightly frowned, why did the Wano country suddenly become turbulent? Over there, father. Is Kaido fighting someone? The fluctuation of the battle is actually transmitted here. The place where Kaido fought Barrett was in a desert in Beiwa, which is far away, and this woman, named Yamato, is none other than Kaido's daughter. However, because Yamato picked up Mida's notes and saw how Mida was executed, he worshipped Mida very much, and called himself Kojiki Mida. Kaido was very upset about this. In order to reverse Yamato's thoughts, she was imprisoned here, and asked Yamato, a rebellious girl, to think about it. Before she thought about it, Kaido would not let her leave Onijace-hima. Well, she is an out-and-out, unfilial daughter. At this time, dozens of naval fleets are slowly approaching in the outer seas of Wano country. It is through the special channel of the Holy Land Mary Joa, and using some kind of sailing technology of Vegapunk, rushed to the large naval force of Wano country. On the leading warship, Marshal Aokiji, the 3 generals, and all the high-ranking officers of the navy arrived at Wano country at this time, and began to move towards Wano country. All the high-ranking officers of the navy looked at Wano country with serious eyes, their faces solemn. This is the first time that Aokiji has attacked the New World on a large scale since he took over the position. This battle is very important. Not only is it fighting for the ownership of ancient weapons, but also the confidence of their navy to gain a foothold in the New World. Momoto frowned, looked at the falling waterfall, and looked at Aokiji. It seems that Wano country can't send all the warships up at once. The navy is naturally very clear about the territory of the 4 emperors. Knowing that the geography of Wano country is very unique, there are only 2 ways to enter Wano country. One is to use carp to bring ships in, and the other is to go through Wano country. The underground passage. However, the underground passages of Wano country are guarded by the troops of the 100 Beasts Pirates. Unless they are destroyed from the inside, it will be difficult to pass through. The only way is to go in through the waterfall. But there are a lot of warships coming this time, and it is not so easy to land in Wano country together. Aokiji raised his head and looked at Wano country. Kizaki, you go and get rid of the members of the beast pirates in the dark passage first, and guide the warship through. The few of us go up to see the situation with Tsukibyu. Okay. The yellow ape didn't show any impatient look this time. It turned into a golden light and disappeared straight away. His ability is just enough to rush over there quickly. Regarding the situation of Wano country, their navy has a record. Among the forces of the 4 emperors, they all have their navy's eyeliner. After all, the 4 emperor pirates have a lot of people, and it is impossible to eliminate all spies from other forces, and basic information will still be leaked. This is also a problem that cannot be avoided. No matter what force it is, spies from other forces cannot be avoided. Unless you are a lone ranger like Redfield, you can only act by yourself. Then let's go. Aokiji looked at the other people who were ready, and rushed to Wano country by stepping on moon steps. Others, General Momoto, General Green Bull, and other elite lieutenant generals who came this time all jumped out and headed towards Wano country. It is worth mentioning that originally, Garp-jean, Sengoku, T-Pork, Vice Admiral Crane, and another group of navies also went to Wano country, but they received an order from the world government in the middle and asked them to go to Music Island to deal with another crisis. Among the 4 emperors, Hongfa and Katakuri originally aimed for Wano country, but because of the appearance of the soul fruit, they changed their target and went to Music Island. Since the other 4 emperors did not go to Wano country, the pressure on Wano country has been greatly reduced, and it is not impossible to send some people to Music Island. Although Warring States has abdicated, but the overall planning ability is still there, although the strength has declined a little, but it doesn't matter. Handing it over to these veterans, Aokiji is still very relieved. Katakuri went because of the soul fruit, and the red hair went to deal with the Quincy. As we all know, Quincy has a deep obsession with the soul fruit, and Yuta has disclosed that the soul fruit is in her hands, which seems to be deliberately attracting Quincy to him. Regarding her adopted daughter, the red hair couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Redhead has been following up on Yuta's situation, knowing that Yuta is already a famous singer in the world at this time, and he is very clear about Yuta's dream. Very pleased. It's just that this time, Yuta's actions made him a little confused. Worried about Yuta's life, even if the redhead hadn't heard from Wulaoxing, she would have gone to check it out. In order to ensure the safety of Yuta, the island became turbulent due to the actions of the members of the 100 Beasts pirates. Countless residents didn't know what happened, but they still figured out one thing, that is, something big happened on the island up. For a while, people panicked. 9 miles, the battle between Kaido and Barrett is still going on, even intensified. Both of them belonged to strong physiques, they were very durable, and they didn't hold back their hands when they fought. The whole July was vibrated with a rumbling. There was a flutter of chicken and dog jumping. Ice cube stormed Pheasant's mouth. While the two were fighting fiercely, a cold air spread from a distance, the ground was directly frozen into frost, and snowflakes floated in the sky, and a lifelike ice bird flew from a distance, enveloping both of them. Both Kaido and Barrett raised their brows. Feeling the chill, they knew immediately that the navy was coming. The two hit each other, causing the air to vibrate, and retreated at the same time, avoiding the icebird's attack. With a chi sound, the icebird landed on the ground, and the ground froze immediately, and a more terrifying cold air spread towards the surroundings, trying to attack Kaido and Barrett. Seeing this, the two moved their feet a little, and moved away from the spot again, avoiding the invasion of the cold air, while looking in the direction of the attack. Oh, Aokiji, your navy is moving really fast. The others haven't arrived yet, but you guys who are farthest away have arrived early? Are you already stationed in the new world? Kaido picked up the wolf with the toothbrush on his shoulder. He looked at the green pheasant who was walking slowly towards the cold. Behind Aokiji, Daotu, Green Bull, and other elite lieutenant generals all came towards this side. Hey, did the navy arrive one step earlier than the other 4 emperors? That's not their style. Barrett also looked in the direction of the navy, and couldn't help showing a smirk. The navy is also here, these, more lively. Kaido, Barrett, hand over the ancient weapon Pluto. Aokiji stepped forward, looking at the two people in front of him with cold eyes. You really mobilized the crowd this time, you actually dispatched so many people. Kaido didn't reply, his knowledge radiated the entire island, and he narrowed his eyes. Have the 3 generals arrived yet? The yellow monkey. I really have an idea, but I won't let you guys succeed. His sense of knowledge sensed that the aura of the yellow ape was in other places, and he was heading towards the dark passage, so he guessed what the yellow ape was thinking right away. Picking up the phone bug in his hand, he dialed Yin directly, without any nonsense, and said directly, Jin, the navy has landed on the island, that fellow Huang Yuan is going to the secret passage, and he wants to let the large navy troops land, you go and stop it. Yin, who was cruising in the sky, frowned when he heard the words, but he didn't dare to delay. After nodding in response, he walked straight towards the secret passage in a flash. It seems that you haven't got Pluto, the king of the underworld. That's fine. We will look for it slowly after you are defeated. None of you can escape today. Aokiji breathed out without much nonsense. Afterwards, the figure took the lead to move, and while the cold air was surging, a few tridents behind him took shape, stabbing towards the 2 people in front. The green pheasant made a move, and the peach rabbit and the green bull also made a move together. Tianyuks in swordsmanship, draw the sword and slash. Daotu's body surged with the sword force of a great swordsman, his eyes were as sharp as a sharp edge, he lowered his body, drew his sword and slashed his hands, and a 1,000-meter golden slash smashed through the air. The green cow has no expression on its face, and its power is activated when it touches the ground under its feet. The originally barren area around it is suddenly covered by green plants. Countless vines dance, and the top is covered with thick-armed domineering, sweeping towards the front. Behind them, the elite lieutenant generals also made moves, with 6 moves, slashing strikes, and punches bursting out. Kaido turned into a dragon, stepped on the flame cloud and soared into the sky. The world-destroying dragon twisted and circled, and opened its mouth to breathe out heat. Are you going to bully the few with more people? Barrett sneered, clenched his armored big hand into a fist, and the armed overlord's fist condensed, and punched forward. Boom! The attack collided, 9 miles roared and shook, the ground shattered and exploded, and the cracks spread. The explosion raised smoke and dust, which blurred the vision, but none of the people present was a master of knowledge, and the obstruction of vision could not cause problems at all. Momoto stepped down a little, and the shaving made his speed increase suddenly. As if teleporting, he rushed towards Barrett, and cut Barrett's huge body horizontally with a sword, trying to cut him in half. Hey, General Momoto. Barrett caught Momoto's attack in an instant, clenched his big hand to cover the armed collar, and punched out. With a sound of boom, Barrett firmly caught Daotu's attack, and with all his strength, shook Daotu back. As a woman, Momoto is physically weak. It is normal not to be Barrett's opponent, but as a general, her strength is naturally more than that. Her figure dances like a butterfly. While shedding her strength, she slashes down with her sword again, chi with a sound, a slash volleyed down. On the other side, the flying squirrel had a solemn expression, sharp eyes showing sharpness, and the flying squirrel was killing it instantly. Something. Barrett sneered, clasping his palms together to clamp the slash. The force of the slash exploded suddenly, causing the ground where he was to sink. He yelled loudly, and threw it to the side, fighting with the slash flying squirrel bombardment. The flying squirrel's face darkened. The great swordsman's slash was not so easy to catch. He stopped quickly, raised his sword to block, the blade tilted at an angle, intending to deflect the incoming slash. When the slash collided with the sword, the face of the flying squirrel changed greatly. This force was beyond his imagination. Although the slash was shifted from an angle, his whole body was directly blown away. Blood everywhere? Oh, Navy, if you have the ability, come and try it. On the other side, the dragon raged. Kaido turned around, the sky thundered, and the tornado blades blew all around, turning into a terrifying natural disaster to attack everyone. Windproof forest. The green bull looked indifferent. Behind the sunglasses, a red light flashed. His hands pressed the ground, and countless giant trees rose aggressively. The tall trees were like guards, sticking to one side, allowing the wind blade to sweep, leaving gaps of different depths. Not uprooted? Is this the new general, the main body of the pacifists, the green bull? Kaido looked at the green bull with terrifying killing intent in his eyes. Hot breath. He opened his mouth and spat out a wave of heat that hit the trees rising below, trying to use the flames to burn the trees. However, the trees of the green bull can withstand even the flames. Taking advantage of the gap, King Z stepped out of the air. The cold air surged, his right leg swung, Ching Ian's feet wrapped in endless cold air and rushed out. Aokiji, you are the only one who can do nothing to me? It's a pity that Uran is not here, otherwise, I will kill you together. Kaido laughed loudly. Transformed into a human form, on the mace, the flame roared violently, as if a fire dragon was entwined. The sticks smashed down, and blasted together with Lanjiao. Ice and fire are hostile to each other. When they collide, a large amount of steam explodes and rises into the sky. Boom boom boom. Several people fought. The movement was much bigger than before, and the whole July was shaking. Barrett was dealing with Daotu alone and there were several lieutenant generals. He was caught by Daotu and flew out with a sword. After landing, Barrett was not injured. He patted the dust on his body and looked at Kaido, squinting his eyes and said, Kaido, the ownership of the ancient weapon Pluto, what about after we drive out the navy? It's their navy's turn to intervene in the matter of our pirates. While fighting against the green pheasant and the green bull, Kaido's feet were frozen by the ice cubes of the green pheasant, and was repelled by the green bull. His legs rubbed against the ground for tens of meters before he could barely stop. He stood up and gave Barrett a sidelong glance, also narrowed his eyes slightly, and kept thinking in his heart. After a long time, he let out a big laugh, and said in a bold tone, that's right, the matter of the pirates, what kind of meddling does the navy have? Kaido looked at the navy with a ferocious smile on his mouth. You dare to attack my territory, are you tired of living? He looked at Barrett and sneered, it won't be too late to deal with you after the navy is dealt with. Little ones, kill the navy. Kaido's voice fell, and Plague Quinn and Drought Jack rushed from 2 directions. When the navy appeared in the waters near Wano country, the beast's pirates had already discovered their whereabouts and reported them to the Cotter Mikasa. Yin went to chase the yellow ape, while the other 2 rushed directly to the battlefield. It has arrived at this time? Seeing this battle, the corner of Quinn's mouth twitched. It's really a big battle. Jack, a reckless man, didn't show much expression, and he was already charging towards the navy man. In Wano country's secret passage control room, there are members of the beast pirates lying on the ground. Huang Yuan Shiren pressed a button, then picked up the phone and dialed out, "Hey, this is Huang Yuan, I have opened the secret passage, you can come in." "Okay, General Kizaru." A voice came from the phone bug, and the secret passage was opened, and the Navy fleet could enter Wano country through the secret passage. Here, Huang Yuan hung up the phone, his knowledge radiated out, and he couldn't help curling his lips. "Oh, we're fighting." But at this moment, his brows frowned suddenly, and his figure disappeared in place. Just as he was leaving the spot, an attack fell from a high altitude, directly slashing at the spot where he was standing just now. The golden light manifested, and the figure of the yellow monkey appeared in another place. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, and muttered a few words at the corner of his mouth. "It's really a big man, the deputy of the Beast's Pirates, Yan, one of the big billboards." "Embers. You're really slippery, yellow ape." Yin turned into a pterosaur and swooped down from the sky. His wings were like swords, attacking the yellow ape. Hey, I have something to discuss." A lightsaber appeared in Huang Yuan's hand, blocking Yin's attack. "They're attacking our territory, yellow ape. Do you think it's possible to discuss it?" Emperor Dan Gong. After the blow, the two retreated at the same time, and Yin locked on to yellow ape, flapped his wings, and rushed out at top speed, turning his wings into swords even cut out. "The trend is the general trend, flame disaster. You guys can't stop us." Huang Yuan turned into a spot of light and dissipated, avoiding the attack, and appeared in another place. The light flickered between his fingers, and a laser shot out. "A mere navy can't threaten our beast pirates?" The twin kings in the Bladian's eyes were cold, and above his wings, the flames condensed into dots, shooting like machine guns. "This kind of flame is not an ability. You really are not an ordinary person." Huang Yuan curled his lips and disappeared again. But this time Yin used his knowledge to predict the location of the yellow ape in advance, and the flames boiled on his body, turning into a dragon king and rushing out. The knowledgeable color of the big sign is really scary. The flame hit the yellow ape, causing the yellow ape to narrow its eyes, and opened a light curtain in its hand, blocking it like a protective shield. Boom! The flame exploded, shattering the shield, and a roar erupted. Taking this opportunity, Yin flew towards the button that controls the switch of the dark passage. "I can't let you destroy it." Huang Yuan tilted his head, his body turned into golden light again and disappeared, appeared in front of Jin, and cut it down with a sword. "Go away, yellow ape." Yin turned into a human and beast form, with cold eyes, and slashed down with the big sword in his hand. With a sound of clang, the two swords collided, and they were in a stalemate. Huang Yuan shook his head. "You should know how important ancient weapons are to us. You can't stop the world government's footsteps." While speaking, golden light flashed under the yellow monkey's feet, and he kicked Yin away with one kick, smashing through the building and flying high into the sky. "Oh, are you not injured? It's really tricky." Huang Yuan put his right hand in front of his eyebrows, carefully observed the state of Jin in the sky, and said with a corner of his mouth, "Troublesome guy." As for the race of Flame and Ember, the high-level navy knows more or less. At least Huang Yuan knew Jin's identity. These are a secret in other parts of the world, but not the navy. Damn yellow ape. Yin flew into the air, staring at the yellow ape below, knowing that with the yellow ape around, it was impossible for him to turn off the switch of the secret passage. "Then we can only talk about defeating you first." Yin swooped down, the flames boiled and turned into a dragon shape, and he slashed down with a sword. "Fire Dragon Emperor." "Fire Dragon, it reminds me of bad memories." Huang Yuan pointed out with a golden light dancing between his fingers. Boom boom boom. The two began to fight fiercely for the switch of the secret passage. The whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto? How do these people know? Could it be that guy Drought Jack? He once sneaked into the lower floor and knew the ancient ruins below. Kojiki Sukiyaki hid in the corner, listening. The hooey from the members of Beast Pirates couldn't help but sink. How was this secret revealed? If the Beast's Pirates don't know this and keep it secret, they can still hide it, but now, Kojiki Sukiyaki couldn't help feeling worried. The Beast's Pirates know that there is an ancient relic underneath, but after all, they are deep in the sea, and they have already searched the ancient relics, but they have not found anything useful. Over time, the Beast's Pirates people don't take it seriously. But now, the news of Pluto, the ancient weapon Pluto, has been told by everyone. As long as the Beast Pirates come back to their senses, they will definitely focus on this place. Damn it, if they find it, then, this country is really going to end. Kojiki Sukiyaki's face was extremely gloomy, and he headed directly towards Onijima. He knew where the ancient weapons were hidden. It is hidden at the bottom of the deep water below Wano country, close to the magma in the formation. If it is not for special reasons, it is impossible to be discovered at all. Kaido, 100 beasts without ancient weapons, has oppressed their Wano country for 20 years. If Kaido's power increases, their Wano country will really have no hope. No, you can't just sit and wait. Kojiki Sukiyaki's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that he had to do something. The ancient weapons must be destroyed. He has not done nothing in these years. He knows that the arsenal below Ghost Island contains a huge amount of explosives. The body of the weapon Pluto? Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he will not give up. Kojiki Sukiyaki has made all the plans. Now move the explosives inside Onijima, bring them to the ancient ruins below the capital of Flowers, and detonate them. There are many civilians on the capital of Flowers, and the people above must be evacuated first. Perhaps, I can no longer remain anonymous. As long as I reveal my identity, I might be able to make the people in the capital of flowers listen to me. If not, it can only be more extreme. That is to reveal the news that he is going to detonate the bomb, so that everyone can escape from the capital of flowers. In this way, the people in the flower city can also be evacuated, but this may completely ruin the reputation of the Guanjiu clan. But at this time, Kojiki Sukiyaki can't care so much, so I can only try it. The risk is very high, and I don't know if it will succeed, but as a general of Wano country, he must try it, and he cannot make Wano country completely hopeless. Kojiki Sukiyaki started to act and sneaked into Onijima secretly. Because of Kaido's order, all the members on Onijima have been sent out to find the whereabouts of ancient weapons. There are not many manpower on the island, allowing him to sneak in successfully, but there are still many people stationed on Ghost Island. Kojiki Sukiyaki was discovered, but at this time, Yamato rescued him. Seeing Yamato claiming to be Mida, Kojiki Sukiyaki was a little surprised, but Mida is his own son. He couldn't possibly not recognize him. The masked guy in front of him couldn't be Mida. At this time, Kojiki Sukiyaki's Tengo mask had been broken due to the battle, and Yamato saw his appearance. Yamato is still clear about the appearance of Guan Yu's family, and knows the identity of Guan Yu's Sukiyaki. This surprised Yamato, who did not expect that Kojiki Oden's father was still alive. Yamato did not disclose her identity, but said that she was a subordinate of Kojiki Oden who was hiding here, and said that she would help Kojiki Sukiyaki. Sekizuki Shaokiyaki was also very surprised. I didn't expect that there were Oda's subordinates here in Onijima. But because Yamato saved his life, and after knowing his identity, he still helped him, so he didn't have any doubts. After all, not only he wanted to restore the country of peace, but other people also had the same idea. Sekizuki Shaokiyaki regards Yamato as a colleague like him. After all, when Oden was still there, his friends were all over Wano, and these people are just dormant, waiting for the time to come. From the mouth of Kojiki Sukiyaki, after Yamato knew what was about to happen in Wano country, she, an unfilial daughter, led Kojiki Sukiyaki to the underground of Oenai Island in order to save Wano country, and helped Kojiki Kiyaki got those dynamite. Because Yamato couldn't leave Onijima, he could only help Kojiki Sukiyaki get the explosives. After getting the explosives, Guanyu Sukiyaki thanked Yamato and headed towards the capital of flowers. He still needs to evacuate everyone on the capital of flowers. The former Wano country general, Kojiki Sukiyaki reappeared, causing chaos in the capital of flowers. Kojiki Sukiyaki appeared generously, took off the mask on his face, revealing his own face, and used Wano country's unique communication creature amnesty declaration on the street. This time the chaos is due to the bomb buried in the ground. As a result, the 100 Beasts pirates were looking for the bomb buried on the island, and told the news that it was about to be destroyed by the bomb, and asked the people to evacuate from the capital of flowers. The reputation of the Kojiki clan in Wano country is still very high. After all, Wano country has been under the rule of the Kojiki clan since ancient times. Although there are still people who believe in the words of Hitan Orokai to smear the Kojiki clan, more people choose to believe the words of Kojiki Sukiyaki and choose to evacuate the flower capital. Sukiyaki-sama is still alive. Denjiro, one of the hidden Red Sheath 9 heroes, was shocked when he heard the appearance of Kojiki Sukiyaki. Isn't the former general, Kojiki Sukiyaki, already dead? Yet, why did it appear at this time? Without too much hesitation, he directly followed the news and headed towards the location of Kojiki Sukiyaki. The other Red Sheath 9 heroes hidden on the island also heard the news, and they were also very puzzled, but they still rushed towards the location of Kojiki Sukiyaki. In the capital of flowers, Hitan Orokai in the palace was also shocked by this news. Kojiki Sukiyaki is still alive? After not showing up for so long, he thought that old guy was dead. What is the purpose of jumping out now? No, I can't let the Guanjiu clan make a comeback. I have to find him and kill him. I can't let him shake my dominance. The prophecy of Guanjiu, he still remembers now. That's why he desperately wants to eliminate the impression of the Kojiki clan in Wano country, and hunt down and kill the remnants of the Kojiki clan as much as possible. The Guanjiu clan cannot be revived again. This is what he has been doing all these years. Does Kojiki Sukiyaki know the whereabouts of ancient weapons? The purpose of appearing this time is to destroy that ancient weapon and prevent Kaido from getting it? Thinking about this in his heart, Hitan Orokai's eyes gradually turned cold. This is quite possible. The Kojiki clan ruled the Wano country for hundreds of years, and there may be many unknown secrets handed down. Hitan Orokai is not an idiot. He can arrange for Kanjuro to be the undercover of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. His strategy is still very strong. Others don't know, but he knows that the Beast Pirates are definitely not looking for traces of bombs, but the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Since he wants to destroy, then I can't let him do so. It is even possible that because of his appearance, the hidden Guanjiu remnants will also be found out. Hitan Orokai showed an evil look in his eyes. With a big wave of his hand, he told his subordinates to catch Guanjiu Sukiyaki and force him to find out everything. Boom boom boom. The battle for July continued. The commotion was so great that the entire July was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the place where they fought broke out was in the desert. Although the aftermath affected the entire July, the casualties of the people above July were not that great. A laser from the Green Bull blasted Drought Jack far away, and dropped him into the water covering the entire Wano country. Fortunately, he is a murloc, and although he lost his ability in the water, he was not fatal. After sinking into the bottom of the water, he saw the ruins hidden under the water surface, and his pupils widened suddenly. He probably discovered about the location of Pluto, the ancient weapon. After being fished out from the bottom of the water by his subordinates, he rushed towards the battlefield again, and he had to tell Boss Kaido the news. He may know where the ancient weapon Pluto is hiding. Boss Kaido, I probably know where the ancient weapons are hidden. Jack used the strong physique of the animal system to resist several attacks. Tell the news to Kaido. Huh? Where is it? Kaido smashed the oncoming icicle with a stick, and looked at Jack. Boss, you should still remember the ruins under the water. We've searched for other places on the island, but we didn't look for them under the water. Jack quickly expressed his guess. Is that relic? Oh lol, maybe it's really possible. Kaido laughed loudly when he heard that, and glanced at all the marines. His body turned into a dragon, and he used his ability to create a strong wind. A range attack to drive back all navies. You block the navy, I'll go to the capital of flowers first. Then he swam around and rushed towards the capital of flowers. Ice Age. King Z's expression turned cold, the cold air surged, and ice waves formed, slapping forward, freezing everything. Kaido, do you want to run away? A dozen ice spears appeared behind Aokiji, and he threw them out. Aokiji, I have more important things to do now, get the hell out of here. Kaido shattered all the ice spears with a sweep of his tail, and rushed towards the capital of flowers without looking back. Jack, what did you tell the boss? Quinn came to Jack, stood side by side, looked at the navy ahead, and asked Jack. The ancient weapon is probably hidden in the ruins under the water in the city of flowers. Jack said in a low voice, and with a flick of his nose, a piece of haze was crushed. Oh, no wonder. Then, we can't let the navy go and disturb the boss. Quinn narrowed his eyes, and in the palm of his right hand, a laser beam suddenly blasted towards the navy. Did Kaido know where the ancient weapons are? Barrett rolled his eyes, stepped on the ground, awakened his ability, and grabbed the navy one by one under his feet, and then rushed towards Kaido without looking back. His strength is extremely strong, only one general can't stop him, and he can get away easily. What's the purpose of that guy Kaido? Barrett too, do they know where the ancient weapons are? Momoduka slashed out with a sword, shattered the laser, and looked in the direction Kaido left. Frowning. Awakening Ice Age. Aokiji's face darkened, and he also had some guesses in his heart. He leaped into the sky, and in his palm, 2 icicles appeared, piercing into the ground, and endless cold air surged towards him, spread in all directions. The cold air surged, turning into ice and quickly enveloping Quinn Jack who was blocking their footsteps. Leave them alone, let's go there together. Aokiji rushed over on Moon steps without looking at Quinn and Jack who were frozen in ice. Quinn and Jack are also very strong, and it will take some effort to win them. The whereabouts of the ancient weapons is the most important thing now. Kaido and Barrett cannot be the first to succeed. Green Bull, Daotu, and other vice admirals all nodded and rushed out on Moon steps. Behind him, Quinn and Jack are animal-type ability users after all. Although Aokiji has awakened his ability, he still can't completely freeze them. Damn it, catch up, don't let them hinder the boss's actions. Seeing that the navy didn't care about them at all, Quinn and Jack's expressions darkened, and they chased after them. The capital of flowers. At this time, the capital of flowers has become completely chaotic. Because of Kojiki Sukiyaki's words, many people believed it to be true, thinking that the capital of flowers would be completely destroyed by the explosion in a short time. They are just ordinary people, and their nature of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages keeps them away from this place. But after all, the foot strength is not good, and the capital of flowers is very big. It is not so easy to escape in a short time. And the people in Hitan Orakai also found Kojiki Sukiyaki who was spreading rumors, and declared loudly that this is a thief who wants to destabilize Hitan Orakai's rule. It's burning? In order to protect Kojiki Sukiyaki, Denjiro of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath also appeared, fought with the people of Kuridan Orakai, and planned to cover Kojiki Sukiyaki and evacuate here. Can't let Kojiki Sukiyaki die here? But after all, there are not many enemies, and both of them were captured. After seeing that there was no danger, Hitan Orakai walked up to the 2 of them in a dignified manner, and looked down at them from above. He, I didn't expect you, an old fellow, to be alive. What a fate. Hitan Orakai looked at Kojiki Sukiyaki with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Denjiro with killing intent in his eyes. I didn't expect that you are actually the Guanjai Remnant party. You really hit it deep enough. If it wasn't for the appearance of this old guy this time, I wouldn't even know. But it's not a bad thing. The previous general, the father of that guy Kojiki Odin, I think with you as a bait, he should be able to attract the remnants of Kojiki to come over, just catch them all in one go. Hitan Orakai ha laughing, the tone is extremely joking. So, now you, a prisoner, can you tell me where the ancient weapons are? Hitan Orakai grinned and narrowed his eyes slightly. It has been hidden for so many years and has not appeared this time. Ancient weapons, right? Although I don't know what that thing is, you must know something, otherwise you wouldn't jump out in a hurry. Kojiki Sukiyaki's face was gloomy, he pursed his lips and said nothing. Denjiro didn't say a word either, he was staring at Hitan Orakai with hatred. Hitan Orakai opened his hands, and his tone was extremely arrogant. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. With Kaido's ability, as long as that thing is still in Wano country, it will be found sooner or later. As for you, I will kill you in the same way as I killed that guy Mida. He. Kuridan Orakai looked down at the two of them like a winner. At this time, a younger brother found a button-like thing from Koshiki Sukiyaki's body, and handed him to Hitan Orakai. Hitan Orakai took it, examined it carefully, then looked at Koshiki Sukiyaki, narrowed his eyes. What is this? Is it the button of the bomb? You want to use the bomb to blow up the ancient weapon? Hehe. It's really a good plan. You should evacuate the people in the Flower City because you don't want to hurt innocent people. Koshiki Sukiyaki remained silent. Seeing this, Hitan Orakai's face darkened, and he came directly to Koshiki Sukiyaki, kicked it, and cursed angrily. You damn guy, if you don't say anything, you think it's okay is it? You Guanjiu clan are all waste, just mice hiding in the dark, waste. Enough? Hitan Orakai, you. Denjiro couldn't stand it anymore, and glared at Hitan Orakai. But halfway through the conversation, he was kicked out by the black charcoal snake. What are you? You dare to talk to me like this? Hitan Orakai cursed for a while, and his heart was extremely happy. The Guanjiu clan was the shadow in his heart, and now being able to step on the previous general made his heart extremely happy. But at this moment, the sky was overcast, and the figure of the magic dragon descended. Kaido scanned his knowledge, his eyes fixed on Hitan Orakai, and the dragon's mouth opened. Hitan Orakai, what are you doing here? With a sweep of his eyes, he saw Koshiki Sukiyaki lying on the ground with his hands tied, and narrowed his eyes. Your face, a former general? The father of that guy in Mida, Koshiki Sukiyaki? Hearing this familiar voice that terrified him, Hitan Orakai froze for a moment, and looked up at the dragon figure. Kaido. Koshiki Sukiyaki raised his head slightly, looking at the culprit who had plunged Wano into darkness for decades. The fire of hatred in his heart had nowhere to vent. What's the situation? Kaido looked at Hitan Orakai, the dragon's eyes flashed domineering, and the domineering look was released, stunning everyone who was noisy below. The black charcoal snake was shrouded and oppressed by the overlord's color, and a large drop of sweat fell from his forehead. He wiped the sweat and said everything here. Facing what Kaido said, he dared not say it. Although he was an ally, he was suppressed by Kaido. Kaido is the master of Wano country? Oh lol. It seems that you Koshiki clan have known for a long time that there are ancient weapons hidden here. Are you going to blow up the ancient weapons? Kaido landed from a high altitude, transformed into a human and beast form, and walked towards Koshiki step by step. Sukiyaki is coming. But before he could ask anything, Barrett rushed over quickly, and looked at Kaido with a grin. Kaido, you came here in such a hurry. You must have found the whereabouts of Guda's weapon, right? At the same time, the navy headed by Aokiji also came from the sky, and Aokiji said indifferently, Kaido, hand over the ancient weapons, and we will not conflict with you. After that, Quinn and Jack also arrived together. Damn it. Even with Kaido's heart, he is scolding his mother at this time. These guys really linger. He looked at everyone, spit, and said in a cold tone, there's a lot of nonsense. Fight if you want. I'm Kaido of beasts, so maybe I'm afraid of you? If you want ancient weapons, beat me. The arena was once again tense, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At this moment, from a distance, a huge domineering look swept over from a distance. Boom! This domineering look is like a mountain, oppressing everyone's heads. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, like the end of the world. No surprises for the weak, they all fell into a coma at the same time at this moment. Overlord's color. And everyone who resisted the impact of the Overlord's color was startled. Looking in that direction, another strong man has arrived in Wano country. This domineering color? Could it be the guy with red hair? No, this is not red hair. Kaido looked in the direction of the domineering color. His expression became serious. For a moment, he thought that the most domineering man with red hair had also come, but after careful perception, this overbearing arrogance was not from red hair, but from another person. And, this person's domineering look, in his perception, is stronger than red hair. It seems that another amazing guy has come. Barrett also narrowed his eyes. This level of domineering color can even be compared with Roger's domineering color in his impression. No, it is even stronger. As for the navy, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their faces darkened. They knew who it was. Alala, it's too difficult. Even that guy is here. Aokiji looked in that direction solemnly, with a low tone. I hope it's not our enemy. Momoto tightened his grip on Jinpira, whispering. The two big billboards, Quinn and Jack, froze for a moment, and looked over with extremely serious expressions. Huang Yuan and Yin stopped their hands at the same time, and looked at the direction of the Overlord's color, and they also sensed it. This domineering look almost enveloped the entire Wano country. Huang Yuan sensed this domineering look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. That guy is here too. This is Overlord looking domineering? What's the matter with this intensity? Hitan Orakai, who had eaten the phantom beast, also fell to trance at this time, and became dizzy. It's not that he has never been in contact with Overlord color. Kaido likes to use Overlord color to coerce from time to time, but this is the first time he feels this level of Overlord color. I can't hold it anymore. The black charcoal snake's eyes were dizzy, and he staggered a few steps, then he couldn't hold it anymore, rolled his eyes, and fell directly to the ground. Coincidentally, when he fell, the button that was originally in his hand was just pressed by his body, and there was a click. There is a mistake in the front. Soul fruit is written as piao fruit. Thank you book friends for reminding, it has been changed. The slight sound was very obvious in the silent field, and many people looked at the black charcoal snake that had fallen into a coma. Then at the next moment, the complexions of all the people present changed slightly, and the strong men with the ability to predict the future seemed to have sensed something at this time, and their complexions changed drastically. This idiot? You actually detonated the explosives buried in the ground? If the ancient weapons are blown up, I will definitely not let you go. Kaido's expression also changed. He knew that Kojiki Sukiyaki was under the capital of flowers. Those who planted the explosives wanted to blow up the ancient weapons directly. Hitan Orokai, who couldn't even resist the domineering look, accidentally pressed the button when he fell down. Kaido can't wait to kill this guy, a guy who is not doing enough. As for the ordinary people in the capital of flowers, Kaido doesn't care about these things. What he is more worried about is whether the ancient weapon Pluto will be blown up. Moreover, if it is just a bomb, it will not pose too much threat to him, and he is not worried that he will be killed here. More importantly, the ancient weapon Hades. No, a bomb has been detonated. Aokiji's face suddenly sank. Could it be that ancient weapons are buried under this island? But, there are countless ordinary people on the island? Although their navy came here for ancient weapons, they don't want to see too many casualties among ordinary people? He didn't know what happened here, he just thought Kaido was crazy. In order to find out the whereabouts of ancient weapons, he even ignored the lives of civilians on the island. Ice Age. Aokiji took a deep breath, pressed both hands on the ground. Amidst the surge of cold air, he wanted to freeze the capital of flowers directly, so as to minimize the power of the explosion. Endless waves of ice rushed out, stuck to the ground under their feet, and spread to the surroundings, trying to freeze this area directly. Boom! The next moment, the bomb buried underground in the capital of flowers suddenly exploded. Like a nuclear bomb, the power of the explosion was transmitted from below. The area began to vibrate, and cracks began to appear. The cracks are densely packed like spider webs, but soon there will be ice waves covering it, trying to stabilize it. But the power of the explosion was still being transmitted, and the ice wave had just stabilized it, and it was shattered by the impact the next moment. Among those present, only he and Green Bull might have the ability to stop the bomb from exploding. But this guy, Green Bull, doesn't care about the death of ordinary people at all. He doesn't even move a little bit. Damn it, it's too late. Aokiji gritted his teeth and tried his best to activate the fruit ability, but it was still too late. The power of this explosion was too powerful, and he was about to be unable to sustain the impact of wave after wave. But at this moment, from a distance, a faint voice came. Dehonglian Binglun Pil, burial of frozen flowers. As the sound fell, the sky suddenly became cloudy, and a more terrifying cold air permeated from the sky, and dreamlike ice flowers descended from the sky, falling to the place where the explosion was the most violent. With the sound of kaka, each ice flower fell, and the cold air surged, freezing a large area directly. Hundreds of ice flowers fell, and a solid layer of ice covered the area, suppressing the power of the explosion. All around, except for the surging cold air, everything is calm. This kind of move, oops, it's that guy coming. Nightblade. Kaido looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, looked at the frozen city of flowers, narrowed his eyes and looked in one direction. From this move, he recognized who it was. Ice that is the same as the green pheasant, is that guy. Barrett also looked in the direction of the domineering arrogance just now, and vaguely guessed who it was. Feeling the cold air, Drought Jack took a deep breath, his eyes became sharp. Nightblade. The grievances between the two are not small. At this time, Uran's human fruit phantom beast, the form of death, was snatched from him. This incident was regarded by him as the most shameful thing in his life, and now seeing Uran stepping up to the top level in the form of a god of death, he hated it so much. The damned Nightblade. Hey, it can't be that guy. Quinn's eyes widened too. How could an explosion of this level be easily stopped? And its ice type. The only ones in the world who can have this kind of ice type ability are Aokiji and Nightblade. Seeing that the explosion was suppressed, Aokiji heaved a sigh of relief, then looked in that direction, and whispered, Uran. Green Ox was expressionless, Tao Tu had a solemn expression, and the other lieutenant generals were also full of solemn expressions. They were no strangers to this move just now. This is one of the moves of Uran Bing's death form. Together with Aokiji, freeze Kaido, a physique monster, and imprison him in the promotion city. Huang Yuan and Yin also rushed to this side, separated from the two directions, and looked at the other direction at the same time. Their faces were also extremely dignified. Coming. Under the eyes of everyone, a figure wearing a navy costume that is somewhat different from the navy headquarters, with a neo-navy cloak behind his back, came walking through the air. It's quite lively. Unexpectedly there are so many old acquaintances gathered here. Yunya came across the sky, showing a warm smile and looking at everyone below. Naturally, it was not someone else who made the move just now, and Yunya's knowledgeable look can also predict the future. Just now, he had already predicted this scene, and predicted Kingzi's move. Seeing that Kingzi couldn't suppress it, Yunya also made a move. Directly suppressed with Hiran Wan's ultimate move, directly suppressing the explosion. Oh, Yaren, after you defected from the Navy, you have become more and more domineering. Kaido looked at Yunya with cold eyes, with a sinister smile on his lips. The owner of Overlord color just now was Yuren, who didn't run away. The grievances between Yeblade and Kaido are not small, they can even be said to be enemies. He hated the Nightblade more than the redhead. Haha, Yaren, what's the matter? After defecting from the Navy, he was offered a reward by the world government. Are you still doing those senseless things of justice? Barrett also looked at Yunya, and the corner of his mouth curled into an arc. The arrival of the Nightblade was indeed beyond his expectation, but he didn't take it seriously. Although in his perception, Yaren's dominance might be stronger than Roger's, but he didn't think Yaren would have the strength to surpass Roger. The three calamities were all standing near Kaido at this time, and they also frowned at Yunyi, and this guy actually got involved. This is troublesome. On the Navy side, everyone didn't speak at this time. They just looked at the cloudy night above the sky, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Yunya landed on a palace, looked at Kaido, Barrett, and the others and said, "What? My appearance surprised you all." Immediately afterwards, Yunya glanced at the Navy and said with a smile, "Long time no see, all former colleagues." No one from the Navy side spoke. They were not sure about Yunya's position at this time, whether it was an enemy or a friend. King Z let out a cold breath, looked at Yunya and said, "Yaren, are you also here for ancient weapons this time?" Yunya looked at King Z and said lightly, "It's natural, this time, maybe we will be enemies, and I won't hold back from you." King Z was silent, and finally sighed, "We will not give up ancient weapons, even if we want to become enemies with you." Yunya laughed when he heard the words, "Then we can only rely on our own abilities." Hearing Yunya's words, all the Navy's expressions froze. Are they against Yaren? They couldn't help but think of the scene where Yaren suppressed all the high-ranking officers of the Navy and killed Akainu in front of them when they were in the Navy headquarters. Oh, has it really developed to this point? Being an enemy of such a monster is really embarrassing. Huang Yuan rubbed his nose, and his tone was a little guilty. "Oh lol, it really made me see an interesting scene. The Navy and the Navy traitor." Kaido looked at Yunyi and the Navy, and suddenly laughed. He looked at Yunyi and suggested, "The enemy's enemies are friends. Nightblade, how about allying with me? In the past, our grievances will never be blamed. Now you defected to the Navy, the world government will not let you go. If I ally with you, I will also fight against the world government with you of. Although I betrayed the Navy, I am also the commander-in-chief of the Neo-Navy. Do you think it is possible?" Yunya smiled disdainfully, shook his head and said, "Besides, with you as a defeated general, what qualifications do you have to follow me? Alliance." In the battle on Skull Island, Nightblade fought against Kaido, let alone now. Kaido has already stopped fighting, and now, he is above everyone in the world? No one can beat him one-on-one? You have become arrogant. Nightblade, do you think you can become stronger than me if you are freed from the shackles of the world government? I am Kaido of the Beast. Kaido snorted coldly, and opened his mouth to spit out a hot breath, bombarded towards Yunya. "You are still as strong as ever, but now I am stronger than you." Yunya waved his hand and broke the heat. Yingxian pointed at everyone below, and a golden flame gushed out, surrounding him. Yunya said coldly, "I have taken a fancy to ancient weapons. Everyone, leave Wano country for me." At this moment, Yunya was surrounded by golden flames, and he spoke domineeringly. At this moment, he was as high as a god. No one can be seen by him. Even if everyone strikes together, he can suppress them all. Kaido narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "You want to deal with all of us alone, are you? Not too arrogant." Said. Kaido's eyes turned cold. He is Kaido of the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts. When was he ever underestimated so much? But before Kaido could make a move, Barrett's eyes also turned cold. Since Roger died and he left the Roger Pirates, this was the first time anyone dared to talk to him in such an arrogant manner. Pirates are all arrogant and disorderly existences. How can they tolerate being belittled like this? Who do you Yuren think you are? Can it surpass Roger? A person who is too arrogant will not end well. After Roger conquered the New World, he is not as arrogant as you, Nightblade. Barrett sneered, and stepped on the collapsed ground. The ground directly boomed. Exploded. His figure also rushed out, and he came to Yunyi in an instant, wrapped his fist around his arm, and his domineering aura wrapped around his fist, and sneered. He punched down, "Let me see your strength." Yaren? He has heard of Yaren's name, but he has no chance to fight him in person. In his heart, the strongest person is Roger. No matter how strong the Nightblade is, it is impossible to surpass Roger, and he is the one who will surpass Roger. How could one be afraid of a defecting navy? Seeing Barrett's attack, Yunya chuckled. The silver fiber wrapped around the burning golden flame, and the sword pointed down, and it collided with Barrett's fist. Boom! The two attacked and collided in the air. The domineering colors clashed with each other. The sky was divided by dark clouds, and the violent air blasted, turning into shock waves and blasting out. Huh! Barrett frowned, with such strong force, but he still had some strength left. Using force again, he wanted to press Yunya down, but Yunyi held the silver fiber in his right hand, like a mountain. He didn't even move. Is this the only level you have? Barrett, the descendant of the devil? It seems that you haven't made any progress since you came out of the city. Yunya said indifferently, and the golden flame burst out, heading towards Barrett like a tornado. Let's roll. What a powerful flame. Barrett felt this terrifying flame. Under this flame, his armed forces seemed to be incinerated, which made his face change drastically, and he wanted to unload his strength and retreat. Open, extreme flame slash. But Yunya just sneered, and slashed down with his sword. The flames condensed on the edge of the sword, and a scorching golden slash hit Barrett, sending him flying. With a chi sound, a scorched black wound appeared on Barrett's chest. If he hadn't desperately used armed weapons to resist at a critical moment, he would have been completely burned by this flame at this time. Damn it, damn it. Barrett was terrified to the extreme. The first time he confronted the Night Blade, he realized the terrifying strength of the Night Blade. The armed color was pushed to the extreme, but it was still destroyed by this slash. What a flame! Even his armed color can be burned. Barrett was suddenly chopped off from the sky, and with a boom, a huge pothole was directly smashed out. In the pit, there was Barrett's scream. The scorching golden flame kept burning, and everything the flame touched began to be burned, including the hard rock, which turned into red magma and flowed into the pit. Bottom of the hole. With a boom, Barrett jumped out of the pothole and fell to the side. At this time, he was extremely embarrassed, with many burns on his body. Fortunately, he was armed to resist the burning of the flames. It wasn't fatal, but it was still injured at this time. This was just Yunyi's random blow. Let Barrett need to use all his strength to activate the armed color, so as not to be completely swallowed by the flames. He looked at Yunya with some lingering fear, and his eyes showed a deep fear. This guy is even scarier than he imagined. Especially that flame? Did you actually suppress the monster, Barrett? Quinn stared at this scene with wide eyes. As for Barrett's strength, they are obvious to all, and they can fight against their boss Kaido without losing the wind. But when Barrett, who was like a monster, faced the Night Blade, he was already at a disadvantage with just 2 blows. Yuren's strength is too terrifying? Jack sighed dejectedly. After he was defeated by the Night Blade, it wasn't that he didn't want to seek revenge from him, but looking at the Night Blade at this time, he felt powerless. The Night Blade is too strong. What's going on with that flame? Yin also frowned. As members of the Lunaria family, they were born to control flames, and they have a deep understanding of flames, but this kind of temperature that can vaporize rocks makes them he couldn't understand it. It's impossible to even burn fruit to have this kind of temperature, right? Kaido was a little silent. Blade's strength seems to have become stronger again. Does this dim guy have no limits? On the Navy side, there was not much shocking reaction. They knew more about the Night Blade than others. After all, they had all seen the flames of the Night Blade. And such a flame is not the true strength of Yuren. His flame can also become stronger. In Yuren's words, his flame is a flame comparable to the temperature of the sun. Moreover, it is divided into 2 types of flames. One is the flame at the surface temperature of the sun, and the other is the flame at the core temperature of the sun. Now, the Night Blade is just using his most used fire. He still has an even hotter flame that can burn everything down. This is Yuren, and now in this world, there are only 2 strong men who have made the world government fearful of them with their own strength. Huang Yuan took a deep breath. Sure enough, even Barrett was suppressed by the Night Blade. There are so many people, and in front of this monster, they can't exert much advantage at all. After getting the ancient weapon, let's evacuate here immediately. Try not to break out with him. Aokiji is also very headache. Facing the Night Blade, anyone will have this kind of thought. Daotu shook his head and said, this time, it's not that easy. He has come here from the first half. The only way to get the ancient weapon is to defeat him, but is it possible? Aokiji was silent. He knew this truth, but he was not a red dog. He would give priority to the lives of his colleagues. If he couldn't get the ancient weapons, he could only retreat. I hope that the world government still has a whole card, otherwise, he has only one way to retreat. He doesn't want to fight Yuren completely here. This is a meaningless casualty. Your strength is indeed extraordinary if you can resist my razor-sharp sword. However, at this level, you can't pose a threat to me, Barrett. Yunya stood up with his sword in his hand, and looked at Barrett calmly. It was just his random sword strike just now, and he didn't even use the swastika. Yunya was not surprised that Barrett was able to resist. The simple liberation of Luren Ruohuo has already given Yunya the combat power to compete with the 4 emperors. The former Golden Lion died in the blazing attack, but it's just that the liberating blade is like a fire. Although the temperature is extremely high, the high-level armed color can still resist it. Don't be too arrogant, Yuren, this is just the beginning? I was just careless just now. Barrett looked at Yunya coldly, and snorted coldly. But in his heart, he was extremely amazed at Yuren's strength. This guy was indeed very strong. With a boom, Barrett rushed out again, and the armor under his feet sprayed flames, making his speed increase to the extreme. As if breaking through the air barrier, he came to Yunya in an instant, and punched out again. Can't you see the difference? Yunya shook his head. The sword edge was filled with golden flames. He swept out with a sword, and the golden fire curtain roared, blocking in front of his fist. Boom! The attacks collided in the air, the ground was shattered, and they were full of energy. This time, they were in a stalemate for a short time. I said it all together, fight alone, none of you is my opponent. I don't want to waste time here either. Yunya chuckled, and with force in his hands, the fire curtain surged again, and the sharper flames hit Baba. Ret, put him down. Hey haha, Yuren, you are too crazy. Barrett's body was hot, and sweat kept flowing, but his eyes were burning, and when he stepped on the ground, his ability was activated, and the combined fruit merged the ground below with himself. The big hand grabbed Yunyi's ankle. Hot hell. Seeing this, Yunya snorted coldly, and stepped on the same foot. Countless pillars of fire rushed out from the ground like a volcanic eruption. The violent pillars of fire directly annihilated the big hand, and blasted Barrett out again. You guys, let's go together. I'm in a hurry. Yunya pointed his sword at everyone without even looking at Barrett, his tone extremely domineering. Everyone, even the Navy is counted together. Anyone who prevents him from obtaining Pluto is his enemy, even if he is a former colleague, he will not hold back. However, the Navy side did not act, but looked at Aokiji. King Z narrowed his eyes, did not speak, and did not attack Yunya. All navies are awaiting Aokiji's order. The green cow glanced at the green pheasant, then at Yunya over there. The mechanical eyes behind the sunglasses flickered. You want to deal with us alone? Are you too arrogant? Kaido couldn't bear Yunya's provocation here, and he was extremely angry, and he opened his mouth to blow out heat. You'll know if you try it. Yunya casually slashed through the heat with a sword, and once again slashed out a scorching golden fire curtain to attack Kaido. Damn kid, thunder and gossip. Kaido was furious, holding the mace with both hands, and blasted directly towards the fire curtain. With a boom, the fire curtain exploded, but Kaido's body was also thrown upside down by the impact, hitting a huge pothole on the ground. Let's attack together? Guarding the fire dragon Emperor Yin shouted loudly, his face was indifferent, the big sword in his hand swirled around the flames to form a fire dragon, and he slashed down with one sword. The earth tramples. Jack turned into a mammoth, raised his legs high, and then slammed into the ground. A huge shock wave rolled the strata, and along a straight line, the shock wave covered and rushed out. Black fire. Quinn's modified body opened, flashes flashed from the mouth and the prosthetic limbs of both hands, and the laser beams gathered together and blasted towards Yunya. A red light flashed in Yunya's eyes, and he snorted disdainfully, except for the combat power of the four emperors, other people can't pose much threat to him anymore, even if he didn't use the swastika? Hot hell. Yunya's eyes were indifferent, and he swung his sword, hot flames poured into the ground, and then exploded suddenly. A column of fire that shot up to the sky erupted under his feet. The hot and high temperature erupted, and the column of fire shot up to the sky, breaking all attacks. No one can dodge the large-scale attack. Under Yunya's sword edge, the fire pillars spun, gathered together, and exploded suddenly. What? An attack of this intensity. It's hot. Seeing that his attack was easily broken, San Calamity's face changed drastically. Then he saw the pillar of fire gathering towards them, and his knowledge jumped wildly. This was an attack that was enough to kill them. There was almost no time to dodge, so he could only protect with his hands in front of his body, covered with armed colors, trying to resist this attack. However, boom boom boom. The three disasters still underestimated Yunya's attack. The pillar of fire exploded like a volcano erupting. The three of them were hit by the aftermath of the explosion, and they couldn't stop flying upside down, covered in flames, although they were armed to resist. But their armed forces were not as strong as Kaido and Barrett. Their bodies were scorched black, and they crashed into distant buildings spurting blood. On the Navy side, everyone was silent. Although they had a premonition that Kaido and Barrett would not be opponents of the Nightblade, they were still taken aback by how easily they were knocked into the air. Should we still take action? Huang Yuan looked at King Z. At this time King Z was the marshal, and he was the one who gave orders. Let's take a look first. Yuren's strength is not something we can resist. He hasn't used his full strength yet. If the situation develops to that point, we can only leave. Aokiji has already thought about everything. If yes, he didn't want to have a conflict with the Nightblade either. Unnecessary sacrifices were not advisable, and would cause heavy losses to their navy. The navy is the navy, and the world government is the world government. Now he is also dissatisfied with the world government, and he does not want the navy to become a vassal of the world government. It's just that I can't put aside the relationship with the world government yet, and I can only obey orders. But if he were to sacrifice the life of the admiral to complete the task, he would not do that now. The reason why he confronted Yuren before was just to see Yuren's attitude. Now that Yuren is determined, if he wants to obtain ancient weapons, he will naturally consider the consequences of snatching ancient weapons with Yuren. In fact, in Aokiji's heart, he doesn't want the world government to get ancient weapons and let the world government continue to strengthen. In his heart, the justice of the navy is different from the justice of the world government. Compared with the world government, he does not want the four emperors to obtain ancient weapons. With the lawless attitude of the four emperors, if they are allowed to obtain ancient weapons, the trouble will definitely be even greater. But, if it's Yuren, it's not like he can't get it. After all, the Neo Navy is also doing its best to fight criminals. Just in a different way. Doubta said, that's the only way. She also didn't want to confront the Nightblade, it was too dangerous. The rest of the elite lieutenant generals were also silent and did not speak, choosing to obey Aokiji's orders. However, Green Bull has a different idea. Now that he has been transformed, he has become loyal to the world government. The order he received is to get the ancient weapons regardless of everything, so naturally he will not sit idly by. He shot all the navy with his eyes, and finally put his eyes on Aokiji, and said coldly, ancient weapons cannot be obtained by anyone. Only the world government is eligible to obtain ancient weapons? Marshal Aokiji, even if all of us die here, we must also grab the ancient weapons. Admiral Green Bull, I am the Admiral of the Navy, you just need to obey my orders. Aokiji glanced at the Green Bull. After the Green Bull was transformed, his personality changed, and sometimes he would not even obey his marshal's order. He knew that when Green Bull was transformed, it must have been manipulated by the world government, making him loyal to the world government, not him, the Admiral of the Navy. Afterwards, I will inform the world government of all your actions. The Green Cow glanced at Aokiji, without much fluctuation in tone. As he said that, he moved towards the battlefield with a movement. Behind the sunglasses, his pupils flashed red, and there seemed to be a mechanical telegraph sound of beep beep. He is the main body of the pacifists, coupled with his loyalty to the world government, he is the highest coordinator of the pacifists. Even the Marshal Aokiji, when it comes to mobilizing pacifists, his authority is not as good as him. At the same time, large naval forces have entered Wano country through secret passages. On a warship, the eyes of all the pacifists flashed red at the same time, flames spewed out from the jets under their feet, and they began to move towards the capital of flowers. Among the pacifists, there are 3 ways that are different from other pacifists. They don't look like green cows, but look like other people. They are the new transformation weapons of the world government, an upgraded version of the pacifists, called Blazing Angels. If someone saw the appearance of these 3 people, they would definitely be surprised to find that this was Whitebeard too, one of the supernovas, Edward Vabel, one of the supernovas, the captain of the flame tank pirates, Capone Becky, one of the supernovas, the captain of the radio pirates, Skulachman Arpu. That's right, they were the 3 of the supernovas caught by the Navy in the Chambord Islands. At this time, they have been transformed into cyborgs. Vegapunk's new transformation weapon, Seraphim. Its combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary pacifists. Huh? What's going on? Why did the pacifists act? I didn't give an order. Jean Momomaru, captain of the science force of the Navy headquarters, was the commander of the pacifists. But at this time, I was a little confused. Why did these pacifists start to act without orders? Come back soon. Huh? What's going on? Why didn't you obey the order? Jean Doan frowned, realizing that something was wrong, and hurriedly called Huang Yuan to explain the situation here. Huang Yuan hung up the phone, looked at Aokiji and said, Jean Daumaro sent me a message just now, saying that all the pacifists following the warship have started to move, and they are probably coming this way. Does the Green Bull have the authority to mobilize all pacifists? Aokiji's eyes flashed, vaguely guessing something. Huang Yuan said, this guy's personality has changed since he was transformed, and he is completely loyal to the world government. The Yellow Monkey also discovered the changes in the Green Bull during this period of time. Originally, he just obeyed the Red Dog. The reason why he joined the Navy seems to be because of the Red Dog. Afterwards, Akainu was killed by the Night Blade, and the Green Bull had no sense of belonging to the Navy, but it also didn't like the world government. But after being transformed, all his actions are directed towards the world government. Many in the Navy know this. General Green Bull has already acted. What should we do? Daotu looked at King Z. King Z pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, we'll make a decision according to the situation, but at least we must save his life. After all, we're in the same boat. The Green Bull didn't obey his dispatch, and didn't make him feel too emotional. This guy just occupied the position of admiral, like someone who was deliberately placed in their navy by the world government. The purpose is to monitor the actions of the navy. The world government is already on guard against the navy? But yes, after all, so many things have happened in the navy, such as Durag leaving, Yeblade leaving, and himself. Sometimes he is not very interested in the orders of the world government. Even occasionally saying the opposite. It's just that the world government must stabilize the situation of the navy, otherwise, the position of marshal may not be taken by him, but a strong man will be randomly transferred from the CP. Aokiji also knows this, so many times he is perfunctory to the world government, and this time it is the same. Boom boom boom. Over there, Yunyi's confrontation with Kaido, Barrett, and the 3 disasters is still going on. Without the Swastika G remnant fire Tadeo, Yunya still had a little difficulty, but it can be supported in a short time. Compared with the last time he was in the Navy headquarters, Yunya's physique has also improved a lot, and compared to that time, he is even more comfortable. The Swastika G remnant fire Tadeo consumes too much. Yunya will not use it easily, unless it is absolutely necessary. Go away. Yunya blocked Kaido's punch, and cut Barrett flying again with a backhand sword. The scorching slash left an indelible wound on Barrett's body again. Damn it, this guy is really hard to deal with. Barrett got up, his face extremely gloomy. This guy Uran is so strong. Oh, Uran, your strength has indeed become much stronger, but what you are facing is Kaido, my 4 emperors and 100 beasts. Dai de Lei Ming gossip. Kaido seized the opportunity and rolled his eyes. Unleashed the domineering color boundlessly, oppressing Yunyi, and at the same time stepping on the flame cloud and rushing forward, swung the mace, and gave Yunyi a hard blow. Humph. Yunya predicted the short future, snorted coldly, and raised his sword to block, but because Kaido's attack was fierce, he slashed Jin Yujian away, unable to launch a counterattack, he could only block it. With a boom sound, Yunyi felt the force from Yingxian, and his whole body was blown away, and the air under his feet relieved the force. Although he was knocked into the air, he was not injured. Die to me. Before Yunyi could stop, Jack and Quinn attacked at the same time. One person raised his legs high and trampled on it, and the other's mechanical arm became red and hot, and his big hand grabbed it out. Hot hell. Pausing, Yunyi's eyes turned cold. These two guys are also rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and their armed skills are not low. His vitality is also very difficult to deal with. Inserting the silver fiber into the ground, the flame erupted, and the pillar of fire shot up from the soles of the feet, once again defusing the attacks of the two people, and in turn sending them flying again. It's hot. Hateful. The two of them were swept away by the heat wave, screaming out of their mouths, and were directly blasted out, knocking everything behind them down. Hey, I've seized the opportunity. Barrett's eyes were red with knowledge, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He rushed forward suddenly, awakened the fruit ability, mobilized a large area of rocks and ice blocks, and fused with himself become a stalwart giant, nearly 100 meters tall. If it is not for the lack of time, Barrett can become even bigger. However, when his ability covered this area, his eyes glanced at the frozen ice layer. There seemed to be something. Could it be the ancient weapon Pluto? Barrett narrowed his eyes slightly and was extremely excited. Finally found it? But at this time, his attack has been completed. The eyes of the 100-meter giant danced red, and he let out a smirk. The terrifying overlord-like domineering cover pressed towards Yunyi, and a fist that was more than 10 meters in size covered a huge amount of armed domineering, moving towards Yunyi like a mountain dropped at the location. The ultimate cannon. This is his most powerful attack. When facing Roger, Roger didn't dare to confront him head-on. With this blow, he wanted the damned Yurin to try his full blow. Will you make your wish come true? Extreme flame slash. The fiery hell. Yunyi's cold eyes swept away, endless flames condensed on the confrontation, turning the silver slender sword white, and the endless power was hidden in it. Even the air seemed to be gasified. Flowing blade like fire and crescent sky rush. The abilities of the two Zanpakuto can be used at the same time. This is the trick that Yunyi used to destroy the Golden Lion Island. At that time, he needed to activate instant coaxing to bless his body, but with the improvement of his proficiency and physical strength, he was able to unleash a terrifying sword that destroyed the island without having to activate instant coaxing. Buzz buzz. After the slash, the surrounding space began to vibrate. Immediately afterwards, the magnificent slash with a length of several kilometers collided with the huge fist. Boom. The attack collided, and the terrifying heat wave rushed forward with energy, and the shock wave swept in all directions. Everyone's eyes can't help but look at the past. Buzz. At the center of the collision, the air began to buzz and tremble, and Barrett felt a strong force coming from the fist, causing his face to change drastically. Immediately afterwards, he heard the sound of Kaka breaking, and then, with a boom, his entire arm was directly shattered under Yunyi's attack. Damn it! Barrett gritted his teeth, pushing his fruit power and arrogance to the extreme, trying to block Yunyi's slash. However, Yunyi's blow was too powerful. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't resist it. Barrett's giant body was pushed back several hundred meters by the slash, and its legs left long ravines on the ground. In the end, it couldn't hold on anymore. Instantly shattered a large piece. Not only that, Barrett's huge fallen body began to crack a lot, as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated inside, and then, boom, explosion, unprecedented explosion. In the center, like a small sun burning up, bright rays of light penetrated out. No, that was not rays of light, but a pillar of fire soaring into the sky. This is Yunyi driving the fiery hell into the giant's body, and then, detonating it. This blow is enough to destroy an island directly. The scorching flame pierced through the giant's body, and the cracking speed of the giant's body accelerated again, and the next moment, the entire giant's body exploded. In the center, Barrett felt an extremely powerful shock wave hit him. Even his strong body couldn't bear the terrifying shock wave. He opened his mouth to spurt a large amount of blood, and his eyes turned white, as if he was about to faint halfway. The pillar of fire raged here, soaring into the sky, and the ice layer was melted by the scorching heat in the next moment, and the water vapor evaporated, blurring everyone's sight. There was even a pillar of fire that directly penetrated the outer wall of Wano country, and the flames swept through. The next moment, the wall collapsed. The rainwater that had accumulated in Wano country for an unknown number of years began to pour out in large quantities, and the water waves made a rumbling sound, like water from the sky hitting down, splashing everywhere. Because of the closed door, the Wano country built a wall around the Wano country to block the Wano country. Because there was no water outlet, the rainwater accumulated over the years flooded the former residents. The residents of Wano country can only move their addresses up and live above the water, forming the current major areas of Wano country. The reason for doing this is not only because of the seclusion of the country, but also because the ancestors of the Wano country wanted to hide the ancient weapon Pluto directly. However, because of Yunyi's blow, the wall collapsed, the water flow reversed, and the hot flame evaporated a large amount of water flow, revealing the ancient ruins originally hidden underground in Wano country. Crash, rumble. The water flow kept tilting, and the water level that had been accumulated for an unknown number of years gradually dropped. As time went by, everyone present saw the exposed situation. Everyone was shocked by the power of Yurin's blow, which directly defeated Barrett. The power that Barrett erupted just now even made them a little scared, but Barrett was still defeated in Yurin's hands. But what shocked them even more was that as the walls of Wano country collapsed and the water level dropped, many people saw the ancient ruins hidden under Wano country. That's the ancient ruins. Aokiji frowned and looked. His eyesight was very good, and he saw the ancient ruins hidden below, and above the ruins, a place similar to a tomb, with lines carved on it ancient text. The front of this cloak-like mound looks like a gigantic well, with the mouth of the well tens of meters wide. Even if the water level drops, the well is still full of well water. Huang Yuan frowned and said, could it be that the ancient weapons are hidden under Wano country? No wonder no one has found them after so long. Doubta said, ancient weapons will appear. Over there, Kaido and Sanka were looking at the ruins below, their eyes widened at the same time. They guessed that the ancient weapon Pluto was hidden in the ruins below Wano country, but they didn't know the exact location. Oh la la, now, we can only rely on our own abilities. Kaido grinned grimly, turned into a dragon, and rushed down. The other three calamities also moved. Yunya looked down on everything indifferently, and was not at all surprised by the scene he had caused. Instead, he looked in the direction of the clothes tomb and the well. No, that's not the mouth of the well, it's the mouth of the cannon. Yunya narrowed his eyes slightly, vaguely guessing something. Pluto, the king of the underworld, may be hiding in Wano country, but he will definitely not appear so ostentatiously, and he will definitely not be found so easily. Just when Yunya was about to rush over, his brows frowned and he turned to look. Do it. At this moment, the General Lu Niu rushed over, behind the sunglasses, the mechanical eyes flashed red, and mobilized the pacifists to attack Yunya, and he himself, with a very clear purpose, rushed down. Buzz buzz. Dozens of green bull-like pacifists opened their mouths at the same time, and the golden light condensed and turned into lasers to bombard Yunya and everyone else who wanted to go to the underground ruins in a large area. Kaido and the three calamities all stared at each other, and at the same time stopped their figures, and shot to intercept the laser, the green bull, and the pacifists. Kaido's eyes were fierce, and he also saw the direction the green bull was going, as well as the pacifists who condensed the laser again. Little ones, stop these guys for me. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, ignoring those pacifists who did not pose much threat to him. He wanted to grab the ancient weapons first. This is his base camp. In addition to the big Kanban, other Cotters who have resisted the baptism of the Overlord just now rushed over here. Kaido asked them to deal with these pacifists. Fei Liubeo, Taizu, and other strong men also went to kill the pacifists. A war broke out between the two sides in an instant. The roar is endless, and the battle has entered a fierce stage. Pirates like Yaifei Liubeo and Taizu, whose bounty exceeds 100 million or 200 million yuan, have mastered two-color domineering, and they will not lose the wind in battle against these once again strengthened pacifists. However, the same type of pacifist is blocked, but there are three special pacifists. The three seraphs who were transformed from supernovas also shot at this moment. Their purpose was to stop Kaido, Yeblade, and the three calamities. APU danced and slapped his chest. A wave of sound waves impacted all directions, and finally converged at one point, turning into a sharp sound blade to cut the space in front of him. The sharp sound blade seemed to be able to cut everything, leaving a series of incisions wherever it passed. His goal it is the three disasters. Flames danced under Vabel's feet, and he rushed out quickly, his fists covered in armed colors, and he punched Kaido. Capone Becky opened his body, and countless rounds of cannon muzzles extended from all parts of his body, also flashing golden light. One person is enough to match the laser attacks of dozens of pacifists. All the covering attacks were directed at Yunya. Pacifists? That's this year's supernova. The world government is really creative. Did they actually transform them into pacifists? Yunya swept the laser away with a sword, looked around, secretly thinking about the world. The government is so creative that it even transformed the captured supernova. Moreover, these three people are much stronger than ordinary pacifists. But, that's all. Facing the oncoming laser, Yunya just waved his hand. Fire rejection. The flames were like a wall, rising all over Yunya's body. All attacks could not break through the interception of the fire curtain. When the attack fell, it only caused the fire curtain to shake for a while, and then completely dissipated into nothingness. Get out of here. Kaido showed a fierce look on his face, and he slapped Wabel with his paw, and collided with his fist. However, to his surprise, Wabel was not shot flying by him, but was carried down, and even seized the opportunity to dodge to the top of his head, and punched him down from the sky, hit the ground. You guy, who are you? Kaido's body fell to the ground, his eyes moved up, and he stared at Wabel. What's the matter with this guy's strength? Can actually cause harm to oneself? This is no ordinary pacifist. And, this appearance, is one of the supernovas, Whitebeard 2 Edward Wabel. APU's sonic attack swept through the three disasters at the same time, and it also stopped their steps to deal with the attack. They were a little surprised that this person's attack could actually cause harm to them. Is it a new weapon of the world government? They recognized APU's identity. After all, the Beast's pirates have been hunting those budding pirates. They are no strangers to supernovas. This person is one of the former supernovas? But, does a supernova have such strength? Seraphim Wabel didn't open his mouth, as if all emotions were wiped out. After one blow, he slammed out again. His fists were covered with armed colors, each punch was extremely fierce, and he fought against Kaido. Boom boom boom. The two attacked each other, and the battle fluctuated violently. With the strength of one person, he resisted Kaido's attack for a short time without losing the wind. Seraphim APU looked at the three disasters, snapped his fingers, the sound waves gathered a little, and exploded suddenly, and opened his mouth, and several sound wave attacks swept forward, also stopping the actions of the three disasters. Seraph Capone Becky's lasers were like raindrops, shooting towards Yunya round after round, but they were blocked by Yunya's fire curtain. Yunya swung a sword, and the golden slash pierced through the air, but was easily avoided. Capone Becky's speed was very fast, and it was not so easy for long-distance attacks to hit him. This kind of performance surprised Yunya slightly. This guy's combat power is not weak, and his attack is very disgusting. He has been flying a kite and harassing Yunya with lasers. Although he can't pose a threat to Yunya, he still stops him. Footsteps of the night. Are you going to hold me back? Naive? Swastika Tianshuo Zanyu. Yunya snorted coldly, the flames on his body were extinguished, and instead, the silver fiber in his hand turned black with a swastika handle and the original navy cloak on his body also turned into a black trench coat. Swastika Solution Skylock Zhanyu. After unlocking the Skylock and chopping the moon, Yunyi's speed will increase exponentially, which is comparable to the speed of opening the instant coaxing Thor battle form. It's not that Lujian Ruohuo can't attack Capone Becky, but it needs a large-scale attack. In order to deal with a pacifist, it's a bit too wasteful. It's better to use the Skylock and Zhanyu to solve it. Yunya will choose abilities according to the situation of the battle, and he will use whichever ability is convenient. And at this time, Tianshuo Zanyu is just right. Yuya Tianchong. He was like a swimming fish, shuttling among countless lasers, and the lasers couldn't hit Yunyi at all, but Yunyi rushed in, and the black blade in his hand drew a black slash, and the sword was aimed at Capone Becky cut off. Capone Becky looked indifferent, and with a click, it seemed that a door opened behind him. With the sound of the mechanical structure, a shield extended from his body, and then quickly expanded, and the domineering cover of the jet black armed color makes the shield appear black and bright, blocking the top of his head. He is an ability user who ate the fruit of the strong city. He can turn his body into a castle, and even live in it. This kind of ability can just be used to place various weapons and equipment. He is the person who has been transformed the most among Seraphim, and various weapons emerge in endlessly. Just now, he was suppressed by firepower, restricting Yunyi's progress. However, at this moment, Yunyi's sword moves were so sharp, the sword that triggered the slash directly broke the armored color on the shield, and cut the shield in half. The power of Yunya's slash was weakened, and the angle was shifted a little, but it still hit Capone Becky directly, and directly cut off one of Capone Becky's arms. With a boom, after Yunyi Yuya Tianchong chopped off one of Capone Becky's arms, the slash still cut into the ground, and a gully directly extended for thousands of meters on the ground. Capone Becky's face didn't change at all, as if he didn't feel any pain. The next moment his body appeared with countless muzzles again, firing at Yunyi. It's really hard. Yunya snorted coldly, raised his sword again and slashed out a crescent sky rush, shattering all the lasers, and with a touch of his feet, he came to Capone Becky's body in an instant, waving his hands again and again, swiftly slashing and cutting Capone Becky's body. Pieces of mechanical fragments were torn apart by Yunyi like onions that were pushed aside. However, that's all. Yuya Tianchong. Yunya pointed out a sword and stabbed Capone Becky's body. Run through. Mechanical fragments shot out, and Capone Becky was blown away by Yunya's sword, smashing out a huge deep pit. But that's it. At the same time, Kaido sneered, grabbed Vabel's punch with his left hand, and swung the mace with his right hand, which was entwined with lightning and domineering. The vicious stick hit Vabel directly, and the force blasted Vabel's body apart, exposing a large piece of mechanical structure, and his body was blown upside down for thousands of meters by the terrifying force, crashing into a distant wall, buried by gravel. Defend the Fire Dragon King. Here, the three disasters also had the upper hand against APU. Jack and Quinn restricted APU's movements, and Yin swooped down from a high altitude. It also directly blasted APU out. The scorching flames burned APU's outer armor red, and also crashed into the rock formation. Although the three of them were transformed into blazing angels and their strength has been greatly improved, they are all facing the top group of people in the sea. It is okay to compete for a short time, but after a long time, they are also directly blasted out. But their task has also been completed. They were originally made by the Green Bull to delay the steps of the few people. Moreover, Seraphim is not so easy to be destroyed. They still have fighting power. They were created to replace Kaiwahei. Naturally, it is impossible to be defeated so easily. Except for Capone Becky, who was seriously damaged, the other two were only slightly damaged in their outer armor. Vabel, who fought with Kaido, was severely damaged, but it didn't affect his combat effectiveness at all. On APU's side, only the outer armor was slightly broken, and there was no damage at all. Capone Becky is the most special among the three. His Devil Fruit ability is very special. It has been transformed by Vegapunk from the inside to the outside. Replaced by another part, it's perfect again. At this moment, the three seraphs stood up from the smoke and dust, their pupils flashed red at the same time, and once again charged towards Yunya, Kaido, and the three calamities. With a sound of boom, the gravel on the ground exploded, and Barrett broke free from it, knocking the rock flying, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, Barrett was in a state of embarrassment. His hair was scorched black by the flames, and his clothes were in tatters. The battleship that originally joined him had been completely shattered in the attack just now, If it wasn't for the last moment, Barrett had completely escaped from the giant and used the sturdy battleship to block the attack. Hit and get killed. However, although he escaped with his life, he also suffered serious injuries, and the half of his right hand completely disappeared. In the attack just now, he was swept by the flames. Burn it! With his left hand, he tore off the broken clothes on his body, revealing a strong body. There were also large scorched marks on the body. He stood up slowly, and looked in the direction of Yunya with cold eyes. His whole body was full of murderous intent, but deep in his eyes, he revealed a deep look of fear. What is that? Those guys. Are they weapons of the world government? He was actually able to compete against Kaido and the others. Scanning the surroundings briefly, Barrett instantly judged the situation, focusing on the three seraphs. With his knowledge, he could sense that from the three of them, there was an aura similar to that of the General Green Bull. The other pacifists were breathless, like dead objects, but there was a voice coming from the Green Bull and the three of them. Prove that they are not dead, but living. Is it a modified person like the Green Bull? Barrett narrowed his eyes slightly. The world government really has endless tricks. Seeing the Green Bull rushing towards another place in this direction, he also saw the clothes tomb over there, the well before the clothes tomb. Hey, haha, are the ancient weapons hidden there? Barrett's eyes flashed, he sneered, stepped down, and killed the Green Bull directly. Seeing that the Green Bull was already approaching the well, Barrett snorted coldly, and punched the air with a fist. The terrifying wind of the fist swept the shock wave and blasted towards the Green Bull. Barrett. Sensing the danger, the Green Bull suddenly stopped and looked back, seeing that it was Barrett who was attacking him. The mechanical eyes flickered a few times, and he stepped on the ground. The green vines broke through the ground, and the trees were pulled up in place, blocking the attack. Boom! The fist wind hit the trees and vines, causing them to explode. The broken wood splashed, and the vines broke, but the power of the fist wind was also blocked. Barrett, don't get in the way, the green cow said indifferently. Behind him, vines danced wildly like tentacles, stabbing forward. Clumps of bushes rose from the ground, blooming bright flowers, releasing strange floral fragrances. After finishing everything, the Green Bull ignored Barrett's intentions and rushed out again. Hey, how could it be possible for you to succeed? The ultimate cannon. Although Barrett was seriously injured, his offensive was still strong. His fruit ability was awakened, the ground was assimilated, controlled by him, and he shot forward. Boom! The two attacks collided again, and once again exploded their terrifying energy. The big hand shattered, the vines shattered, and the strong wind blew away the dark purple flowers. Barrett stepped on the ground with his right foot, and with a boom, his figure suddenly burst into extreme speed. His left hand made a false grab, and the other big hand slapped the Green Bull. Go away. The Green Bull's mood did not fluctuate, and he punched and smashed the big hand. However, the continuous blocking also brought the distance between the two closer. I can't let you take away the ancient weapons. Barrett laughed loudly, and perched in front of the Green Bull, using his ability to create a right hand for himself, and punched one after another. The offensive was extremely ferocious. The Green Bull didn't make a sound, and started a fierce confrontation with Barrett. Boom boom boom. Both of them are top powerhouses. Barrett's own strength is not inferior to that of the four emperors, and he is definitely at the level of the four emperors. And after the Green Bull was transformed, its physical strength has also increased a lot, and the combat power it exploded at this time is also amazing. Although Barrett is not in his prime at this time, his combat power is still strong, and he has already crushed the Green Bull. Barrett's goal is also an ancient weapon, and he doesn't want to entangle with the Green Bull for too long, otherwise it will change. He needs to get the ancient weapon first, and then use his ability to fuse with the ancient weapon to exert the full power of the ancient weapon. Although he didn't know if the ancient weapon was damaged, but he didn't care too much. Now that he wanted to break the situation, he could only pray that the ancient weapon could still be used, otherwise, his purpose this time would be ruined. Snatch the ancient weapons. Over there, Aokiji looked in the direction of the clothes tomb, saw the Green Bull being suppressed by Barrett, narrowed his eyes, and after saying that, he rushed out first. Hoarfrost. Aokiji's mood at this time is a bit complicated. On the one hand, he doesn't want the pirates to get the ancient weapons. On the other hand, he doesn't want the world government to get it. But it is not yet possible to completely break up with the world government. They still have to obey the orders of the world government. At least, Barrett, a person with combined fruit ability, cannot be allowed to obtain ancient weapons. If he fuses with the ancient weapon and exerts the legendary power of the ancient weapon, among those present, who else can resist Barrett? Ice Cube Two-Thorn Spear. The cold air surged, and an ice spear formed behind Aokiji's back, stabbing towards Barrett. Here, Barrett sent the Green Bull flying with a punch. Seeing the opportunity coming, his face showed excitement, and he kept moving, wanting to rush towards the location of the ancient weapon. But at this moment, Barrett sensed the danger coming from behind. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to avoid it. With a chi sound, the ice spear pierced into the ground, and the cold air raged, freezing this area directly. Aokiji. Barrett's face was extremely gloomy. Aoki Pheasant actually came to disturb him at this time. Damn it! How could it be possible to make your wish come true? Have you ever been kicked by the light? Barrett. The golden light condensed, and the yellow ape suddenly appeared behind Barrett, raised his right leg, and the golden light flashed. Barrett was kicked out, like a cannonball, destroying everything along the way. One-shot style, draw the sword and slash. Daotu's eyes flashed red, and he locked on to Barrett with knowledge, and slashed a 1,000-meter golden slash. Damn it. Yellow Ape's sudden blow caused Barrett to spurt blood from his mouth. How did this guy, Yellow Ape, avoid his own knowledge and perception? But before he recovered, the great swordsman's slash made his scalp numb, his ability was awakened, the ground began to shake, and a big hand covered in armed colors blocked his head. With a sound of chi, the slash fell, the big hand was cut open, and it hit Barrett's body directly, and Barrett's body flew upside down again. On the ground, a gully was cut out, revealing the magma beneath the stratum. Ahem. Barrett stuck his feet into the ground, rubbing a long trace, and left the spot regardless of the bleeding wound on his body. Just as he left, 3 ice spears hit exactly where he was just now. If you don't hide in time, you may be stabbed and frozen by the cold. At that time, he wouldn't want to run away. Getting rid of the pursuit of Seraphim Babel again, Kaido has also arrived here at this time. Seeing the Aokiji Oriole and others below, he snorted coldly, and opened his mouth to spit out a hot attack. Heat breath. Above the sky, the figure of the magic dragon opened its mouth and spit out heat breath to hit the bottom. Extremely cold wind. Aokiji sensed the danger coming from the top of his head, so he could blow a blizzard and collide with the heat. Boom! The ice and fire collided and exploded suddenly in the air, and a stream of water vapor evaporated. Fire Dragon Thunder Gossip. Kaido took the mace in his hand, turned into a human and beast form, and jumped down from the sky. Tienyuxin's sword art 1 cut. Momoto flashed over, Jinpiro cut out from bottom to top, and collided with Kaido. Boom! There was another explosion in midair, and the air vibrated and rolled. What a strong force. During the stalemate, Daotu directly sent a strong force from the blade, making her face darken. Kaido's physique is too strong. Momoto, you are not my opponent, get out of here. Kaido's eyes showed a fierce look, and he put more force in his hands, suppressing Momoto as well. The dragon's tail flicked behind him, and he lashed towards Daotu. Don't underestimate the Admiral. Kaido. The golden light emerged, and the yellow monkey appeared beside Kaido, with a golden light on his right leg, kicked out, and collided with Kaido's tail. Boom! The attack collided, generating violent energy, and the 3 of them were engulfed and flew out backwards. Green Bull glanced at Aokiji and the others, but ignored them, and rushed towards the position of the ancient weapon again. Yuaya Tianchong. But at this time, with an indifferent voice, a pitch-black slash was slashed towards the back of the Green Bull. The premonition of danger made his scalp tingle, and his figure suddenly rolled to the side. With a chi sound, the slash hit the ground, cutting off a large area directly, leaving a deep gully, and magma seeped out from the ground, quickly submerging the gully. Yaren. The green cow looked up, a red light flashed in the mechanical eyes, and his hands clenched tightly. If he still has mood swings at this time, he is definitely extremely angry. Yunya came from the sky, looked down at everyone below, and the black feathers danced behind him, and said lightly, I have said that. I have taken a fancy to ancient weapons. If you dare to snatch them from me, you are my enemy. Behind Yunyi, Seraphim Capone Becky has been defeated by him. The mechanical parts are scattered all over the body, and even the breath is invisible. Under Yunyi's successive attacks, even Seraph, the new technology of Vegapunk, which the world government placed high hopes on and believed to be able to take the place of Shishibukai, would still end up being destroyed. Yaren, don't get in the way. Kaido crawled out from the pile of rubble, his mace resting on his shoulders, looked at Yunya, and opened his mouth to breathe out heat. Yunya swept towards Kaido, and with a wave of his hand, defeated heat, but before he could speak, the entire underground ruins began to vibrate. Everyone frowned, and they also felt it. Moreover, it wasn't this area that was shaking, but the entire Wano country was shaking. Kaka. There were large cracks on the ground, and magma began to seep out of the cracks. Immediately afterwards, the frequency of the vibrations began to increase, and the whole world seemed to shake. Boom boom boom. The ancient buildings in the ruins began to collapse under the vibration, the cracks became bigger, and even magma began to erupt, like a fountain, and a large amount of magma began to be ejected. No, the underground magma is boiling, and the volcano is about to erupt. Wano country is a volcanic island. Sensing all these changes, Aokiji's face changed drastically. Because the stratum was impacted one after another, the cracks were cracked, and the accumulated rainwater was poured into the ground, and contacted with the magma, generating a large amount of steam. Coupled with the battle of several strong men just now, the oppressed ground collapsed, and the underground magma was squeezed. A series of reactions finally caused the underground magma to completely erupt. And this outbreak will sweep the entire Wano country. Even, it is very likely that the entire Wano country will be completely destroyed by the volcanic eruption. Boom! There are more and more cracks in the ground under the feet, hot steam is ejected, mixed with the magma, the air is filled with a sulfur smell, and the temperature is gradually increasing. No, we must stop the eruption. Yaba, help me. Aokiji's face became gloomy. If the underground magma erupts, the entire Wano country will be enveloped in it. At that time, the entire Wano country will be devastated. Awakening, the extremely cold world. Aokiji pressed the ground with both hands, and the fruit awakened, assimilating everything around it into extreme cold air, trying to suppress the volcanic eruption. You owe me a favor, Kingsley. Yunya scattered the Skylock Zanyu, pointed at the sky with the silver fiber in his hand, and whispered in his mouth, Dehonglian Binglunwan. With a sound of buzz, an extremely cold ability spread from Yunye's body, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. With Yunye using Dehonglian Binglun Pill, the ability to control the sky makes the sky cloudy, the burial of frozen flowers. Yunye said indifferently, and among the dark clouds, one after another ice flowers descended and landed on the ground. The Kaka ice flower fell to the ground, and the cold air froze everything, covering this area, and the ice crystals condensed and covered, suppressing the tendency of magma to erupt. Isn't that enough? But Yunye frowned. Even if he joined forces with Aokiji, he still couldn't suppress the erupting magma in Wano country. Wano country is a volcanic island, which contains too much magma, and the power of the eruption is simply beyond the power of manpower. The ice ability of the two can only suppress the eruption of the flower capital, and they can't take care of the eruption in other areas. With the amount of magma underground in Wano country and the intensity of the eruption, its power is likely to be comparable to the power released by on Moon Knight Island, and it is also enough to destroy a giant island. Cut. Yunye cut and looked at the system panel. The proficiency of Binglunwan was directly filled with achievement points. The previous proficiency was 92, and it was raised to 100, which cost Yunye 800 achievement points. As the proficiency of Binglunwan is full, Yunye can feel that the already powerful Binglunwan has become stronger. Just as Yunye thought, proficiency of 80 will unlock the swastika solution, 90 is more proficient in using it, and 100. It is completely in control. The swastika of Toshiro Hitsugaya in the original work of Shinigami is incomplete, because of his young age, his body cannot withstand too strong Ryutsu. Swastika completely will bring a strong burden to the body. At this time, Yunye had completely unlocked all the abilities of Hinlunwan. With a sound of buzz, a more terrifying cold air spread from Yunye's body, snowflakes floated in the sky, and a cold wind blew. This chill. Feeling the extreme cold, Kaido and Barrett, who are physically strong, felt the cold, and couldn't help but stare at Yunye. Even Aokiji, a frozen fruit-capable user, felt a chill for no reason. This is the first time Kingsley has this feeling after eating the frozen fruit, the feeling of being frozen in the body. The four worlds are frozen. Yunye raised Yingxian in his hand, and slashed down with a sword. With a sound of buzz, endless cold air burst out, freezing the entire July in the distance. Swinging down 4 swords in succession, the entire Wano kingdom felt like winter was coming, and the eyes could see that it was just a vast expanse of whiteness. Everything is suppressed. The few powerhouses present stared at this scene with wide-eyed eyes, and with a light wave of their hands, they suppressed the entire Wano country's volcano. Moreover, the cold hardly affected ordinary people, but it was released against the entire Wano country. How did you do that? This kind of coldness, this kind of control, Yaren. Kaido's eyes showed deep fear. He didn't understand. How did Yunye do this? San Calamity's expression was extremely stiff at this time, and he stared blankly at Yunye. This guy gave them a shocking feeling time and time again. The Navy was also shocked, and then they all looked at Aokiji. Can Aokiji do this level of coldness? Cannot. Aokiji had exploded with all his strength just now, but he could still only freeze the area near the capital of flowers, not the entire Wano country at all. Of course, if you give Aokiji time, he can do it. However, Yaren froze the entire Wano country with just a few swings of the sword. Huang Yuan grinned. Yaren is really a monster. Kingsley also whispered, this level of cold air, maybe even I can freeze. Daotu took a deep breath. As expected, it is the most correct not to be hostile to Yaren. Their navy headquarters has the information about the Night Blade, and it is clear that his death fruit has 3 forms. The human fruit death form is likely to be a special type in the animal system, and the 3 forms correspond to the animal system. They have also heard Yaren mention that after eating the fruit of the god of death, his physical fitness has not changed in the slightest, or even increased at all. After eating the fruit, all he has is some power in 3 forms. After development and the enhancement of Yaren's physique, the ability of this fruit was slowly brought into play. From a certain point of view, it is the strength of the Night Blade itself that can exert the ability of the fruit of the god of death. Such a person, even if he hadn't eaten the devil fruit, would definitely be an extremely strong person. It is unwise to be an enemy of such a person. Zanpakuto proficiency level 100 does have its unique features. From a certain point of view, it can be compared to the 4th stage of instant coaxing. Yunye felt the change of Hiran Marrow, thinking to himself. After the Ice Wheel Pill has a proficiency of 100, Yunye can completely control it. The 4 worlds are frozen, able to freeze all substances, and there is a feeling of awakening the natural system. However, the natural system is to assimilate matter, while Yunye is to freeze all matter. Even if it is invisible light, Yunye at this moment can freeze the void. This kind of control allowed Yunye to freeze the entire Wano kingdom without hurting ordinary people. Barrett was also shocked in his heart, and his face became extremely dignified. This Night Blade is really too strong, even stronger than Roger. The eruption of this level of volcanic islands has been prevented. Such a strong person is not something he can compete with now, he needs to become stronger. Seeing that everyone was immersed in shock, he narrowed his eyes and rushed towards the location of the ancient weapon. Everyone present was a master of knowledge, and Barrett's actions naturally did not escape the perception of others. Barrett, you bastard. Kaido was relatively close to Barrett at this time. Seeing Barrett's action, he snorted coldly and rushed over. Barrett didn't stop, and said coldly, Kaido, don't you still understand the current situation? With the combat power of the Night Blade, it is enough to freeze us here, and you want to experience the completely frozen world. Do you feel it? Kaido pursued and said coldly, so what? Barrett narrowed his eyes, Kaido, although my alliance with you was for ancient weapons, I have already used my own reputation to guarantee that as long as you don't attack me, then this alliance can continue. Only I have obtained the ancient weapon, and relying on my ability, can I exert the strongest attack of the ancient weapon? I can help you overcome this difficulty. Kaido also narrowed his eyes slightly. He is not a fool, he knows that this time is really different from the past. The navy is aggressively attacking, and Yaren, a tough guy, is also showing great combat power. With him alone, the 100 Beasts pirates are already in a weak position. If they fight, it is impossible to be their opponent. This time the crisis was much stronger than what he had experienced before. Moreover, he still has a doubt why the other 4 emperors did not rush over, and no one of the 4 emperors would let things like ancient weapons be left alone. This is a sharp weapon, enough to make them dominate the sea, but it has been so long, the navy and the Night Blade from the first half have come, but the rest of the 4 emperors have not acted? Kaido couldn't figure it out. Barrett was a little moved when he saw Kaido, and Sushin said, Kaido, I promise you, as long as I get the ancient weapon, then I will help you solve the crisis. That's a lot of nonsense. I'm Kaido of Beasts. I haven't fallen to the point where I need help from others. Kaido snorted coldly when he heard this. Don't even make him bow his head. He is just respecting the strong, not submitting. Stepping on the flame cloud under his feet, he opened his mouth to breathe out heat, and bombarded Barrett in front of him. Damn it. Barrett's face turned black. Kaido is just a lunatic who doesn't care about oil and salt, and is also an idiot. Can he still not understand the situation at this time? Facing Kaido's attack, he turned around and punched out. Boom. Ha ha ha, thank you for your assist, Kaido. The heat wave exploded, and Barrett was thrown backwards by the bombardment, but this was his intention, using the impact of Kaido's attack to increase his speed again, at this time already approaching the position of the ancient weapon. Damn, King Kong Dysprosium. Kaido was furious. This guy actually used his own attack to increase his speed. With a wave of his mace, a cylindrical shock wave was swept out. Stop him. The Green Bull ordered the other 2 seraphs to attack, and dozens of vines shot out from under their feet. Buzz, Apu and Vabel shot at the same time, and the lasers shot out one after another. I won't let you succeed. Lasers. Huang Yuan stretched out his hand to point out the lasers, and charged towards Barrett's body. Chop. Dao Tu also swung his sword and slashed through the air with a slash. Several powerful players shot at the same time, and Barrett couldn't be allowed to succeed. Aokiji didn't make a move at this time because of excessive consumption, and frowned and looked in that direction. It's too late. Yunya didn't make a move at this time because of the long distance and the consumption of the few swords he swung just now. He looked in that direction, grinned, and didn't care. He also wanted to see the power of Pluto, the ancient weapon Pluto. Then, judge the gap with your own strength. Can I compete against the individual strength of ancient weapons? This is a judgment on the strength of Iman Uranus, who will declare war on the world government in the future. Based on this, Yunya didn't intend to stop it. Boom boom boom. Several masters shot at the same time, and the movement caused was extremely strong. At the position of the ancient weapon Pluto was suddenly swept away by an explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The solid ice layer on the ground was directly smashed, and the cracks were densely covered.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.